Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became the hero who raised the villain. Here is short summary. An accidental trip through time lands Harry face to face with young Tom Riddle. To change the future, he takes the unthinkable path, raising the boy destined to become his worst enemy. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. August 29, 2011. He was many things. A boy, a freak, a celebrity, a hero, a weirdo, a liar, and the newest one, a murderer. What he most of all wanted to be was Harry, just Harry. He wondered what it would be like to be able to go down the street without anyone recognizing him. He would just be Harry James Potter, the only child of James Potter and Lily Potter née Evans. The thought made the nearly 16-year-old boy smile. He would never just be Harry. Even his family, who he was supposed to spend yet another summer vacation with, didn't see him as Harry. To them he was a freak. An abnormality. Someone who took up space in their house, and they would rather treat him like a house elf, though they did not know what it was, than as a part of the family. Until school started, he had not even known his own name. When the teacher had called for a Harry Potter, no one had reacted. After all the other children had been seated, he had been the only one standing, waiting for someone to call out his name so he could go and sit with the other children. The teacher had kneeled down in front of him and asked for his name. Harry remembered looking at her with his unnatural green eyes before he had answered. Boy. That night he had gotten his first real beating. But it had not been the last one. Now, 15 years old, he sat alone in the castle called Hogwarts and looked out of the window next to his bed in the Gryffindor Tower, one of the 4 houses in the castle. Hogwarts was a school where witches and wizards could attend from they were 11. There, hidden from the sight of muggles, they learned about the magical world. He watched as the other students made their way to the carriages which would take them to the train. From there they would go to the station in London where their families would be waiting for them to arrive. He had been ordered to stay back because the headmaster, Albus F. King Dumbledore, wanted to have yet another talk with him. Harry snorted at the thought. He was not sure he could take another one of those talks. Ever since his godfather, Sirius Black, had died, all the teachers had treated him as if he was a bomb ready to blow up if they moved or said a single wrong word. After what had happened in the headmaster's office, he could not blame them for thinking so. With a deep sigh, Harry got up from his seat. No matter how much he wanted to stay away, he had to show up. After whatever the headmaster had planned for him, someone would escort him so he could spend another summer in a living hell, also known as Privet Drive number 4, where his relatives lived. Slowly Harry made his way out of the portrait which hides the entrance to the Gryffindor Tower from plain view and walked through the empty corridors. Only seeing a ghost once in a while. Otherwise he felt like the only living being in the whole place. He dragged his trunk after him. Hedwig, his owl, would be left at the school where Hagrid could take care of her. That way his Uncle Vernon would not be able to do anything to her this year. Mr. Potter, should you not be on the train with your friends on your way home to get pampered by your family? I am sure your fan club would cry if they knew you were about to miss the train. The sneering voice told him who it was without him having to turn around to look. The headmaster ordered me to get to his office to yet another one of his talks. So if you would please excuse me. I don't want to be late for that. He tried to step around the potion master, but the older man followed his movements, so he had to stop. 20 points from Gryffindor for disrespect for a teacher. Harry just raised an eyebrow in a similar manner to what Severus Snape said Potion Master normally did in his lessons. He was not going to let the great bat of the dungeons knock him down. Unfortunately, Professor, the school year is over, so you can't take away points from the houses. His smile disappeared when the potion master suddenly hovered over him. Harry scowled inside his head. Due to malnourishment in his younger years, he was smaller and more petite than the rest of the boys in his year. Hell, even Hermione Granger, one of his best friends, was taller than him. The greasy-haired head of Slytherin glared, and Harry swallowed. Why had he not listened when the little voice in his head had told him to keep his mouth shut? It was the same voice he usually ignored when he was about to do something which would lead him into troubles. Detention with me, Potter, as soon as the school year starts again. You will meet at my office 7 o'clock. You do not want to know what will happen if you are to be late, believe me. Hurry up before I decide that it will not be enough punishment for you. Yes, sir. The last part was added after another glare from the teacher. Harry hurried down the corridor. He would not risk spending more time with the bat than necessary. Besides, he was already about to be late for his meeting with the headmaster. Cursing, Harry started running as soon as he was sure that Snape was nowhere in sight. Down the corridors and up the stairs. The Harry hunting as his cousin, Dudley, liked to play paid off as he arrived in front of the gargoyle hiding the headmaster's office only 5 minutes late. Blood pops. Harry stepped forward as the statue moved aside. For once the headmaster didn't make him try to figure out the password. For some reason that fact didn't calm him as it was supposed to do. Come in. Harry stepped inside the office only to find the headmaster seated behind his table. The man looked like he was too old to lead a school. His beard reached his stomach. It made him wonder if the headmaster was able to hide anything in there. How many would think he could take forth a wand from there? He had to look away so he wouldn't start laughing at the thought. Hello, my dear boy. Have a seat. Do you want anything? Tea, lemo? Drop? No, thank you, Professor. Harry mumbled. He wished he was not alone with the headmaster. The way the man was looking at him made him want to crawl into a hole and hide, though he did not understand why. You wanted to see me. Looking around in the office, he found that most of the things had been put back at their originally place after his little magical outburst. However, he noted that the headmaster had fewer weird things standing at his table than before. Maybe he had not been able to repair all of his things. When the silence continued, Harry started to move a little in the chair he was seated. Normally the headmaster and he would have no problems with talking to each others. He actually saw the headmaster as the grandfather he had never had. But today things seemed different, though he could not say what it was. The headmaster was dressed in his usually colorful robes. This time it was orange mixed with pink dots. Harry wondered who had inspired the headmaster to dress like that. Or had he always been like that? He tried to think how a young Dumbledore would look in those clothes, but found it impossible to see him different from what he looked like now. Yes, I wanted to talk with you about something. Now Harry noticed that the usual annoying twinkle was gone from the headmaster's eyes. Instead, a man who gave of the same scary aura as Voldemort sat in front of him. He gulped and forced himself to look away from the headmaster's eyes. From the lessons with Snape he knew how legilimency worked. As long as he did not look him into the eyes, the headmaster would not be able to get into his mind. As if the headmaster knew what he was doing, the older man frowned. Harry, is something wrong? Something you are not telling me about? You know you can come to me with anything that might bother you. The boy who lived kept his head bowed. He was not sure what to think of the headmaster anymore. After all, the man had kept important information from him. Pieces of information which could have saved his godfather's life. If he just had told him, Sirius would still have been alive. Harry blinked the tears away before they could fall. He was not going to let the headmaster see him cry. He did not need the man's pity. Hell, he did not need anyone's pity. I will take your silence as a no. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? The boy who lived could only shake his head. His interest was awoken by the headmaster's words. It seemed like they wouldn't have the talk he had feared so much. Once I knew a man. He was a brilliant man with great ideas and big ambitions. He wanted nothing than to be left alone, but still managed to create rebellion around him. He was a dangerous man who nearly destroyed the plans I have for this world. Dumbledore paused as if he tried to decide how much he should tell him. Harry leaned forward in his chair, eager to hear more about the man Dumbledore was telling him about. I gave him a lot of chances to see the light. Unfortunately, he kept dragging others down with him. So I had to take care of the problem he was. Harry did not react when the headmaster stood up from his chair and slowly walked around the table until his was standing right in front of him. He tried to figure out what all this had to do with him. No one had ever told him about such a man. I hoped I would not have to do this. Harry blinked and stared with wide eyes at the wand pointed directly between his eyes. Professor. He trailed off, not sure how to continue. Sure. This was a joke. In a minute the headmaster would start laughing and they could go back to the way they had been. When nothing happened, Harry looked away from the wand and, for the first time since he entered the office, looked directly into the headmaster's blue eyes. What are you doing? His voice trembled a little. The man in front of him reminded him more of Voldemort than the old headmaster he had known for 5 years by now. You are starting to become more like him. I can't let you choose that way. Sure you understand that much, Harry. This is all for the greater good. I am sure that you will be able to forgive me. Still trying to figure out what the headmaster meant, Harry blinked. His eyes darted around. There had to be a way out of the office. The window was out of question since he didn't want to die just yet. The door was closed and probably also locked and warded. No way he would be able to get out that way. All the paintings were empty. Maybe some of them had gone of looking for help. If he could just get more time, some was bound to come in. Hell, even Snape would be more than welcome in the moment. Where was the great, greasy bat when you needed him the most? You are going to regret this, Dumbledore. No, I am only doing this for the greater good. The world will forgive me. I can't let you be like him. It was him who destroyed all my plans and created the monster we all know as Voldemort. Harry grabbed his trunk and tensed. He did not like the way this had turned. Dumbledore smiled, one of his gentle smiles which made him seem like a slightly confused grandfather. Remember, my boy, death is just another big adventure. The boy who lived opened his mouth to scream in hope that someone would hear him and come to his help. Avada Kedavra. And then he knew no more. Every single part of him hurt. Harry was not sure if it was possible, but even his hair seemed to be in pain. How come he felt such pain? What had caused it? Harry frowned while he tried to get his brain to work. Unlike what people seemed to think about him, he could think just fine on his own. Most of the time he just ignored the little voice in the back of his head that was trying to give him pieces of advices. He remembered talking with Professor Snape. Then he had been in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had been acting weird. It almost was like he was someone else. Harry wondered if it was possible for Voldemort to pull the same stunt as Barty Jr. had done in his 4th year. Dumbledore had cursed him. King Dumbledore had cast the Avada Kedavra at him. On of the 3 unforgivable. Dumbledore had tried to kill him. Then wasn't he supposed to be dead? Harry was pretty sure that dead people did not feel pain. But what was the changes for surviving a curse that had killed all its victims not only 1 but 2 times? All those thoughts were starting to give him a headache. Harry groaned. Just what he needed. More pain. Fate had to be a sadist, or he had done something to piss her off. The sound of birds singing somewhere over him made Harry sit up just to fall back again when pain shot through his body. Why did he feel like he had been turned inside out? Had he felt like this the first time he had been hit by the curse? Sadly, there was no one around him he could ask. Slowly Harry opened his eyes only to look at a bright blue sky without a single cloud in sight. It seemed to a perfect summer day. Not too hot or too cold. His glass had survived the travel, which he was thankful for. He didn't like the idea stumbling around without being able to see anything. Turning his head from side to side, Harry found that he was in what looked like a park. From where he lay at the ground he could see an old swing and an unused seesaw. Wherever he was, it was clearly a Muggle location. At least he had changed to some of his cousin's hand-me-down clothes before he had gone up to the headmaster's office. Though the clothes were several times too big for him and used more than enough, it made him stand out less than his Hogwarts robes would. Testing his limbs, he was glad to find that nothing seemed to be broken. He was sore and his lungs felt weird. He would have to check up on them later on if the feeling continued. At least he was alive. Either that or he had ended up in a really weird version of afterlife. If this was life after death, he would have to talk with someone. He had always thought he would be able to meet his parents, and now also Sirius when he once died. For some reason or another, it didn't seem to be happening anything soon. With a sigh, he slowly got up from his spot at the ground. Every muscle in his body protested, but at least he was able to move around. Wincing, Harry took a step forward and nearly stumbled over his own feet. Maybe he wasn't as okay as he first had thought, but at least he was alive. Now all he needed was some kind of a plan and he would be on his way. Not far from where he had awaked, Harry found his trunk. How the old piece of junk had managed to survive the travel he had to figure out later. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that it had survived many years of use by the hands of the Dursleys. It made him feel like he was almost on familiar terms with the trunk. Taking another step, Harry found that he was slowly growing steadier. In this rate he would maybe be able to make it out of the park by nightfall. As he walked, if one could say that, a plan had started to take form in the back of his mind. First of all, he would have to find out where he was. By the look of his surroundings, he would say he was some kind of a Muggle park. This meant he was nowhere near Hogwarts. That was probably a good thing since the headmaster had just attempted to take his life. Then he would have to figure out where to go. Hogwarts was out of question and so was the Burrow. Dumbledore would know he was alive at the moment he set a foot in either places. There was Privet Drive number 4, but since there was nothing there to protect him from one mad headmaster, he would have to avoid his home. And then there was Sirius's home. A saddening feeling spread in his chest. No, he couldn't go there. It would only remind him of his godfather, which would be too painful to deal with right now. Besides, the house was headquarters for the Burning Chicken, which Dumbledore was leading. Harry sighed. It seemed like he was all on his own. At least he had made preparations for situations like this after his second year, where he had blown up Aunt Marge and afterwards run from home. After that, he had bought a purse that was directly connected to his account in the bank. That way he did not have to go to Gringotts to get money. His lungs burned as if he did not get enough air in them as he walked. Harry had to stop several times and lean against one of the trees. Taking several deep breaths, he opened his eyes, which he had not even realized he had closed. Harry cursed. If he continued like this, he would not be able to get anywhere anytime soon. He could not risk staying at this place for long. Who knew when somebody would come around and see him? He would have to get away from there before it happened. A sudden idea hit him and Harry smirked. He should have thought of this before. Just because he was minor and couldn't use magic outside school, it didn't mean he would not be able to use magical things. Opening his trunk, Harry found his firebolt, a gift from his godfather in his third year, and his invincible cloak, which his father had used before him. Looking around to make sure that no one was around him, Harry turned his attention back to his belongings. He didn't need a Muggle to see what he was about to do. That would just get the Ministry breathing down his neck. Something he wanted to avoid as long as possible. With a wave with his hand, his broom grew back to its normal size. Harry groaned and closed his eyes for a short time. He had learned himself doing wandless magic when he had realized that the headmaster would not train him to be ready to face Voldemort. He was still at the learning stadium and could only do the simplest spells. And it still gave him a great headache afterwards. Not for the first time, Harry found himself wished for a potion. When he felt he was not going to faint by moving, Harry opened his eyes and stood. He cast an enlighten spell at his trunk so it would hover behind him and sat on the broom. Wrapping the cloak around himself and his belongings, Harry kicked off. With the help of his broom, Harry moved much faster than before. He kept close to the ground in fear of falling down. He didn't feel like breaking bones because he was too high in the air. Now he would just have to make sure that he did not bump into any Muggles and everything would be all right. Moving around like this reminded of Mr. Weasley's old flying car Ron and he had used to get to school in the start of second year. The memory made Harry smile. He would have to get in contact with Ron to warn him and his family about Dumbledore. If the headmaster had tried to kill him, what should stop him from doing so to others? Worrying about his friend's health, Harry sped up. He had to find out where he was so he could find out how to get a warning out to his friends. It was too dangerous, both for him and them, to meet personally. He had to find another way to contact them. It didn't take long for Harry to find out that he was in London. Though he had never seen much of the city, the big signs were a big tell away for him. What made him confused was the way people at the street were dressed. He did not know much about what was in with the Muggles, but the way people was dressed made him feel like he had ended up in an old film of some kind. With still growing worry, Harry landed in an alley and took of his cloak and put both the cloth and his broom back in the trunk. He had to find the leaky cauldron and maybe the twins' shop. They would know what to do. He had no doubt about they would help him. If not then only because of the money he had given them to start their shop. Walking among the muggles, Harry felt himself standing out from the mass. More than once he saw people turn their head to look at him. Somehow he knew that they were not only looking because of his clothes, though to them that alone had to be weird enough. His unruly black hair was worse than normally. He didn't need a mirror to see that. His clothes were dirty with earth and spots from grass. His glasses were way too big to his face and his body was too little. It made him seem to be years longer than he really was. After walking what felt like hours without a break, Harry started to feel more and more tired. His lungs had stopped hurting but settled down to an irritating itching. If it didn't disappear, he would have to see a healer or someone else about it. By the sound of children's voices made him stop dead in his track. Though he could not yet see them, the voices reminded him of the times his cousin and Dudley's friends had played Harry hunting. He shuddered and started walking fast towards the sounds. Hermione called as Hero Complex. Even at strange places like this where he had nothing to do, it seemed to follow him around. Harry could not think of a time where it had not gotten him into troubles of some kind. He hoped that this would not be one of those times. Harry arrived at what looked like a backyard. He spotted several children surrounding something at the ground. He stopped taking in the scene, trying to figure out what exactly was going on. Standing on his toes, Harry caught a glimpse of a boy with the same nuance of black hair as himself. 7 boys and girls were surrounding the boy, kicking and hitting him wherever they could land a hit or kick. From what he could see, the boy had curled around himself and had his arms over his head, trying to protect it from the worst of the attacks. Anger came to live in him. His wand was in his hand before he could think. Leave him alone. All heads snapped in his direction and Harry stopped, not sure if this really was such a good idea. Though he seemed to be older than those people, there were more of them than there was of him. He would not be able to take them out on his own. Not without cheating a little. So fast that their eyes were not able to keep up, Harry put his wand away and sent several jinxes towards the group. Satisfied, he watched as the children stumbled and landed at the hard ground. The headache was back on full force and made him see black dancing spots. Not wasting any more time at the children, Harry stepped over the bodies and towards the one who was still curled into a ball at the ground. Harry kneeled down next to the boy and reached out for him. "Are you okay?" The boy was a few years younger than him, but with the obviously hand-me-down clothes he could be wrong. Large bruises painted his skin and a little blood was running from a wound at his lip. The boy flinched away from his touch, which made Harry frown. Something told him that this was not the first time the boy had been beaten like this. "Don't worry. They will not do you anything. I will make sure of that." He glared at the children who had started to get up. They shivered and turned around and ran out of the backyard. "You shouldn't have done that. They will just find me another day." Harry frowned. The boy's voice was hollow, as if he was not living. It reminded him of how he had sounded before he had got his letter from Hogwarts. The thought sent shivers down his spine. The boy started moving around trying to get up. Harry bended down and helped him on his feet. He noted the slight difference between them in height. At least he was taller than the boy, but it was clear that the other one would grow him overhead in a few years. Dark blue eyes locked with his green eyes. Harry stared at the boy. He seemed like someone he was supposed to know, but right now he could not place him. The boy wasn't staring at his scar, which meant he had to be a muggle. The young wizard cursed. Leave it to him to use magic in front of a whole group of muggles. But even if he got the chance to do it again, he would do it all the same way. You know, it is good manners to say thanks when someone just has saved your ass. I could have taken care of them on my own. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, and I am not a wizard. As soon as the words had left his mouth, Harry felt the boy freeze and jump away from him. For the second time that day. Was it really the same day? He was not sure. It was something he would have to find out later on. Anyway, for the second time he found himself looking at a wand pointing at his face. You are also a wizard. His calm tone seemed to unnerve the other boy. What told you? The fact that I am holding a wand and am ready to curse you if I don't get some answers. Harry ignored the sarcasm in the boy's voice. But if you're a wizard, then you are bound to know who I am. The boy only glared at him, and Harry sighed. He moved the hair away from his forehead and waited for the usual reaction he knew had to come. The boy didn't gasp. He didn't scream. Nor did he try to hug him to death. Or try to curse him with the same result. He just looked at him as if he waited for something to happen. You have a scar, so what? Do you think that makes you famous? I have several, though none of them are in my face. Are you sure you are a wizard? Harry said. Maybe the boy had borrowed an older sibling's wand. That would explain it. The boy stepped closer, trying to be threatening. Shouldn't I be the one asking? Harry smirked. I don't know, should you? I am the one with the wand. That is only because I don't need mine. The surprise in the boy's face nearly made Harry laugh. He held it back since the boy looked to be one of those who didn't take it well to be laughed at. Harry cleared his throat. He had already spent more than enough time talking with the other boy. I have to be on my way. I didn't give you permission to leave. Harry frowned. He knew the commanding voice from somewhere. If only he could recall who it had belonged to. Then it is a good thing I never asked for permission, boy. He could see anger flare up in by his words. Don't call me that, I have a name. It is kind of hard to use when I don't know what it is. Harry waited while the boy pondered his words. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then you may have a nice day, Tom. Ignoring the scowling boy, Harry turned around and started walked. He trusted his instinct to save him if the boy actually decided to curse him. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Now, why did that name sound like someone he should know? Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, the time's biggest Dark Lord. Yup, that could only be him. Something told Harry that his life just had been more messed up than it had already been. Was it too late to hope it all just was some kind of a dream? Sweet Merlin. Harry glared at the newspaper he had bought as if it was its fault. For all he knew in the moment, it could very well be. I can't believe it. He couldn't not just kill me, no. I am the boy who bloody won't lie down and die. 1941. Dumbledore's curse had sent him back in time instead of killing him like it would with normal people. Harry frowned and continued pacing back and forth in the little room he was currently occupying. It hadn't taken him long to locate Diagonal Alley. Instead of renting a room in the Leaky Cauldron, he had found a little room he could use in Knockturn Alley. Anyone who knew of Harry Potter, Icon of the Light, would never think of looking for him at a place like this. The only problem was that there was no one to come looking for him. All those he had ever known had yet to be born. All, when he did not consider Albus Dumbledore and Tom M. Riddle. None of them was someone he would seek help from. One of them was only a child, 3 years younger than himself. Both of them had tried to end his life. One several times, while the other had tried to kill him just 2 days ago. Since all he knew hadn't even seen the light yet, he had to do things on his own. The boy who lived hid his face in his hands. Can this actually get any worse? One would think that my life couldn't get any worse by now. Why does fate hate me so much? What would Sirius have done? A loud banging sounded from the other side of the wall, distracted his thoughts. Shut up in there. We are actually some who needs their sleep. Harry decided to ignore the man. Especially, since he probably already had fallen asleep. What would Sirius do? He asked himself once again. It was something he had been doing more and more since Sirius had fallen through the veil. Usually it helped him to come up with an answer, and this time was no exception. Harry grinned and stopped his pacing. He looked out of the only window in the room. Down at the street where people were out and about. Unlike Diagonal Alley, Knockturn Alley came to life when the sun got down. Then all kind of being, which had been hiding from the sun, came forth. Next day, Harry woke early the next morning. He lay still in the bed and waited for his brain to catch up with the last day's events. As soon as he remembered exactly why he was in the dark room instead of his relative's home, Harry got up from the bed and started stretching his body like a cat. He didn't know if it was because of the bed or the curse Dumbledore had thrown, but his body was still not back to normal. At least the itching in my lungs is gone. Normally he would have gone to a healer, or, if he was at school, to Madame Pomfrey. But right now he had no answer to the questions he knew would be asked. First thing first. Dressed in a black wizard robe, Harry left his lounging with his trunk hovering after him. He knew that no one stepped inside Knockturn Alley dressed like a muggle. Not if one wanted to live. The use of magic gave Harry a constant headache. But he wasn't about to drag his luggage after him. This way no one would be able to steal his things. Besides, he had seen a lot of people doing like him. It wouldn't do to let people think of him as a muggleborn. It would only end in pain for him. Harry walked through the door to the Leaky Cauldron. The place looked exactly like it would in the future. The wizard world changed slowly. Until now he hadn't seen much which were different from the future. Hopefully that also goes for the Leaky Cauldron. Stepping inside, silence embraced him and Harry stopped up frowning. There were a lot more people inside the pub, but none of them seemed to be there for drinking or exchanging rumors. Most of them sat in small groups, closed together. He felt the eyes look him over and then turn back to the conversation. It felt weird not being stared at. Ever since he first stepped into the wizard world, he had never gone anywhere without being recognized. It felt weird in a good way. Harry was not sure if he liked being a no one. It would take time to get used to it. Harry slowly made him way to the bar. Where Tom, the bartender, normally was, stood instead an elderly woman. She looked a lot like Tom. Maybe they were related. She could be a cousin or even his mother. Not caring for the eyes looking him over, Harry sat down at a chair in the bar and waited for the woman to come over to him. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, there was no one that was waiting for him. Aren't you a little too young to be drinking? Harry blinked. I am 17. It was a lie, but if he wanted to survive on his own, he couldn't risk to be put in an orphanage or something like that. You don't look like that. The woman looked down along her nose. She tried to judge whether or not he was telling the truth. But I have not come to get a drink. Actually, I was hoping that you would be able to help me with something. Though they talked with low voices, he could feel people stare at him. It seemed like strangers not was something that came around in these times. If he remembered right, Dumbledore had still not defeated Grindelwald yet. He would have to do some research about the time he had landed in. It would be hard to explain if he used a spell which had yet to be invented. So, what do you want? It is not often we see new people around here. Harry ducked his head. I have been overseas those few years. My family died, so I thought it would do good to get a little away from all of it. He could feel the woman's sympathetic eyes on him, and Harry let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. The gaze reminded him of Mrs. Weasley, the only mother figure he had ever known. At least it would be easier to explain if he made a slip up. I was hoping you could tell me where I could buy a house. The woman smiled. You have come to the right one. I know all the right places. Just tell me what you are looking for. Such a sweet young man as yourself should not be left on your own. Harry bowed his head so his fringes hid his smile from sight. It seemed to be easier than he had hoped for. I look for a little place, preferably near other wizards, but not where the neighbors can look in of the windows. I am working with different spells and prefer to do it without being disturbed. There shall be enough rooms to 2 people. Maybe a Quidditch pitch, and I would like it to be furnished. Harry took a deep breath when he finished. The woman frowned, obviously thinking. I think I know a few places which would work. Give me a little time and I will give you the addresses. Why 2-room? Do you have a wife? No, but I have a member of my family which I hope to get to live me. His parents are also dead, and I think it would be easier for him if we got together. You know, blood is thicker than water and all that. The woman only nodded, tears in her eyes. It was clear she had brought the little story about the 2 orphans. Was it? Harry didn't need a name to know what she was talking about. Only my parents. My cousin's parents died because of an accident. You poor boy. Tell me, what is your name? Harry opened his mouth just to close it again. He had never thought that long. Evan James. It was the first name he could think of. Besides, it reminded him of his parents. If he was lucky, he would be able to see them grow up. You know what, Mr. James? You and your cousin will be welcome here anytime. Be it need for a meal or Tom's mother. Thanks. Harry looked down at the piece of paper the woman had given him. There were 3 different addresses. One of them had to be something he could use. I will come around when I have chosen a house. The woman's smile grew even wider. You can come any time if it is just for a talk. And if I am not here, my son Tom will know to let you in. Harry blinked. So he had been right about the woman being in family with Tom. I will remember that. Now, if you will please excuse me. I would like to get a look at the houses before the day is over. The woman only nodded. Of course, just come to me if you have any problems or questions at all. Harry made his way out of the pub feeling better than he had done ever since he had arrived to this time. Finally, things were starting to look better for him. If he was lucky, things would go this smooth all the time. When one had something to do with Dumbledore and the future Voldemort, things would never go smooth. The two first houses Harry decided against after short visits at both places. None of them were in a condition where he would be able to move in. In the first of them, it looked like a werewolf had been let out on a night with a full moon. From what he heard when he talked with the neighbors, it was what had happened. The second one had a Quidditch pitch, but half of the house had been destroyed under an attack of some of the Dark Lord's men. Since Harry didn't believe that the lightning never hit the same place twice, he decided against moving in there. He couldn't know if they had gotten what they wanted. No one knew where the family were. He fell in love with the last house. It was nothing big and built right outside Hogsmeade. Standing in the front door, he could see Hogwarts. It felt weird to look at the place that had been his home for 5 years. It was a 2-story cottage with white walls and surrounding trees, which made sure that the neighbors would not be able to look in. Walking inside, he found the place clean and with a few furniture. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. At least until he bought something more. In the basement, there was enough space to make potions down there. The house contained 3 rooms with beds, a kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, and a study room. Much more he did not need. There wasn't any Quidditch pit, but instead Harry got a surprise as he stepped into the basement. What are you doing here? Jumping around, he saw a ghost come out of a solid wall. With his heart up in his throat, Harry leaned against a table and tried to breathe calmly. Hello, my name is Evan James and I wants to buy this house. That is, if it is okay with you. The ghost, who was nothing else than a young boy, not even old enough to get into Hogwarts, stared at him with wide eyes. You want to buy the house? But what about me? Harry tilted his head to the side and looked at the boy floating a little over the floor. I don't know. Do you want to stay here? Yes, it's my home. Are you dangerous? No, I don't think so. Then I don't see any problems. As long as you don't have anything against having us here, I think we will manage staying here. The ghost looked ready to fall dead if it wasn't for the fact that he already was dead. There are more of you. Harry smiled. He could tell that the ghost was more afraid of him than he would be of him. Yes, or so I hope. I am thinking adopting a boy. Aren't you a little too young for that? I am 17 years old. Since he had already used that age once, he could just keep on doing so. It would make it easier for him to keep track of the lies he told. You look too little to be 17. Harry flinched. He knew he would never be as high as others on his age. That had the Dursleys made sure of. He was probably 5 feet 3 inches tall, which was why he didn't try to lie more about his age than he had already done. I am just growing slowly. Anyway, since it seems like we are going to live together, I would like to know your name. The ghost floated a little away so Harry could take in every single detail. I am Hubert Prince. I was 9 years old when I died, which is 60 years ago. I can tell that the two of us are going to be great friends. The ghost nodded. So, when is that boy coming? He looked around as if he waited for Tom to pop out of nowhere. I hope that I will be able to get him tomorrow. Harry made a grimace. Tomorrow was sure going to be interesting, to say it at least. But before that, he had work to do with cleaning the house and make it ready for living people. It hadn't been that hard to find the orphanage Tom was living at. Maybe he should say that in another way. Who was the idiot who had gotten the genial idea to place more than just a handful of orphanages in the same area of London? If he ever got hold of the person, he or she would get to know exactly what he thought of them. And right now it wasn't something pleasant. Harry had left his new home early this morning with Hubert to watch the place. He trusted the ghost to make sure that no one entered the house while he was gone. The last he had seen of the ghost had been when Hubert had paced in front of the door with a grave mien. Sighing, he replaced the glamour charm he had been using when he visited the orphanages. He hadn't changed much, just enough to make him look a little older than he was. Should someone think of going through their memories, they would only see a man who was searching for a long-lost relative. He wasn't wearing robes but some of the nicer clothes he had gotten from the Dursleys. It wasn't saying much, but at least he didn't stand as much out from the mass as he would have done otherwise. Cleaning the house yesterday, he had used his wand by an accident when a bookcase had tilted and nearly landed on him. He had spent hours waiting for the owl he knew was bound to come from the ministry. After all, minors were not allowed to use magic outside school. At midnight, when nothing had happened yet, Harry had given up. He figured that since he technically didn't exist in this time, the ministry wouldn't be able to stop him from doing magic. Whatever the reason was, it made things a whole lot easier for him. This orphanage was number 6 in a row he tried. Harry was starting to wonder if it was worth the troubles. Then he would think of those he had left in the future. If he wasn't able to return to them and save their day, he could at least try to make it so that they wouldn't need anyone to save them. Harry took a deep breath and stepped inside the orphanage. It was time to see if his plan would work. He no longer wondered why Riddle had turned into Voldemort in the future. After meeting the matron who was leading the orphanage, he was close to say that anything Voldemort did, had done, would do. Damn, he was confusing himself, was explained. As Harry sank deeper into his chair, he wished he had been able to come with another plan. Remembering the riddle he had seen the day he arrived to this time, Harry gritted his teeth. He was nearly sure that the other kids had been from the same orphanage. He couldn't just leave the boy to grow up like this. Not when he knew what would happen in the future if something did not change. The matron of St. Mary's orphanage had blonde hair and looked like she hadn't been under the sun since forever. So you come from America, Mr. The name is Evan James, madam. He forced himself to keep smiling. You do not sound like someone from the States. I was born in here, but my parents decided to move to the States. After they died in a car accident, I moved back to England. And now you are here to adopt a child. Harry suppressed the urge to groan. He had already wasted half an hour inside those 4 walls. If something didn't happen soon, he would start hexing someone. The woman behind the table would make a perfect target. Actually, I am searching for a family member who is supposed to be somewhere in London. You see, after my parents died, I found out that I actually have some family left. To my family, blood is everything. There has never been a member of our family who hadn't been growing up without some of us around. He pulled his best "I lost my parents, feel sad for me" face and smirked inwardly when the woman seemed fall for it. Of course, my dear. Just tell the name and I will see what I can do. Even if your relative doesn't live here, I am sure we will be able to find him. With bowed head, Harry hid his face behind his fringes. Maybe the Sorting Hat had been right about wanting to sort him into Slytherin. He actually enjoyed how easy it was to manipulate with the woman. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. If Harry had thought that the woman could not get any paler than she already was, he was proven wrong. The bit of color she had was drained from her face when the name left his lips. Are you sure that it is the name of your relative? Harry only nodded. The woman's reaction told him he had found the right place. That or she knew the boy. Either way, he knew he would get to see Riddle before the day was over. The woman shifted in her chair and bit her lip, which made Harry frown. What was there about Riddle which made the woman act like that? Could it be that he already was too much like Voldemort? Hopefully he was not too late to change that. Riddle isn't like the other children here. To say the truth, he scares the other children. It reminded him of how other people had reacted to him due to the lies that the Dursleys had spread about him. Perhaps you could explain so I could get an idea of what you are talking about. He could see the thoughts running through woman's head. It was clear that she feared that he wouldn't take Riddle with him if she explained how different he actually was from normal people. Harry leaned forward, feeling the woman's eyes on him. Let me guess, when Tom was young, things happened around him. Usually when he was feeling a strong feeling of some kind. Things, which no one could explain. Am I right so far? When the matron nodded, Harry continued. And now he is gone from the place for around 10 months the year. He is a student at Hogwarts for people like him. From the look of the woman's face, Harry knew he had been right. But it had not been hard. After all, he had just told what he knew. Which actually wasn't as much as could he have wished for. How do you know? Harry smiled, and this time he didn't try to hide it. Let us just say that Tom and I have more in common than one would think. At this woman's confused mind, Harry let his wand come to view. You are one of them. The reaction reminded him of Aunt Petunia when she talked about something from the magical world. Pure disgust. You are right, I am wizard. So I am pretty sure I can take whatever Tom might be able to come up with. Has Dumbledore sent you? Harry bit back a scowl. He had chosen to forget about the headmaster. Well, he wasn't headmaster yet. If Harry remembered right, the old goat was Transfiguration teacher. If he was lucky, he would get nothing to do with the man. No, he hasn't. I haven't met the man before and have no plans about doing so. All I want is to meet Tom. The woman nodded and stood. Very well. If you will please follow me. I think I know where to find the boy. Ignoring the looks the woman shoot him, Harry walked next to her while he took in what he saw of the orphanage. Out of all the orphanages he had visited, this one was the worst of all of them. It was gray, boring, and not a place he would let children live. The walls were rotten and the small rooms were filled with children of all ages. They stopped outside a closed door. He stays in here whenever he is back from that place. When he is not here, the kids tends to fight less with each other. She knocked at the door and looked over her shoulder when she felt his gaze on her. Tom likes his private eyes. One will do good remembering that. Instead of explaining further, she opened the door and they stepped inside what was supposed to be Riddle's room. The room was kept simple and somewhat clean. It only contained a bed, a desk with a chair, and a closet. Harry's eyes found Riddle as they stepped inside the room. He found the boy at the bed with his nose in a book. He hadn't even looked up when they entered. That both annoyed him and made him feel amused. It was weird to see Riddle. Now he knew this was the young Voldemort. He took his time to take a closer look at the boy. Tom Marvolo Riddle looked like everyone else at his age did. He hadn't gotten into his growth spurt, but Harry already knew that it would change. The boy's hair had the same black nuance as his own, but instead of being unruly, it lay flat down. His skin was way too pale and reminded him of the vampires he had learned about in Dada. This man has come all the way from America to meet you, Tom. It will be best for you if you greeted him the right way. Slowly, as if he couldn't care less, Riddle closed his book and stood. To Harry's irritation, the boy was only half a head lower than him if he hadn't put on the glamour charm. Though the boy had yet to open his mouth and say something, Harry knew he had been recognized. Harry kneeled down in front of the other boy but didn't look him in the eyes. He didn't know if Riddle had learned occlumency yet, but he wasn't about to take any chances. Riddle was dressed in the same gray uniform as the other orphans were wearing. It was the same kind of clothes he had been wearing the day the first meet, Harry realized. Looking the boy over, Harry spotted several new bruises which had not been there last time he met the boy. Some of them were too big to have been made by a child. Harry felt anger flare up but made sure to mask the feeling and keep control of his magic. Though there was no mark at the boy's face, Harry spotted marks from fingers on his neck. Did Dumbledore know what was going on at this place? Probably. And he still chose to do nothing at all. Even if Harry had not already been set on taking Riddle with him, he would have done so. No one, not even the future Dark Lord, deserved to be treated like that. Hello, my name is Evan James. Our parents were related. It didn't come out the way he had hoped it would, but now it was said. Riddle's interest had been piqued, though the boy did his best to hide it behind an emotionless mask. Prove it. Harry frowned. He hadn't thought Riddle would demand any kind of proof. If that had been the case, he would have found something to bring with him. Maybe some kind of papers to help him. Getting an idea, Harry smiled when he turned towards the matron who hadn't left them alone since they entered Riddle's room. Do you mind leaving us alone for a moment? What I am about to tell Tom is a family secret. I am sure that everything you're going to show the boy you can show to me. He started wondering if anyone would notice it if he used magic on the woman. But no, he had to make a good example for the boy. How should he learn Riddle about right and wrong if he himself couldn't keep the rules? Yes, But this is magic and. The woman was out of the room and had closed the door behind her before he could finish speaking. Harry holds back a smirk. Finally, things seem to start going smoother. If only it would continue being that way. Turning his attention back to the boy in front of him, Harry knew it was not the case. Now Riddle was glaring at him openly. Had Harry not been who he was and hadn't faced Voldemort more than just a few times, he would probably had been scared by the look the boy was giving him. Sorry, Tom, but you have to do better than that if you want to scare me. You are that boy from the backyard. Only the future Lord Voldemort could make it sound like an accusation. Harry nodded. Yeah, so Tom, the name is Evan James. Are our parents really related? Riddle asked. Yes, they were. Though I don't think they were anything as close as cousins. Are you a pureblood? The boy who lived raised an eyebrow. What was this? 20 questions. No. My father was one, but he married a Muggle-born witch. So you are a first-generation pureblood. Huh. He hadn't heard the term used before. Maybe it was something Riddle had just come up with to test him. From what I know, I am what am called a half-blood. Riddle shook his head. No, I am a half-blood since my mother was a witch and my father was a bloody Muggle. But since your father was a wizard and your mother a mudblood. Do not call her that. His fiery tone made Riddle take one step to get a little away from him. Harry sighed and drove a hand through his hair. Sorry, but my parents were killed when I was very young. Both of them are kind of a sore subject. Riddle nodded. Which one of them is the real you? Is it how you are now, or did I meet the real one back there? Harry grinned. He had expected the boy to look through his glamour. It seemed like Riddle wasn't as full of himself as he had feared he would be. It was the real me you saw when we first met. I just figured that they wouldn't let a 17-year-old adopt someone. Being under Riddle's gaze unnerved Harry. There is no way you are 17. You look like a 13-year-old. I am. But the people I grew up with didn't really care about me and often happened to get me food. It resulted in my missing height. Harry had figured it would be best for him to keep as close as possible to the truth. That way he wouldn't mix something up later on. You told the matron that you had a proof that we are related. Yes, I have. Riddle crossed his arms. Then show it to me. That is not possible. How come? He could tell that the boy was started to get annoyed and maybe also a little curious. He could hear mistrust in the boy's voice and sighed. It is not something I can take up from the pocket and show you. It is something I have to tell you. Disbelief was written all over the boy's face. Harry knew this wasn't going to be easy, but he hadn't thought the boy would be this skeptic. The two of us are more alike than you would ever dream of. Harry wished he had thought of bringing a camera with him. The look in Riddle's face was hilarious. You speak. Harry nodded. Yes, I have been able to do it as long as I can remember it. Riddle's behavior turned around 180 degrees. For the first time he saw the boy smile. Harry realized that before his first defeat Voldemort had been a beautiful man. Are the others out there like us? Riddle's joy died when Harry shook his head. I doubt that. Parseltongue is a trait from the great Salazar Slytherin himself. And I know for sure that no one is left from my part of the family. Harry stood. His body was surprisingly stiff after having been in the kneeling position at the floor. Before he had been thrown back in time, such a little thing had not been a problem for him. He usually spent hours kneeling in the garden when he took care of his aunt's flowers. So, what do you say? Do you want to be adopted by Med and come with me? I own a nice cottage near Hogsmeade. I guess it will be acceptable. Harry wanted to bang his head against something hard. Preferably a wall or something like that. It seemed like they had a long way to go, but he was not about to give up. He would change the future. And he would go back to his own time and kick Dumbledore's ass for making him go through this. Is that your home? Harry kept smiling as Riddle glared at him. The boy had been doing it way too much. He needed some kind of a hobby. Something he could do that wouldn't involve glaring at things or people. Something he could do outdoors. That way he would also get a nice tan instead of being a vampire look-alike. Actually, it is our home now. It hadn't taken long for Harry to convince the matron to let Riddle come with him. To be honest, the woman had seemed rather eager to get both of them out of her door. It had nearly been too easy to get her to sign the papers that would give him full custody over Riddle. After it had been done, they had been pushed out of the door before he could say goodbye. It looks like a shed. Instead of answering, Harry bended down and took the boy's bag. Riddle hadn't had many things to pack, other than his things for school, before they took off. They had taken the night bus back to their new home. Harry had been surprised to find that the bus already existed in this time. He had feared he would look like an idiot standing with his wand out and hailing a bus which would never come. Harry swore he would learn how to apparate by the first given chance. Shed or not, this is where we live. At least we are close to your school. And we are also close to Hogsmeade. You can come on visit in the weekends, if that is what you want when school has started. They walked inside where they were greeted by Hubert. You are home. Do you have any idea about how worried I was? You promised you would only be out for a few hours, but you were gone for most of the day. You were lucky that you had me to guard this place. No one entered the house while I was on guard. Who is that? Hubert stopped his river of words and floated over to Riddle, who already seemed to be regretting having opened his mouth. If Harry didn't know better, he would say that the boy seemed to be a little afraid of being this close to the ghost. But that couldn't be true. Not with all those ghosts there were in Hogwarts. Harry barely dared to breathe as he watched the two take each other in with the eyes. He hadn't thought of what would happen when the two of them met. Is this the boy you have been talking about? The two of you really look a lot alike. You could have been brothers. Harry removed the glamour charm and stretched. He could feel Riddle's eyes on him. Tom, this is Hubert Prince, the ghost of this house. Hubert, this is Tom Marvolo Riddle, who I have adopted today. Harry started walking into the kitchen, ready to make himself and Riddle something to eat, until he remembered that there was nothing eatable in the whole house. Let me show you where your new room is, Tom. And then we will go out for dinner tonight. I had planned to do some shopping, but finding you took longer than I had thought it would, so we will have to do it tomorrow. It is not my fault. It is not like asked for you to come looking for me, idiot. Outside the door to Riddle's new room, Harry turned around and looked the other boy into the eyes for the first time since they met. You better remember that you are no longer the only one who can understand this language, Tom. Ignoring the other boy's scowl, Harry opened the door and stepped aside so Riddle could take a look at what would be his new room. The room he had chosen for Riddle was bigger than the one he had had at the orphanage. Thought it was quiet, bare for the time being. Harry planned on changing that when they would go out for shopping. Luckily, he was connected directly with his account for school shopping. How come it was still working, Harry had no idea about. He wouldn't be the one to look the horse in its mouth. Not when he had someone else besides himself to take care of. Right now, the bedroom didn't contain much more than the one in the orphanage. Those were in a better quality than that place's had been. While Harry was standing in the door, Riddle stepped inside and looked around. His whole person screamed of boredom. But Harry knew, well, more like hoped, that Riddle liked it. What do you think? Riddle only shrugged without even looking at him. It is better than the last one, I guess. Harry bit back a growl. He couldn't expect Riddle to change just because he had gotten him out of the orphanage and away from the harm. There were still a lot of things he needed to work on before the future would be safe. Luckily, it seemed like he had more than enough time to do that. I just bought this place. Since it hasn't been used for such a long time, I figure we will go shopping tomorrow. But for dinner tonight, we could go out to eat somewhere. That is, if you happen to know a place which serves some good food. While Riddle seemed to be thinking, Harry took his sweet time to look the boy over. No matter how much he hated to say it, Hubert had been right. They looked enough alike to go by family, though it had to be distant. I guess we could try the Three Broomsticks. Harry smiled fondly by the mention of the place. He, Ron and Hermione had that place a lot of times during Hogsmeade weekends. He could still see how Ron would be looking long after Madame Rosmerta while Hermione would be rolling her eyes. Maybe his two friends would have found together now he was gone. Have you been there before? The question got Harry out of his thoughts. Been where? At the Three Broomsticks. What, are you an idiot? Harry raised an eyebrow. For your information, I can tell that I am not an idiot, or whatever else name you will come up with. And I was thinking of some of my old friends. Where are they? Riddle looked around as if he thought they would pop out from nowhere. With wizards, one could never be too sure. Hopefully a better place than here. None of them said a word as they made their way down to Hogsmeade. Harry was enjoying the sunset. They had a clear view of the town under them. The castle was looming in the background as a dark shadow. Harry felt a pang of sadness. For 5 years Hogwarts had been like a home for him. It had only taken one crazy wizard to change that. What Riddle was thinking he had no idea about. What did future Dark Lords do while they didn't curse or kill people? Guess there was only one way to find out. So, what do you normally do when you are not at school? I read books. Of course. The boy's cold tone nearly made Harry duck his head. Though Riddle was nothing near Voldemort, he still succeeded being a little scary. What about Quidditch? Do you like that? Are you playing it in your school? You are a Slytherin, right? What position do you think is the best to play? Harry spoke happily. Finally, there was a subject he loved and could talk about for hours. When he and Ron first get started, not even Hermione would be able to interrupt them. I don't like Quidditch. It is a waste of time. Harry stared at the boy, gobsmacked. You cannot be serious. There is nothing better in the world than Quidditch. The freedom one feels when flying. It is like no one is able to control me when I am up there. No one will be able to tell me what to do and how to do it. It sounds stupid. Harry rolled his eyes. I guess you will have to try it before you can understand what I am talking about. I am not going to sit on a broom. Harry grinned. Are you scared of falling off a broom? Don't worry, I will grab you if you should fall. The only answer he got was another glare from Riddle. Believe me, that is never going to happen. If you say so. They arrived to Hogsmeade and Harry was shocked to see how few people that actually was there. But since school was closed for the summer, there were no students to visit the town. He let Riddle lead the way as soon as they entered the town. After all, he was supposed to never have been there before. So he couldn't just let his feet take him to the 3 broomsticks as he normally would do. Entering the inn, Harry realized that neither here had much changed. It was still warm, smoky and crowded, but at least the place was clean. Otherwise he would have dragged Riddle out of there. Food or no food. Together they made their way through the crowd until they found a free table near the fireplace but still in the shadows. Harry sank down in the chair with a silent sigh. He already felt tired to the bone. Maybe he should go to a healer. But Harry knew it was not a possibility. There would be too many questions he had no answers to. He probably just needed to sleep it off. As soon as they were seated, Madame Rosmerta, owner of the inn, came over to their table. Harry blinked. He had known that the barmaid had been old, but he would never have thought that she would own the inn by now. But she looked fairly young and had probably just graduated from Hogwarts or some place like that. Good evening. My name is Madame Rosmerta. Is there anything I could get for you? The woman gave them both a warm smile, but when her gaze fell at Riddle, Harry could see she recognized the boy. Tom, what are you doing here? The summer vacation has just started and you're already back. Something I should know about. Madame Rosmerta looked in his direction and Harry nodded in greeting. Hello, my name is Evan James. I bought the cottage outside the town. Tom and I are living together. He gave her his best smile and felt Tom glare at him, though nobody else seemed to noting it. Was it because he had taken the attention away from her by opening his mouth? So it is you who bought that place. It has been for sale in a long time. No one wanted to buy it because of the ghost in there. You mean Hubert? He is very friendly and we have an agreement with him. We will be nice to him and he will let us live there. The barmaid nodded and Harry knew she was storing the information away somewhere in her brain. How long would it take before the whole town knew about him and Tom? Harry decided not to think about it. He would deal with things as they come. Since it is your first time here and you are with Tom, this meal will be on the house. But don't expect me to be this generous other time. After all, this is business. Harry nodded. I think some butterbeer will be good together with pumpkin pasties. I will take the same as him. Madame Rosmerta noted their order down before disappearing into the crowd. Harry looked after her a little longer before he turned his attention back to Riddle. So, tell me about yourself. Why should I? Harry shrugged. I just figured that since we are going to live together, it would be good to know each other. It felt like Riddle's eyes were looking straight into his soul. Harry did his best to appear carefree and calm. He needed the boy to trust him if he wanted to get close enough to be able to change him. Finally, Riddle leaned back in the chair, but he did not let go of Harry with his eyes. My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. I was born the 31 December. I go to Hogwarts and I was sorted into Slytherin. Until now, I have lived my whole life at the orphanage. Nothing else than what the boy had already told him or he already knew. It seemed like Riddle did not trust him. Hell, he doubted very much that the boy even liked him. Luckily, they could be two playing that game. My name is Evan James. I am 17-year-old and has just moved back from America. Both of my parents died when I was young in a car crash, which gave me the scar at my forehead. After that, I was left to be raised by my aunt and uncle by marriage. At least you didn't have to grow up in an orphanage. The boy who lived simply raised an eyebrow. You shouldn't be so sure about which one of us grew up with the happiest childhood, Tom. He knew he had the boy's attention now. How come? This is neither the time nor place for such a story. Besides, I believe our dinner is coming there. He did his best not to grin at the look of Riddle's face. The younger boy looked anything else than pleased. But until now he hadn't seen the boy show any positive feelings. Not since he spoke to him in Parseltongue back at the orphanage. As they ate, Harry once again used the silence to rethink his plan. He needed to make sure that it would all go after the plan. He didn't think he would get another chance if this one should fail. The silence continued all the way through their dinner. Harry could feel the boy's gaze on him, but every time he looked up, Riddle was looking at his own plate or somewhere else. It almost was as if the boy was doing it on purpose. Testing him to see how long it would take for him to break. The pumpkin pasties was just as good as Harry remembered it. The only places he had ever gotten better food was at the Burrow and at Hogwarts. The food at the Dursleys had also been fair good, though he never got to taste it. He only knew because of the beatings which followed after dinner. If the food had been bad, so would the beatings be. In Uncle Vernon's eyes, it had been more than the freak had deserved. Leaving the three broomsticks as soon as they had finished their meal, they returned to the cottage. Harry knew Riddle could feel his eyes on him, though the boy was ignoring him. He was the future Dark Lord. He was bound to know when people were watching him. It was dark when they got inside, and Harry smiled when he saw Riddle yawning. It was weird to think that this boy one day would be one of the strongest wizards in history. If he was lucky, future generations would remember Riddle as someone who worked for the good instead of being the Dark Lord everyone feared and hated. I guess it is time for us to head for bed. Tomorrow we will go shopping, so we will have to get up early. Riddle only nodded. It seemed like he was too tired to argue with him at this point. Grinning, Harry walked close to the other boy and placed a key at his forehead. Sweet dreams. Thankful that minors couldn't use magic outside school, Harry ran up the stairs while he heard Riddle curse behind him. It had been a good opportunity to let go of. Instead of facing the angry boy, Harry ran into his room and closed the door behind him. He had chosen the master bedroom for himself. It wasn't much bigger than Riddle's own room, but from here he could watch Hogwarts. Right now he couldn't see the school in the darkness. But when first the students returned, there would be light in most of the windows. It would, without any doubt, be a beautiful view. Before going to sleep, Harry put several silencing charms up around his bed in the room. Though his connection didn't work with Voldemort in this time, he still had his nightmares. From his time with his relatives, Harry knew how loud he would be when they first began. It wouldn't do to let Riddle get something he could use against him. Lying down at the soft bed, Harry sighed. It was nowhere near as good as the beds in Hogwarts, but far better than the one at the Dursleys' place. At least this one was his own. He owned a whole house where he before only had a few things he could call his own. Harry smiled. Maybe he could learn to like living in this time. Besides, he was no longer alone. Even a future Voldemort was better than nothing. If his plan worked, he would never have to worry about a Dark Lord. Only one scary, young boy named Tom Marvolo Riddle, who was living in the room right next to his own bedroom. Suddenly Harry didn't feel as calm as he had been before. Why don't we just operate like everyone else does? Riddle asked as soon as they stepped out of the night bus. The boy looked a little green, but Harry didn't say anything since he did not feel much better himself. I guess I never really had the time to learn it. Riddle tilted his head to the side. It made him look younger, a far more innocent than he really was. At Hogwarts, students learns how to do it in their 6th year. If Dumbledore had not suddenly decided to act as if he really was as crazy as others believe him to be, Harry would have been able to learn it together with Ron and Hermione. I was homeschooled. Riddle raised an eyebrow. I thought you said your parents were dead and that you grew up with your Muggle relatives instead. Yes, but a witch lived next door to me. She taught me most of what I know. She managed to create a little safe heaven for me where no one could do me anything. Mugglers are revolting. Those I grew up with were. But it does not go for all of them. Like, you cannot say that all from the magical world is good people. Before Riddle could come up with a response, they stepped inside the leaky cauldron and closed the door behind them. Mr. James, it is good to see you back again. Did you buy one of the houses I recommended you? Harry nodded while he walked over to the bar. Without looking back, he knew Riddle was following close after him. It's good to see you too, madam. Call me Daisy Dodderidge. Madam makes me feel so old. Harry nodded. And to answer your question. Yes, I bought the cottage just outside Hogsmeade. That way there won't be long to the school in case something should happen. You mentioned something about a family member. Has he arrived yet? Smiling, Harry stepped aside so Dodderidge could see Tom. This is Tom, my cousin and now also adopted son. Leaning closer to the boy so others would not be able to hear what he was saying, Harry whispered. If you don't stop glaring, I will take you to an optician to see if you need glasses. Though no one else heard the words, Harry knew Riddle had. The boy's behavior changed and Harry was reminded of the Riddle he had seen in his 2nd year. A polite student, who had been able to wrap everyone around his finger. Since the threat seemed to work, Harry decided to remember it for future use. Anyway, we are planning to go to Diagon Alley since none of us have brought much with us. Of course. You may have a nice day. And remember, if you have any kind of problems, feel free to come to me and I will think of something. Harry nodded and walked out behind the leaky cauldron with Riddle hot on his heels. They stood in a small, walled country yard with trash cans around them. Harry was trying to find his wand. He knew it should be somewhere in his robes. It would be so much easier if he could just blast away the wall. But the headache afterwards wouldn't be worth it. Besides, he did not think people would be happy if the entrance was destroyed. You would probably have been in Slytherin if you had been attending Hogwarts. Harry froze with his fingers closed around his wand. What makes you say so? Even with his back turned to the boy, Harry knew Riddle was smirking. The way you handle people around you. You would have done great as a Slytherin. Harry shuddered, remembering the Sorting Hat's words. I guess we will never find out. He tapped the bricks, stepped back and watched until the hole was big enough for them to pass through. Diagon Alley was just as packed as the last time he had been there. Harry grabbed Riddle's sleeve and dragged the boy after him. They had a lot to do before they could call it a day and go home. First they visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Though he also needed new robes, Harry sat back and enjoyed the view of Riddle being manhandled by the tailors. His grin disappeared when one of the tailors forced him up on a stool. Now it was Riddle's turn to smirk at him. When they walked out with their pockets filled with shrunken bags, Harry's purse had got several coins easier. This is the last time I ever place my feet in that shop again. Those people were crazy. His outburst made people step away from them and look weird at the pair. It wouldn't have been so bad if you hadn't ordered a whole new wardrobe for both of us. Harry shrugged. Better get over with it. Now we don't have to return before you have gotten your list from Hogwarts. And then it won't be me who will be forced to go through the torture session again. Ignoring the scowling boy behind him, Harry continued walking. The day was young and they still needed to visit a few more shops before it was enough for the day. The next shop they visited was Flourish and Blots. Harry knew he needed more information about the time he had ended in. It was a wonder he had not done something yet that could give him away. With Riddle around him, a single slip would be enough. As soon as they entered the shop, the two boys parted. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noted Riddle heading to the Defense Against Dark Arts section. He himself went for Charms and Transfiguration. After filling the basket with books as Charms Through Ages and All You Need to Know About Transfiguration, he headed over to Potion. It had never been Harry's favorite subject, but he figured he needed more knowledge if he should go for being a 17-year-old. And, if he ever got back to his own time, he could always shock Professor Snape with his new, old knowledge about potions. After he had gotten his revenge on the old goat for cursing him. On his way over to Riddle, a book caught Harry's attention. It was simply looking and with nothing special about it. How to Ward You Home. Harry knew he had to have it. The cottage they lived in had no protection at all. Both his and Riddle's life would be at risk if Grindelwald should decided to come on visit. Putting the book together with the others he had found, Harry made his way over to where he last had seen Riddle. Maybe the other boy had found some interesting books. Harry found Riddle with his nose in a book about dark arts. He stepped closer to the other boy but had no chance of seeing what the book was about. Knowing Riddle, he knew it wasn't anything light. Finding something interesting. At least Riddle was decent enough to look guilty. If it was because of Harry had found him looking in book or something else he did not know. It is not something I have not already read. The words made Harry raise an eyebrow. He didn't like that someone as young as Riddle read this kind of books. But hadn't the Slytherins in his own time been much the same? He had never really thought about it before. Paying for the books, Harry had to drag the boy out of the shop with the promise that they would come back when the letter from Hogwarts came. But even that didn't seem to make Riddle's mood better. I want an owl. Harry closed his eyes. He thought of Hedwig, who had been his first birthday gift and his first real friend. Who was going to take care of her while he was gone? Hopefully Hagrid would. Though the half-giant had a weird taste for pets, Harry knew he would take better care of Hedwig than anyone else would ever be able to do. Why do you want one? For all he knew, the boy had no one to write to. What could he use an owl for? Because all the others at school also have one and I want one. First of all, you have to ask nicely. And besides, you have to come up with a better explanation why you suddenly desire one. You are an idiot. He turned around and glared at Riddle. What did I say about calling me such names? You may be family, but that does not mean that you can allow yourself to talk like that to me. If you grew up with such an attitude, it is no wonder that no one ever adopted you before now. Harry regretted the words as soon as they had left his mouth. Riddle had a hurt and betrayed look in his eyes, and he even thought he could see tears in the blue orbs. Before he could say something, Riddle turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Harry stared at the spot Riddle had been at just a second before. Shit. Riddle was gone. A 12-year-old was alone in Diagon Alley. A 12-year-old who was not allowed to use magic outside school. Anything could be happening to him while they were away from each other. Cursing, Harry ran after the boy. No matter who Riddle would turn into in the future, right now he was nothing else than a little boy who couldn't even defend himself. Besides, he was upset and probably angry. In such state, people tended to find troubles even if they weren't looking for them. That Harry knew all about. It didn't take long for Harry to confirm that Riddle was nowhere to be found in Diagon Alley. He had been up and down and been checking every shop, but there was no trace of Riddle anywhere. Not even in the Leaky Cauldron had they seen the boy come through. Harry doubted Riddle would run off into the Muggle world. It just not seemed like something the boy would do. Which was the reason Harry found himself standing near the entrance to Knockturn Alley with his wand firmly held in his hand. If Riddle was there, he would go after him. There was no way he would leave the boy on his own. Riddle probably had no idea of what kind of things that was luring in the darkness. With the thought in the back of his mind, Harry entered the alley with long strides. He glared at everyone who dared to try to get near him. Right now, Harry was ready to curse anyone who might try to stop him from finding Riddle. Be it Dumbledore or Grindelwald, Harry would take care of them. His eyes darted around in hope of getting a glimpse of Riddle's new robes or blue eyes. Anything which could get him to the boy, but he saw nothing. Nightfall came and Harry felt his panic grow. Knockturn Alley was not a safe place even for full-grown wizards in daylight. When night came, so did vampires and werewolves and worse beings forth from their hiding places. Running around with no idea of where he was heading, Harry decided to follow his intuition. It was what most of the time got him into troubles in the first place. But just as many times it was also what got him where he needed to be. The only thing which lit up the alley and all the small sidewalks were small torches. At Hogwarts such a light had been cozy. But here he couldn't help but wonder what kind of dangerous things were hiding in the shadows the fire made. A movement in a small sidewalk made Harry stop dead in his tracks. At first he couldn't see much. None of the lights from the alley reached the sidewalk, but slowly his sight returned. What he saw made all color leave Harry's face. Riddle was pinned against a wall with his hands forced over his head. His feet were not touching the ground and he struggled against the grip which were most likely to leave a bruise tomorrow. That is if Riddle lived long enough to see the next sunrise. The one holding Riddle was a beautiful man. Breathtaking. Pale skin. Red eyes. The man pinning Riddle against the wall was a vampire. And Riddle was trying to glare the vampire down. Harry nearly grinned. Trust the future Dark Lord to try to get a vampire to surrender by glaring at it. All Harry's humor disappeared as the vampire opened its mouth and its pale fangs were ready to piece Riddle's skin and draw his blood. He needed to do something. It would be very stupid if you really did that. Without letting go of Riddle, the vampire turned its head in his direction and looked at him. Shivers ran down his spine. Harry felt like a prey being judged by a predator. Maybe this hadn't been such a good idea. His gaze wandered over to Riddle, who was looking at him with big, pleading eyes. The anger the boy had felt towards him before seemed to have gone. Maybe it wasn't a good idea, but it had been the right choice. And what, pray to tell me, should a mortal like you be able to do to me? Harry gulped and tried to calm his beating heart. He had no doubt about the vampire was able to hear its panicked state. As if reading his thoughts, the vampire suddenly let go of Riddle and staggered over to him. I could always start with you. Let the little boy see how life gets drained out of you eyes and life leaves your body. Then I can take him. Who knows? Maybe I won't kill him fully. He would do well as a blood bag. I like when they are young. Their blood tastes so much better than others. Harry's temper flared to life. He had only known Riddle for a few days, but he was not about to let the boys be somebody's snack. Besides, if he died and Riddle escaped, the boy would probably end back up at the orphanage. With a roar of anger, Harry decided to attack the vampire head on. There would be hell to pay before he would allow such a thing to happen. Not after all the things he had been through. He could see amusement in the vampire's face. It probably thought of it all as some game. The way it stood as if it was ready to hug him told him that it wouldn't take him serious. It may have tried before where people attacked it. Something told Harry that those people never had lived long. The vampire moved too fast for him to follow, and Harry soon found himself pinned against the wall with the vampire's hand around his throat. Kicking and slamming his hands against the vampire's chest, Harry snarled. He could see Riddle over the vampire's shoulder. The boy was pressed against the wall and looked at him with wide eyes. If it had been possible, Harry would have told him to run to somewhere safe. As it was right now, he could not protect the boy against the vampire. Smirking, the vampire leaned closer so there only were a few inches between their faces. For me, it seems like it was a bad idea for you to come here. Harry's stomach turned. The vampire's breath smelled rotten and he wanted nothing more than to vomit. The hand around his throat squeezed and Harry found it hard to breathe. He kicked and tried to scream, but not a sound left his lips. Black dots danced for his eyes and he felt tears run down his cheeks. He lifted his empty, shaking hands. When had he let go of his wand? Harry was not sure, but that did not matter. Even if he had had his wand, he would not have been able to use it. He couldn't pronunciation any spell or curse as long as the vampire had its fingers wrapped around his throat. Without letting go of Riddle with his eyes, Harry raised his hands and closed his fingers around the vampire's own throat. He could see new amusement in its eyes. It didn't think he would be able to do anything to it. After all, he was a simple mortal and without a wand. It didn't think he was a threat to it. He would prove it otherwise. Harry banged his head against the wall behind him as pain flowed through his body and seemed to touch every single nerve. It felt like someone was using the Cruciatus curse on him. His scream mixed with the vampire's own voice and Harry smirked. He knew he was not the only one feeling this pain. Very distant, Harry felt the hands let go of him, but he kept his grip. He knew if he let go he would be doomed. The vampire would shake the pain of it as if it was water and then drain him from life. He could let that happen. The vampire fell and so did Harry. The collision with the hard ground knocked air out of his lungs. When he no longer felt the vampire squirm around, Harry finally let go of it, feeling numb. He had just killed another being. It didn't matter that it hadn't really been alive in the first place. He had killed it. Just as he had killed his parents, Cedric and Sirius, back in his own time. But this time it was different. This time he had killed to protect someone. Remembering Riddle, Harry looked around from his spot at the ground and found Riddle standing pressed against the wall. He felt warm inside his chest by the fact that the boy hadn't left him, though he should. In spite of the pain in his body, Harry managed to grin. Remind me of teaching you how to do wandless magic when we come home. One can never know when it will become handy. Riddle only nodded. And then there was only darkness. Fog swirled in front of his eyes as he fought to return to the land of living. His whole body arched, but that Harry could ignore. As he started to wake up, he noted a strange tingling feeling in his lungs. He struggled to open his eyes. Not knowing where he was made him feel uneasy. Evan, can you hear me? Asked a voice sounding like Riddle's. We are back in the cottage. Don't be afraid if you cannot move. You have used quite a bit of your magic and probably would feel tired for some time. He remembered now. There had been something, a vampire. It had tried to beat blood from Riddle. He had fought it and done something. Right now he didn't know what he'd done. He just knew it wasn't something he would do anytime soon. Can you open your eyes? Harry managed to open them a crack before he shut them again. Wherever they were, there was too much light. Good, Evan. He could hear sarcasm drip from Riddle's voice. What about trying again, but see if you can actually open them this time? Grimacing, Harry opened his eyes and forced them to stay open this time. Tears stung his eyes, but he didn't care. The most important thing for him right now was to know if Riddle was all right. All he could see was a lot of blurs. Harry turned his head from side to side without his sight improved. My glasses, please. The blur to his left moved and something was put on his nose. Harry let out a sigh as the world came into focus. He did not need to look much around to see that they truly were back at the cottage. Actually, they were in his bedroom. How they had gotten there he did not know. The last thing Harry remembered was passing out in the sidewalk. Calming down, Harry turned his attention towards Riddle. How are you? The boy seemed paler than he normally did. And did he have dark bags under his eyes? It looked like he hadn't slept in days. At least he could spot no bruises on Riddle's neck. Whoever had taken care of them had made sure that marks from the attack were gone. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? It was you who was nearly killed by acting like some bloody Gryffindor. I could have taken care of it myself. You could at least have used a sunlight spell or something instead of putting yourself in danger. Harry tried to nod, only to find his head too heavy to move. I'm tired, Harry said. Of course you are. Do you have any idea about how much magic you tapped from your core with your little stunt? You were lucky you didn't turn into a squib. Turning Riddle's voice out, Harry stared at the ceiling. He had killed someone. Just LKE, he had killed so many others around him. But this time it had been different. He had killed to protect someone. Did that make it a good or a bad thing? Right now he was too tired to ponder about it. How did we get here? His voice sounded rusty and old. As if he hadn't used it for ages. Riddle leaned back in his chair and crossed one leg over the other. I took you here. After all, you had promised to teach me how to do wandless magic. I would be downright stupid if I let you die before I got a chance to learn anything. Harry frowned. When had he? Oh right. He had promised to teach Riddle right before he fainted. An uneasy feeling filled Harry. Voldemort was an expert at the subject. On the other hand, he wouldn't have to worry so much if he knew Riddle would be able to defend himself. Perhaps things wouldn't go as much out of his hands as they had done this time. You know, it is not very Slytherin of you. Harry slurred. He was tired to his bone and just wanted to go back to sleep. What do you mean? A Slytherin hides his intention and builds high walls around him. I thought it would also go for the heir of Slytherin. H closed his eyes and snuggled into his pillow. Who is the heir? You know, your mother comes from a direct line from the great Sally himself. Who is Sally? Is that not a girl's name? Harry groaned. He was so close to go back to sleep. If just the voice would shut up and leave him alone. He needed the sleep. Salazar Slytherin. Before Riddle could ask any more questions, Harry was already fast asleep. Later. Next time Harry awoke, he was alone in the room with Riddle nowhere in sight. The room he was in was not as light up as it had been when he first had awoken. Harry figured it was early morning or late at the evening. Groaning, he sat up and waited until the room stopped spinning around before he found his glasses. Maybe it hadn't been such a good idea moving this soon. But he couldn't just lie in bed all day. That the Dursleys had made sure to beat out of him from the very beginning. Harry swung his legs over the edge of the bed, ignoring the pain shooting through his body. He closed his eyes and waited patiently until he no longer felt dizzy. Standing, Harry opened his eyes again and took an unsure step forward. When he did not fall, Harry smirked and continued his way over to the bundle of robes he saw on a chair. Putting on clothes took more time than he had thought it ever could. Fully dressed, he put on his glasses and proceeded over to the door with slow movement. Leaving the door open, Harry left his room and slowly walked to find Riddle to see if the other boy was truly okay. The boy seemed to be just as big trouble magnet as Harry himself was. He had to keep an eye at the boy to make sure that he didn't hurt himself. Arriving downstairs, Harry was led to the kitchen by the smell of food being prepared. But when he stepped inside the kitchen, he found no one in the room. But pots and pans were preparing what looked like a late dinner. Harry stood in the doorway frowning. He knew for sure that Riddle couldn't be the one doing this since he was a minor and therefore not allowed to use magic outside school. That meant someone else was in their home. Maybe more than one person. Dodging flying food and knives, Harry slowly made his way towards the living room from where he could hear voices. One belonged to Riddle, which he recognized with a matter of seconds. But the other voice, which had to belong to a man, he didn't know. They talked together calmly together, though he could not hear what they were talking about. Harry changed his grip on his wand so it was no longer visible for the eye but still was ready to be used should it be proved necessary. Leaning against the door frame, Harry watched the two in the living room. Riddle was dressed in dark wizard robes. It was weird to see the boy out of his Hogwarts robes or Muggle clothes. He had to admit that the dark colors did look good at him. Surprised, Harry blinked. He had not just been checking Riddle out. It was just wrong. Hell, he did not even like boys that way. It was hard enough trying to be interested in girls. Trying to think of something else, Harry turned his attention towards the man seated at the other end of the sofa. The first thing Harry noted about the man was that his mustache reminded him of a walrus and was gingery blonde, and his hair was thick and straw-colored. He was very round and didn't look like a threat in Harry's eyes. You know, if it had been someone else than me, you could have been dead by now. Harry found it hard to hold back a tired smirk as both Riddle and the unknown man jumped up from the sofa. Even Riddle seemed surprised to see him there, which made Harry frown. He had to make sure that they paid more attention towards his surrounding no matter how interesting a conversation was. Anyone could come from behind and slit his throat, him noting anything before it was too late. He had to make sure the boy would be able to survive on his own. Oh, you are awake. I thought you would be knocked out for some hours yet. Tom and I were just discussing some of the more interesting aspects of potion brewing. And you are. The man smiled, moved a little away from the sofa, and Harry watched as his stomach moved in tact with his movements. Harry shared an amused glance with Riddle and knew the boy had the same thoughts as himself. How rude of me. I can assure you that I normally have better manners than this. My name is Horace Slughorn. Maybe you have heard of me. I am Tom's potion professor and head of the Slytherin house in Hogwarts. Harry nodded. It is a pleasure to meet you. The name is Evan James. I have adopted Tom. The man nodded. I can tell you we are happy to have Tom as a student at Hogwarts. He is a promising young man, and I dare to say we can expect great things when he once has finished school. I think you won't have to wait so long to see what my charge is able to do. Slughorn was nothing like Professor Snape had been or would be. Instead of having a look which could scare the first years, and even some seventh years, to dead, he looked like a nice uncle. He didn't like the normal Slytherin. But Harry did not miss the calculating glint in the professor's eyes. The man looked to be one of those who always tried to figure out how he best could use those around him to make his own life better than it already was. James. That is not a normal wizard surname. Harry forced himself to keep smiling. I was homeschooled in America. I take it your parents are outstanding people. were. But they rather kept to themselves. His words were forced forth. What happened to them? They were killed by a Dark Lord when I was 1 year old. A yawn cut of further conversation. How thoughtless of me. You must be tired. It is not every day one fight off a vampire and lives to tell about it afterwards. Harry only nodded and sat down on a free chair with his legs under him. All the time he could feel Riddle's gaze at him. The boy had yet to open his mouth and say something. How did we get back here? He looked over at Riddle, waiting for the boy to evaluate. After you passed out, Professor Slughorn showed up and was so nice to help me with getting you back to our home and afterwards provide potions to help you. The Riddle talking now was the one he had seen in the memory from the diary in his 2nd year. Polite but not telling all of what he knew. Thanks, I guess. Professor Slughorn laughed. It was nothing. I am just happy to be able to help a relative of my star student. Of course you will be magically exhausted. I am not a healer or anything, but it will probably take up to a week for you to get back on your feet again. I don't think anything should happen, but if you feel anything unusual, please contact Street Mungos. They are specialized in all magic cases. Harry knew it wasn't a possibility for him. I will remember that. And thank for helping us. I am really thankful for that. Just contact me if need help again. After all, being new in a country can be hard. Professor Slughorn stood from the sofa, which groaned in relief of no longer having to suffer under the extra weight. Well, I will be off. Potions to brew and all that. Remember, no magic until your core is restored. Until then, you need to find someone else to do the work for you. He followed Professor Slughorn to the door. We have just moved in, so I have yet to connect our fireplace with the Flow network. Don't worry. T is just a short walk. I am not that old that I cannot survive the walk back to Hogwarts. Can you tell me if you are related with a Sebastian James, a potion brewer from New Zealand? Or perhaps a dragon tamer named Rosa James? The boy who lived shook his head. I know for sure that Tom and I are the only ones left of our family. He is the only reason I came back here. Very well. I bid you goodbye. Professor Slughorn stepped back and disappeared. Harry blinked several times before he realized that the older wizard had decided to apparate instead of actually walk back to the castle. He really needed to read his new books and get the wards up as soon as it was possible. Harry's eyes widened as he turned around and ran back into the house. The merchandises had been in his pockets when Riddle had run off. Had they gotten it home while he had been unconscious? Or had others taken their new things because they had forgotten it in the sidewalk? Riddle looked up from a book he was reading when Harry came into the room, breathing heavily. If you drop dead because you have exhausted yourself too much, do not expect me to bury you. Harry raised an eyebrow. Ah, Tom. I had no idea that you loved me so much. The boy choked and had a faint blush at his cheeks. I do not. I think you broke my heart. Harry paused and tilted his head to the side as if he suddenly was in deep thoughts. Nope. That was just my stomach telling me it is time for something to eat. He heard Riddle get up scowling and follow him into the kitchen. The book the boy had been reading was one of the books he had bought on their day out. At least it seemed like their things had gotten home safely. The dinner was finished as they stepped into the kitchen. Harry smiled. Though he liked cooking, it had been the only chore at the Dursleys he had actually enjoyed. Magic made things much easier. It seemed like he had to do it the Muggle way for a little while, though. They ate in silence. From time to time Harry could feel Riddle's gaze at him through the whole meal. It felt just like their night at the Three Broomsticks. Only here there was nothing to distract him from the feeling of being watched. Harry looked up from his plate and narrowed his eyes. Is there something you want to talk with me about, or do you always stare at people like that? His eyes locked with Riddle's, and none of the two boys were willing to be the first one who broke off. He had known it would not be easy to raise Riddle. After all, Voldemort had been the one who killed his whole family and doomed him to a life with the Dursleys. Riddle, on the other hand, had spent most of his life at the orphanage. Both of them were damaged. Both of them had been hurt. None of them trusted other people. Both of them needed someone to be there for them. Maybe they would be able to heal each other, or at least lessen the damage others had done on them. Why? Harry blinked. What do you mean with why? Riddle leaned across the table so that their noses were nearly touching. Why did you save me from the vampire? Why did you adopt me? What is it that you want? Harry was stunned. Not by a spell or anything like that, but by Riddle's words. He had known Riddle was smart, but he was also a child. Something he had never even gotten the changes to be. And a child needed explanations. My parents were killed when I was 1 year old. What has it to do with me? Harry waved a finger in front of the boy's face. Be quiet and you will understand. He sat back in his chair and folded his hands in his lap. The food on his plate was long forgotten. Anyway, after that, there was only my mother's sister left to take care of me. That means her husband, and my cousin. Those three were muggles. Normally, I don't have anything against muggles. Hell, one of my best friends is a muggle-born witch. But those people hated all about magic. They believed they found a way to get rid of the magic in me. Harry took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He could feel he had Riddle's fully attention. Good. It was not something he wanted to repeat more than one time just because the boy did not listen to him. They thought they could beat the magic out of me. He smiled sadly. When I was young, I used to watch my so-called family from the shadows. I used to wish that they would accept me, would let me in, and start seeing me as a part of their happy family. That never happened. Harry hugged himself but did not let go of Riddle with his eyes. All I wished was a family. Someone who would not look at me as if I was a freak. And then I found out about you. I left the Muggles as soon as I was of age and traveled to London to find you. He was silent as he watched Riddle get up from the chair. Without sparring him a single glance, the boy walked past him and up the stairs. Harry flinched when he heard the door to what he assumed was the boy's room slam. After sitting for a while, Harry got up and cleaned the dirty dishes. He felt tired and knew it was not only because of the amount of magic he had used. It seemed like not even a monster was able to accept him. Maybe the Dursleys had been right and he really was a freak. He would have been better of being killed the night his parents had died. That way Cedric and Sirius would still have been alive. In his room, Harry put on several silencing charms before crawling under his bedcovers. Something told him that he was not going to have any pleasant dreams tonight. Never had he thought he ever feel thankful to the Dursleys. Especially not because of those chores they had forced on him before he even was old enough to do them. Ever since Hagrid first had taken him away from the Dursleys, magic had been a fast part of his life. Even when he had been locked into Dudley's second bedroom had he had his magic, though he had not been able to use it in fear of being banned from Hogwarts. Since the vampire attack where he had drained himself for most of his magic, Harry had a feeling of missing something very important. Like as if a piece of his soul was gone. The only thing stopping him from going mad was Professor Slughorn's words and the fact that his magic was coming back. It happened slowly but surely. Instead of sitting with his hands in his lap, Harry decided to do some reparation on their home. The cottage had been empty for a lot of years and therefore there was a lot of work for him to do. After cleaning every inch of the cottage, though he had made sure to avoid Riddle's room, he had gotten Hubert to go through the wall to find out what state they were in. From the rapport the ghost had given him, Harry had deemed that the place was good for them to live in. When he was not working on something, Harry sat somewhere in the cottage reading some of the books he had bought from Diagon Alley. Because of his time with the Dursleys, Harry found it hard to relax in a chair, and more times than not he found himself lying at the floor, trying to catch up as much as possible about the time he was in. He had even decided to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. Though most of it was rubbish, Harry felt better being up to date with what was happening in the wizarding world. Right now Harry was on the back side of the house dressed in some of his cousin's old hand-me-down clothes. Though he hated it and the clothes were at least 4 times too big for him, Harry would rather wear those rags for the dirty rags rather than some of his new robes. The robes he and Riddle had bought had been the first real clothes, besides school robes, Harry had ever bought for his own money. It felt good. He was kneeling in the garden behind the cottage. His head was bowed and his hands were dark from dirt and a little blood. Those who had owned the cottage before him seemed to have loved roses. The garden was filled with roses of all kinds and colors. But the years where the house had been abandoned had not been gentle to the garden. With no one to keep a firm hand with the plants had been free to grow all over the place. That left him with more than enough work to do. Harry did not have anything against the work. The weather was nice and he was glad to have a reason to get outside. Inside the house, the atmosphere was too tense for him to be able to relax. All the time, no matter what he was doing or where he was, Harry could feel someone's gaze at him. With only a few living together with him, Harry didn't have a hard time to find out who it was. Mainly because Hubert didn't unnerve him like this when the ghost was looking at him. Though the cottage was not anything big, he didn't see much to Riddle. The boy had been avoiding him ever since he had told him about his reasons for adopting him. At first Harry had let him be. After all, he understood that Riddle needed time to understand what he had said. The boy had been alone for most of his life. Harry still remembered how confused he himself had been to learn that Sirius wanted to live with him. The thought of Sirius made Harry pause in his work. He had avoided thinking of his godfather ever since he had arrived to this time. Not only because it made him sad but also because there had been so much else for him to do. The only time he couldn't get around his godfather's death was when he was asleep. Harry swiped sweat away from his forehead. He had been up and about since before sunrise. His life with the Dursleys had made sure he could not sleep in. Even now, where there wasn't anyone to yell at him, he found it impossible to stay in bed when he first had awoken. Stupid human. Move your stupid hand before I bite you. I might not be poisonous, but it will still hurt. Harry lay down flat on the ground and tried to spot the snake between the plants. Sorry, little one. I didn't mean to disturb you. You speak. A little garden snake made its way from the plants to where he could see it. I have never seen a speaker before. It is an honor to meet you. Hello. My name is Harry. I live in the cottage up there. The snake turned its head in the direction he pointed. Are there others like you, Speaker Harry? Another boy. His name is Tom. Is that your mate? No, I don't have a mate, nor do I want. Though the snake didn't laugh, he could feel its amusement. A snake needs a mate. Even one with legs and no scales. Harry shook his head. If I ever shall have a mate, it will be a girl. Not another boy. If you say so, Speaker Harry. I will go hunting. I know where to find tasty mice. Good hunt with your mate Tom. Before Harry could come up with an angry retort, the snake was gone. Harry blinked and stared at where the snake had been. Sometimes things were best to be forgotten. Something told him this was one of those times. His mind wandered back to the book about warding, which lay at his nightstand just waiting for his magic to return so he could try some of the things from the texts. Later. Finally, the week had gone. Harry knew it was time when he awoke this morning, earlier than he normally would do. Without a sound, he had stood and dressed before he had left the room with his wand in his hand. Smirking, Harry tiptoed down the corridor. In the short time he and Riddle had been living together, Harry had learned that the boy liked to sleep as possible. It did not mean he was a heavy sleeper, quite on the contrary. He stopped outside Riddle's door and listened for a short while to the other boy's soft snores. It seemed like he was right about the boy being asleep, but Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody's voice yelling about constant vigilance did not allow him to relax. With the wand ready in his hand, Harry opened the door and continued his way into the boy's room. He had not been in Riddle's bedroom since the day the boy had moved in. Only a few things had changed, but at least it now looked like someone was living in there. School books from first and second year were placed at shelves. The boys' assignments were placed at the desk, and the clothes where they had bought was nowhere in sight. Harry turned his attention towards the bed where he could see a sleeping figure. Harry tiptoed over to the bed where he paused again, nearly not even daring to breathe. Riddle looked so innocent in his sleep. Like the child Harry knew the boy was. It was hard to see him as a future Dark Lord who would kill people as he looked right now. He was just a 12-year-old boy who was having a good dream. Hopefully not about killing and torturing helpless muggles. Not making a sound, he let his wand rest a little over the boy's face and mumbled. Aguamenti. A jet of clear, pure water came from the tip of Harry's wand and hit the boy right in the face. Amused, he watched as Riddle screamed, though the boy later would deny doing anything like that, and roll out of the bed to get away from the water. Unfortunately, on his way to get away from the water, Riddle hit Harry and both boys landed at the floor, chest to chest, with Harry as the bottom. Blue and green eyes locked and Harry felt a blush color his cheeks. Riddle's hair clung to his face and small drops of water hit Harry's face and glasses. The sight of the now awake boy made Harry grin. Rise and shine. It is a wonderful day. Riddle glanced out of the window before turning his attention back to Harry, who was grinning under him. What are you doing in here? The sun has not even risen, yet. Harry felt like this had not been such a good idea as he first had thought it would be. Riddle looked anything else than pleased being wakened on this ungodly hour. Damn him for not thinking things thought and just acting like the typical Gryffindor. The something hit him. You talk to me. Before Riddle had time to react or move out of the way, Harry had caught the other boy in a tight embrace. Riddle struggled to get free, but Harry did not let go of him. I thought you would never talk to me again. If I had known this was all I had to do, I would have done it long ago. From now on I will wake you every day. Hearing Riddle's scowl did not destroy Harry's good mood. Let go of me, Evan. The words sounded like they were forced forth, but Harry didn't care. Instead, he just clung harder to Riddle. Until now, Harry hadn't had any idea of how lonely he truly was. True, he had had Hubert to talk with, but it was not the same as talking with another living person. He was silenced when he felt something poke against his ribs. Frowning, Harry looked down to see Riddle's wand in the boy's hand. It is a good idea to have your wand near you when you are asleep, even if you sleep heavy enough to sleep through an ambush. A little advice though. Do not sleep with your wand under your pillow. A lot of wizards have lost an ear or more by doing so. Riddle just blinked. Are you all right? The boy actually sounded worried for him. Had the end of the world finally come? A new idea hit him and Harry grinned. Riddle, who saw his grin, did not have enough time to react before Harry made a move with his hand and the boy flew off of him. Knowing that there had not been enough power in the spell and already feeling a new headache on its way, Harry decided that it was time for him to retreat. Laughing, Harry ran out of the room and downstairs to begin on the breakfast. Perhaps a good meal would make the other boys' mood a little better. On his way down, nearly ran into, through Hubert. Just you wait, Evan. A yell sounded from somewhere behind him. Sorry, Hubert. It seems like His Majesty does not like early mornings. The ghost only shook his head and casted a worried glance in the direction of Riddle's room. Living people are really weird. If you continue like this, we will soon end up with 2 ghosts haunting this place. Later, Harry walked along the border to the small ground he owned. Every once in a while he stopped and waved his wand while mumbling long sentences in Latin. He had been doing this since after breakfast was over, and he was sure that Riddle would not kill him for the stunt he had pulled this morning. It felt wonderful to be able to use his magic again. Harry had not known how much he used his magic until it had been gone. The thought of trying that again was enough to stop him from pulling such a stunt again. Unless, of course, someone was being a danger to Riddle. So far, Harry had warded their home against several things. Muggles, vampires, gnomes, anti-apparition. He had even made sure that lighting would not be able to struck the cottage. Also that no one would be able to spy on him or Tom as long as they were on the ground. Was he paranoid? Perhaps a little. Harry stretched and yawned. While it felt wonderful to be able to do magic again, he found all the work was tiring. Glancing up at the sky, he could not see a single cloud. It was the perfect weather for a Quidditch match. Unfortunately, there was no Quidditch pitch with the cottage. Nor did he have the needed people for a team or the accessories. But that did not mean that he would not be able to fly. Grinning, Harry made his way up to the cottage and into his room where his trunk was hidden. With a wave with his wand, the locks were removed. As long as Riddle or anyone else was in the cottage, he had to be careful. A single glance at the trunk's inventory could tell anyone that something was wrong. Especially when most of the things did not even exist. Harry eyed his broom skeptically. His firebolt would never pass for something from this age. Not only was it too fast and it would react too well to his demands, but it did not look like the brooms they were using here. Sighing, he cast an illusion charm so the broom looked like one of those he had seen in a window in Diagon Alley. It was not as good as he had hoped, but this kind of charms had never been his strongest subject. Humming, Harry made his way out of the cottage again. Riddle was hiding somewhere, he probably still mad about the way he had been woken this morning. But right now Harry did not care. If the boy wanted to sulk, Harry would let him. As soon as he was out of the door, Harry jumped on his broom and sat of. The broom reacted just as well as it always did, even with the charms placed on it to make it look different. Soon Harry forgot all about his worries, nightmares, and about Sirius and Cedric's deaths. It all seemed so unimportant when he was up in the air. As he had tried to explain to Riddle on the broom, and up here he felt free. Here there was no one to order him around or tell him what to do. Up here he was in control. Harry started getting bored just flying around in circles. Instead of getting down, he started trying out some of the moves he had never had time to try. Some of them he had not been allowed to do, but here there was no one to tell him what to do. He made loops and dives like never before, flickering forth and back as if he was avoiding imaginary opponents. It did not matter that there not really was anyone. After all the people he knew would be born in the future. And those who was already born did not know or care the slightest bit about him. He could die and nobody would care. Harry blinked. It was not true. Riddle was there, and no matter how much the boy might hate him in the future, and maybe even now, they were all what each other had. Pulling up after doing a successful feint, Harry caught a glance of something colorful making its way from Hogsmeade and towards their home. Hanging still in the air, Harry tilted his head to the side and waited for the person was close enough for him to see who it was. As soon as the person was close enough for him to see the colorful robe, Harry's eyes widened. He only knew one wizard who was dressed like that. Bloody hell. Harry sat as frozen on his broom as he watched the man slowly coming nearer. Even with the distance between them, Harry did not have a hard guessing who their visitor was. He only knew one wizard who would mix pink and orange and actually believe that it would look good. Albus Dumbledore. The man he had trusted more than anything else. The man who had tried to kill him and instead send him back in time. He sneered. If there was someone he did not want to see again, it had to be Hogwarts headmaster, though he doubted that Dumbledore had gotten the position just yet. Harry's feet hit the hard ground and he stumbled as he continued running forwards with the broom in his hand. He had to get the broom out of sight. Even with the charm placed on it, Harry had no doubt that Dumbledore would be able to look through the illusion. If that happened, he would need one hell of explanation to do. Long strides got him up to the door and upstairs. "We have a visitor, Tom." He did not get any answer but knew that the boy had heard him. Unless someone had placed silencing spells, most sounds could be heard through the whole house. And the only room with that kind of charms in the house was his bedroom. "Evan, what is happening?" Harry stopped with one foot already inside his room. "It seems like someone has decided to pay us a visit." "Who do you think it is?" "Oh, I cannot wait to see who it is. Other than that man who brought you and Tom home, there has been no visitors since I died and my family moved out of the house. It has been so lonely." Harry nodded. "Do you mind keeping a little away from him?" The hurt look in the ghost's face, Harry hurried, continuing. "As long as we do not know who it is and what the person wants, it is best to be on the safe side. If something happens, I want you to warn Tom so he can get away." His choice of words seemed to be the right. Hubert beamed, looked proud of the important task he had gotten. "You can count on me. I will make sure that nothing happens to Tom. And if it is necessary, I will personally throw him out of here." Harry nodded as he placed his broom back in the trunk and left his room again and locked the door. "I trust you to keep in the background and do not let him see you." Hubert saluted and disappeared out of sight. Where the ghost decided to hide, Harry had no idea about, but as long as he did as he was told, Harry was not the one to complain. On his way down towards the front door where he could hear someone knock, Harry wondered if all this really was necessary. After all, Dumbledore in this time did know nothing about him. To him he would be a totally stranger. Harry grimaced. Dumbledore in his time had been the closest thing to a grandfather he had ever had. And the man had still decided that he was such a danger that he would have to disappear from the face of Earth. In front of the door, Harry stopped and tried to calm his beating heart. He could do this. Damn, he had to do this. He had faced Voldemort several times, a dragon and a three-headed dog named Fluffy. Seeing Dumbledore, who did not even know anything about him and probably was not planning to kill him now, would be nothing. With that thought in the back of his head, Harry took another deep breath to calm his nerves and opened the door. He did not even try to smile or look welcoming when he saw the wizard standing ready to knock again. Silently Harry took in the sight in front of him. In his time he had seen Dumbledore dressed in different outfits. But this was the worst. The older wizard seemed to think that orange and pink would mix well together. Harry just wanted to dig his eyes out and hope he was not too traumatized. After seeing what the wizard was wearing, he doubted he would ever be able to sleep without a nightmare again. Not that he not already had problems with getting the needed sleep. Nightmares about Sirius, Cedric, his parents and Voldemort tormented him nearly every night. Maybe he should try to talk with a psychiatrist. Did wizards even have such a thing, or was it only a muggle thing? He would have to find it out later. Good day, my dear boy. Mr. James. Dumbledore let the offered hand fall and quickly hid his confused mind behind his twinkling eyes. I am not sure I understand what you mean. I am not your dear boy or any other name you might come up with. My name is Evan James. But since I do not know you, you will have to call me Mr. James. And no, I do not want any of your lemo drops. Dumbledore put the bag, which with no doubt had lemo drops in it, back in a pocket, but not before he took one of them himself. Without saying more, Harry stepped inside and closed the door after him after making sure that the old wizard was safe inside. He led him through the entrée and kitchen until they reached the living room. On their way he did see nothing of either Riddle or Hubert. It seemed like the ghost took his order seriously. Where Riddle was he had no idea about, but the boy probably knew that they had a guest. Harry doubted that much got past the young wizard without him noting it. He was, after all, a Slytherin and the future Lord Voldemort. None of those gave the impression of an inattentive person. Not like a Gryffindor would act. Which was exactly what he was doing right now. Sitting down at the sofa, Harry watched as Dumbledore took a seat in front of him. The only thing between them was a low table. It could not be used as a shield if something should happen. Instead, he made sure that his wand was hid up in his sleeve where he could reach it in a matter of seconds. He did not hate Dumbledore for what the man had done to him. No, he loathed the old goat who, with only 2 words, had taken everything away from him. For that he wanted revenge. But he had to wait until he was sure he could take the old goat. Until then he did have to wait. It was Dumbledore who first broke the silence. I am Professor Dumbledore. I am the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Harry's only reaction was raising an eyebrow. Dumbledore looked much like he would in the future. Only that his breed and hair was auburn instead of silver. Unfortunately, he still had that damn twinkle in his eyes which reminded Harry of the man who had been like a grandfather for him for 5 years. But also the man who had tried to kill him for an unknown reason. I have just been informed that you have adopted one of our students from a Muggle orphanage. Harry folded his hands in his lap. And who might that student be? He had no wish about making things easy for Dumbledore. I am talking about Tom Marvolo Riddle. The child will have to be returned to where he belongs. Harry stood with his hand over his wand's handle. Let me make one thing clear. Tom is family. He is the only family I have left, and I am not about to send him back to that orphanage. That place is not a place for a child to grow up. Especially not a young wizard. His voice trembled a little. Harry's eyes did not leave the old man, though he did not look him in the eyes. Harry had not forgotten the fact that Dumbledore was a master of legilimency. He could not allow the man to get a look at his memories. Snape's beeps of his mind had been more than enough for him. Mr. James the First, am not sure that you understand. Mr. Riddle might look and act like a charming young man, but he is a snake. The young wizard sat down but did not stop glaring. Funny thing. 'Cause from what I know, Tom is a Slytherin and their mascot is a snake. Though the other wizard did not show it, he knew Dumbledore was starting to get annoyed. Let me explain it to you. Do you not want to join us, Tom? I believe it is your right, since your professor seems to be here to talk about you. Harry did not have to turn around to know that Riddle was doing as he had been told. He could hear movements in the kitchen, and a little later Riddle dumped down next to him in the sofa. Thankfully Dumbledore did not offer Riddle any lemo drop. Professor Dumbledore, it is good to see you here. And it is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Riddle. The news about your adopting came as a surprise. Most of the staff thought you did not have any family left. Harry cleared his throat. I believe I can explain that one. You see, my parents moved to the States. When they died, I found that I still had a living relative, so I moved back to meet him. Since Tom did not live with a family, I simply decided to adopt him. It all sounded so easy when he said it like that. Harry wished it was the truth. At least he had gotten Riddle away from that place. He knew all too well what would have happened if Tom had been allowed to grow up in such a place. Feeling Dumbledore's gaze at him, Harry placed a protective arm around the boy's shoulder while he kept a frown away from his features. Since when did Riddle become Tom? He would have to think about it later when he did not have one crazy wizard in front of him to worry about. I feel with you, but that is just another reason for Mr. Riddle to return to the orphanage. You are very young and has just reached adulthood. You know absolutely nothing about raising a child and all those things which follow with such a duty. And what about when you someday meet a nice girl? A child, especially a teenager, will be a hindrance for your life. Harry had taken several deep breaths to try and calm down. For every word the man in front of him spoke, Harry could feel how his hate towards his old headmaster grew. He had to bite his inner cheeks until he could taste blood to not take a bite of the man. Are you the headmaster of Hogwarts or head of Slytherin? The question seemed to confuse the old goat a little, but Harry did not let himself get distracted. No, I am pretty sure I'm Mr. Riddle's trans. Has Tom in any way contacted you and complained about the way I treat him? No. Dumbledore finally seemed to figure out where this was heading. Did Professor Slughorn say anything when he returned to the school that could give you a reason to think that I am unfit to take care of Tom? No. He could feel Tom's stiff form right next to him. Did the boy really believe that he was willing to let him get sent back to that place? Let me make one thing clear for you, Professor Dumbledore. Though his voice was low, every word could be heard easily in the silent room. Unless Tom says so himself and gives me a good reason, he is not going anywhere. You have to understand that is for the greater good. The boy is a Slytherin. You risk living with a dark wizard if you do not listen to me. A few long strides brought him face to face with Dumbledore. Listen, you old goat, because I am only going to say this one time. Tom is going nowhere. Even if we were not related by blood, I would never dream of letting him go back to those disgusting muggles. Harry poked a finger into the man's chest. I do not care what you have to say about him. Tom is mine and I am not letting go of him anytime soon. You are an idiot who is too full of himself. You believe that everything can be seen in black and white. But a guy the first knew once said, there is no good and no evil. There is only power and those who are too weak to take it. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Harry stepped back but continued glaring at the old man. I will ask you to leave my home and never come back again. And if I hear something Oz happened to Tom, you are going to regret it. Are you trying to threaten me? Of course not. That would be plain stupid. I am only giving you a warning. As he had done with Professor Slughorn, Harry followed Professor Dumbledore to the door. But this time there was no happy feeling between them. Harry opened the door and let the Transfiguration Professor step out. If you want to apparate, you will have to leave the ground because of the wards. Harry glared at the wizard one last time. Remember, I will know if something happens. Even if Tom does not tell me it himself, I will still get to know. With that, he slammed the door shut. Harry sighed and rested his forehead against the cold surface of the door. Though he had not used magic while Dumbledore was visiting, his headache had returned. I swear I am going to kill someone one day. Thanks. The quiet voice startled Harry and he turned around to see Riddle standing in the doorway. You know it is not nice to eavesdrop. It is only eavesdropping if one is trying to hide it. Too tired to argue with the boy, Harry nodded. Of course, but you do not have to worry. He is gone, he won't be able to lay a hand on you. That, I will make sure of. No one has ever defended me like that. Harry nodded again. Tom did not say much, but he told him more with those few words than other would do with a long speech. The fact that the boy decided to share this kind of information with him warmed his heart in a way he had not tried before. He looked at Tom for a long time. In the future, he knew he had turned into the Dark Lord because of people like Dumbledore. Now that he was here, he would make sure that both the world and Tom got a better future. If that included fighting crazy wizards who lived to destroy other people's lives, he had only one thing to say. That is what family does. 10 minutes left until midnight. Though he no longer lived with the Dursleys, it was hard to break a tradition. 9 minutes left until midnight. Ever since Hagrid had told him about Hogwarts, magic and his parents Harry had stayed awake at the night before his birthday. 8 minutes left until midnight. Normally he would be able to see owls in the horizon by now. 7 minutes left until midnight. This year he would get no owls and no birthday gifts. None of his friends had been born just yet and no one in this time knew when his birthday was. 6 minutes left until midnight. Should he wake Tom? That way he would not have to be alone. But the boy would probably not be in a good mood should he decide to do so. Since Dumbledore's visit they had been training wandless magic. Though Tom seemed to be a natural with this kind of magic and actually managed to move small objects half of the times he tried, it was still tiring work. Harry knew all about how frustrating it was. It was like being back in first year and has to learn it all over. And he had had to do it on his own without anyone to guide him through the steps. 5 minutes left until midnight. He stopped his pacing across the floor and yawned. To teach Tom he had showed the boy wandless magic more than just a few times since they started the training. It meant he had a constant headache. 4 minutes left until midnight. But the look in Tom's face made it worth the pain. Though he sometimes saw a flicker of something he did not know what was, the anxious look in his face told him all he needed to know. 3 minutes left until midnight. He sat down at the edge of the bed and hid his face in his hands. Was there actually someone back in his own time which was missing him? Sirius was gone and Harry had no doubt that Remus blamed him for the death of the wolf's friend. 2 minutes left until midnight. The Weasleys and Hermione would probably believe Dumbledore if the old goat proclaimed him evil. It hurt to think about it, but he had to face truth. If he ever returned to his own time, consequences would be waiting for him. 1 minute left until midnight. Harry frowned. Did he even want to return to his own time? There he would be, the boy who lived. Gryffindor's golden boy. James and Lily's son. The freak. The outcast. The wizarding world's hero and scapegoat. The killer. Here he was, Evan James. A no one. The only one who had any expectation to was Tom. The boy who was the only family he had. There was other Potters in this time. Where else could his father have come from? But it was not like he could do anything to contact them. Not only did he not have any excuse, it was not like he could show up at their doorstep and say, "Hello, my name is Harry Potter. You do not know me, but that is okay. You see, I am from the future." That would without doubt go well. Also, from what he knew, the Potters had always been a light family. With Dumbledore as an icon for the light, there was not likely he would be able to interact with his family anytime soon. Midnight. Harry lay back in the bed and closed his eyes. Now he was 16 years old. One more year and he would really be a grown-up. But in this world he was now 18-year-old. The next morning, Tom got out of the bed when he heard Evan was up and about. Even though he was still tired from their lesson the day before, he knew getting up on his own was a far better choice than letting the man wake him. He had discovered that Evan was rather fond of thinking of ways to wake him. No morning was the same, which made it hard for him to be prepared. It did not mean he did not try. After all, it should not sound that anyone could outsmart him. From the kitchen he could hear singing, which made him frown. It was not often he heard Evan this happy. The man, though he was not much taller than Tom himself, seemed so much older than people at his age. Even with his, sometimes, childlike actions. It was the eyes. The Avada Kedavra green eyes. He had never seen eyes like those, and he found himself captive by them and all those memories and feelings which seemed to share through them as lights in an open windows. 1 month. That was the time he had spent away from the orphanage. Normally he would be forced to stay at that hellhole for the whole vacation, but that had Evan changed. While dressing, Tom thought about what he knew about his guardian in yet another attempt to understand the man. The first time Evan had saved him from a group of bullies from the disgusting Muggle orphanage where he had grown up, the older wizard had shown him an impressive amount of raw magic. Even more at the time where he had defeated and killed the vampire in Knockturn Alley. Though Evan obviously had power, he did not act like he knew it. He seemed to be happy just being an average wizard, which bothered Tom more than anything else. Either Evan was an idiot and did not have any idea about how powerful his magic was, or else he was hiding his power. Tom did not know which of the options that bothered him most. What worried was that Evan sometimes seemed to be in pain. He did not show it but hid his pain behind a mask of happiness. As if he did not want Tom to know how he really was feeling. As he had pointed out before, Evan would have done well in Slytherin. T was the house which members he could just tolerate. Evan used mask like himself, and unlike other people he did not fall for Professor Dumbledore's charm and did not trust the professor. When he was not studying or planning how to court more people to his case when he was back at Hogwarts, Tom found himself watching Evan more and more. The wizard was a puzzle. Though Evan seemed happy and carefree, Tom had more than once caught the other one staring out in the air. It was at times like that Tom wished he was able to use Legilimes. Or that Evan would tell him what he was thinking about. Tom found it irritating not knowing what all about him. After all, knowledge was equal power. Tom told himself that he was only using the other wizard. If Evan would join his case, Tom would be glad to bid the wizard welcome. If not, as long as Evan did not work against him, Tom guessed he could let the man live. After all, Evan had defended him more than others had ever done and was also teaching him how to use wandless magic. The man was nearly his equal. Walking downstairs, the humming got louder, which made Tom frown. What was the reason that Evan was so happy, even happier than he normally was? It should not be human possible for someone to be so clear in the head this early in the morning. Tom had already considered if Evan was on drugs, but until now he had not been able to find any evidences. Perhaps some people were just born like that. Good morning. It is a wonderful morning, do you not agree? Tom stood next to the table and watched as Evan moved around preparing breakfast for both of them. The man moved like he was used to be working in a kitchen. When he did not answer, Evan turned around and looked at him with a grin. Tom had already learned that the grin normally meant that Evan was planning something. Something which included him and something he would probably not like. Before Tom could do anything, Evan had moved away from the cooker and was embracing him. Though the man was fragile build and his arms were skinny, Evan did not let him break of. Tom stood tense and waited for something to happen. It felt weird with another body pressed this close against his own. In all those years he had never let anyone this close to him. At the orphanage he had been the freak no one would touch if it could be avoided, and at Hogwarts he never let anyone get close enough to get intimate with him. You know, I am not going to let go of you until you relax. And at this rate breakfast will be cold before we get something to eat. He could feel Evan's breathe in his ear and Tom found himself relaxing, if only a little. It seemed to be enough for the slightly taller wizard, who, after a little while, let go of him and stepped back to the cooker. Sit down and breakfast will be served in a minute. Though Tom normally did not take orders from anyone, he found himself sitting at a chair while Evan placed different dishes at the table in front of him. It was not like he let Evan order him around. The other wizard just happened to be suggesting what he had just been about to do anyway. As they sat at each side of the table, Tom watched his guardian through his dark fringe. He had noted that Evan never ate much. As if he was not used to get meal this big or regular. It could explain why the wizard was so much smaller than others at his own age. From what Evan had told him, he had been raised by muggles. Tom was ready to bet everything he owned that it was those relatives' fault that the older wizard suffered from nightmares nearly every night. In the week where Evan had waited for his magically cord to recover, Tom had awoke more than once each night to the sound of terror-filled screams. Whatever had been able to scare Evan like that had to be bad. Maybe Evan had been tortured while he was in the States. If that was the case, Tom would make sure that the person who had done it would suffer a slow and painful death. No one hurt what was his and got away without paying. Evan might not know it yet, but he was his. And he took care of what was his. Tom's train of thoughts were interrupted when an owl flew in through an open window. He did not have to look more than once to know that the letter it was carrying was from Hogwarts. Feeding a piece of bacon to the bird, Evan said, "It seems like we are going to Diagon Alley today." Later, Harry felt his body tense as they entered Diagon Alley. The place seemed to be packed with wizards and witches with their children on a row. His eyes darted from one spot of the alley to another. Remembering what had happened the last time they had been there, his body was ready to either fight or flee. This time he hoped that nothing out of normal would happen. Are you going to stand there all day and look like an idiot, or can we go on? Blinking, he kept close to Tom as the boy started walking. Though the boy acted like he always did, Harry knew he too recalled the episode from the last time they had been there. As they walked, the mass seemed to part for them. It happened without they seemed to notice it. Harry had no doubt about it being Tom's doing, but did not say anything about it. As long as Tom did not hurt anyone, Harry could not see why he should stop him. And it was nice to be able to walk without having to be worried about being pushed first in one direction and then another. He let the boy lead the way. After all, it was because of Tom that they were there. He wanted today to be peaceful without worries about crazy, future headmasters and dark lords. Today he would just be Evan James. That should be easy enough. After visiting Madame Malkin's, they took Flourish and Blots as the next one. As they walked inside the shop, Harry froze in the middle of a step by the sight of the person in front of them. The boy looked to be around Tom's age, maybe a year older or so, but was an exact copy of the one and only Draco Malfoy. With his slick, blonde hair and gray eyes, the boy could only be a Malfoy. My lord, it is good to see you. I did not think I would get the honor of seeing you here. To his surprise, the Malfoy bowed. It happened so fast that Harry was not even sure if it really had happened. That is not something you should talk about where everyone could hear you, Abraxas. The message was clear. Tom did not want him to know about what Malfoy was talking about. Harry's only reaction was to let his eyes grow slightly wider. Tom, why do you not introduce me to your friend? He had felt this Abraxas eyes on him ever since he and Tom entered the shop together. Now the blonde was staring directly at him. Evan, this is Abraxas Malfoy, a pureblood from Slytherin and in the same year as me. Abraxas, this is Evan James, my new guardian. Now he could clearly feel the Malfoy look him over. You do not look old enough to be anyone's guardian. Abraxas even talked in the same way as Malfoy from his time did. Actually, I am 18, so I guess I am more than old enough to take care of another person. As soon as he had told how old he was, Harry felt Tom's eyes on him. After a few seconds, Harry realized he had never told Tom about it being his birthday today. You do not look that old. The words made Harry grimace. Let us just say that not all Muggles treat our kind well. Are you a mudblood? Harry glared at Abraxas. Draco was definitely one of his descendants. No doubt about that. The correct term is Muggleborn, not mudblood. And if you really want to know it, then I am a pureblood. Only a first generation from what Tom had told him. But in his eyes, a pureblood was a pureblood. Abraxas nodded once and looked back at Tom. Do you mind if I join you to look for the books, since we both have the same classes? Harry gave Tom a light push in his back. Go and have some fun. I will visit some other shops in the meanwhile. Just wait for me here when you are finished and do not go wandering off. At the last sentences, he looked directly at Tom, making sure that the boy got the message. Harry did not want to save the boy from another vampire or whatever dark creature Tom might want to test his power on. When Tom nodded, Harry followed a sudden thought and placed a light key at the boy's forehead. Chuckling, Harry hurried out of the door, hearing Tom's low curses behind him. Luckily, at least for him, the boy was not allowed to use magic outside school, and his control with wandless magic was not good enough for him to use it in the public. Walking down the alley, Harry thought about what he had learned in the short meeting with Abraxas. It seemed like Tom had already started to turn into Voldemort. The question now was if he was too far gone to be changed. Harry cursed lowly. Even if Tom already was on his way into the dark, it did not mean that he would not be able to change the boy. He just had to try harder than before. Show him all the good things in the world. Perhaps show him that not all Muggles were bad. After a little while searching, Harry found what he had been looking for. He entered Elop's Owl Emporium and felt his throat tighten. It was from here Hagrid had bought his owl, Hedwig, as a birthday present. Harry had no wish about replacing Hedwig, but he knew he needed an owl. With no telephone, it was one of the best ways to communicate with people over great distances. The shop was relatively small and dark inside. Everywhere he looked, Harry saw owls of all types. Screech, Barn, Tawny, Brown and Snowy. With no wish about getting another Hedwig, Harry walked past the snow owls without a second glance and instead focused on the others in the shop. In the darkest corner of the shop, Harry found him. He had no idea about what kind of owl it was, but he found himself fascinated by the owl. The male was far bigger than Hedwig had ever been, and its feathers had the same dark color as his hair. The owl's eyes sent shivers down his spine. It kind of reminded the look Snape used to send him. Oh, how he missed those days. Hello, beautiful. You have a good taste, sir. Aries is one of our finest owls. He has a temperament, but do not let that scare you. Harry smiled. I will take him. Harry walked out of the shop with the owl, Aries, and all the supplies needed to take care of the dark bird. Instead of being in a cage as the bird should had been, Aries had settled down on his shoulder. When the shopkeeper had tried to move it to the cage, the owl had glared at the man in a way that only Snape had been able to until the man had backed off. He found Tom and Abraxas waiting for him outside the bookshop. In the time it had taken him to pick the owl, both boys had finished buying the books they needed for school. Harry figured that he could come back another time to see if there were any books that he wanted. Tom was eyeing Aries with interest, and Harry remembered the discussion about having an owl the last time they had been in Diagon Alley. It seemed like an age ago. So, Abraxas, are your parents around, or are you following with us? Tom and Malfoy shared a short glance, and Harry knew they had discussed something while he had been gone. Hopefully it was not about torturing muggles. I think it will be best if I go looking for them. I will see you at school, Tom. And it was nice to meet you, Mr. James. Harry watched as Scorpius took off before he turned his attention back to Tom. Is that owl to me? Harry shook his head. No. Tom narrowed his eyes. How come you get an owl while I do not? This was one of the times where he saw Voldemort shine through, and Harry found himself worrying for the boy. I have not gotten an owl. Then what do you call that thing on your shoulder? An elephant? The boy's voice was thick with sarcasm. Harry let the silence between them grow while he petted Aries. Actually, he is for both of us. I thought we could use him to stay in contact after you have gone back to school. That is, if you want to get letters. He could feel Tom's gaze at him and reminded himself that he needed to get the boy some kind of hobby. If just he could get him interested in Quidditch, then he would at least have someone to fly with and maybe even play a little with. If it cannot be any different. Even though it was hidden, Harry thought he could have something which sounded like happiness in Tom's voice. Perhaps the boy was not as far gone as he first had feared. Good. Now I saw a shop that sells ice cream. Do you want any, or do I have to drag you with me all the way so I can get one? Harry sighed when Tom speeded up and walked a few steps in front of him, just out of reach. The boy really needed to learn when he was joking. Smiling, Harry speeded up so he walked next to Tom. What kind of flavor do you like? My favorite is chocolate. The look Tom gave him made Harry grin. I do not want to see what you are like when you get sugar. You are bad enough without. Oh, Tom. I knew you loved me. Having ice cream brought back memories. In the summer after his second year, he had run away from the Dursleys after blowing up Aunt Marge. While he had been allowed to spend the rest of his vacation at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry had spent most of his time here getting help to his homework and free ice cream every half hour. How come you lie about your age? It is already hard enough to believe that you are 17. Harry raised an eyebrow and watched Tom eat some more of his ice cream while the boy was waiting for an answer. If you want to know the truth, I am 18-year-old now. It is my birthday today. Harry watched as anger very short flared to life in Tom's eyes before it disappeared again. If he had not been looking, he would probably not have seen it. I do not see what the problem is. After all, my birthday has never been something which has been celebrated. It was only partly a lie. Before Hogwarts, he had never celebrated his birthday. It was nearly a wonder he had known when his birthday was. Harry guessed it was because Dudley had loved to taunt him with the fact that he never got any gifts. You do not see the problem. We are living together. I am supposed to know this kind of things. It would be embarrassing if others know more about you than I do. Harry only shrugged. You never asked. So you will answer if I ask you about something. Harry bit his lower lip, trying to think. Probably. But you have to remember that answers like, I do not want to talk about it, also as an answer. In a long time none of them said a word and concentrated on the ice cream which had started melting. Every once in a while Harry petted Aries, who was sitting at his shoulder and glaring at anyone who got too close for his liking. Your birthday is today. That is what I said. How come you bought an owl now but not when I told you I wanted one? Of all the questions he could have asked, Harry had never thought that this would be the first one. First of all, you did not ask, you demanded one. In such a way that you reminded me of my muggle cousin who was a spoiled pig. Second thing is, when I asked for a reason for why you wanted an owl, you never gave me an answer, instead you ran off. When you are acting like that, you just prove that you are not ready for a pet. But that does not explain why you have decided to buy one now. It was quite obviously that Tom was not happy with being compared to a muggle. Grinning, Harry leaned forward and looked Tom directly into his eyes. Because I had a good reason to buy Aries. I wants to stay in touch with you when you return to Hogwarts. This way I won't have to wait for Hogsmeade weekends or vacations to talk with you. You want me to come home for vacations? It did not get past Harry that Tom called the cottage home. He felt a warm tingling feeling spreading through his body as when blood returned to a limb, but in a very pleasant very. Hearing the boy's surprised tone, Harry remembered that Tom in the last 2 years had stayed at school all the time. The only time he returned to the orphanage was when summer came and he no longer was allowed to stay at school. Until he had had no reason to want to leave school. Of course. We are family and family stays together. After a little pause he added. But if you rather want to stay at school or with some of your friends, I am sure that it can be arranged. I just thought it would be nice if we spent a little time together. Since this family thing seems to mean so much to you, I guess I will have to say yes. Harry did not know if he should bang his head into a hard surface several times or if he should simply grin. For the safety of the owl at his should, he decided on the latter. After all, Aries' claws did look more than just a little sharp. And the way the owl glared at him reminded him of his old potion professor. Maybe Professor Snape was this owl's recantation. The thought sent shivers down his spine. So, what other friends than this Abraxas do you have? Never had he thought that Tom would have friends. Brainless minions, yes. But friends, never. It seemed like Tom and Voldemort were two different persons. Abraxas and I are a part of a group with me as the leader. We are trying to court people to our case. Harry blinked, not quite believing what he was hearing. A little group, right? They were most likely future Death Eaters. Was Tom trying to test him by telling him this? There was only one way to find out. What is your case then? Tom glanced around as if he was afraid that someone should try to eavesdrop. We are some people at the school who are tired of the way things are done in the wizarding world. First of all, there are the Mud Muggleborns. At Harry's glare, Tom changed what he had been about to say. The education gets slowed down because they do not have any basic knowledge about magic. And what do you plan to do about it? Ban all Muggleborns and Halfbloods from our world. Are you crazy? Tom looked truly shocked at his words. Either the boy had not thought that Harry would be able to guess his plan, or else there was something else. That is not what I have planned. No, I want Muggleborns to be found before they are old enough to attend Hogwarts. And do what? Remove them from their families. Only if the Muggles are treating like we had been treated, like we have been. And would you please stop interrupting me? Harry was decent enough to blush. Sorry. Please do continue. They will still live with their families, but they will be attending preschools. There they will be learning those things purebloods are being taught from the day they are born. And we need orphanages for magically children. The more Tom talked, the more Harry found himself agreeing with the other boys' ideas for the wizarding world. They were so different from Voldemort's pureblood ideals. What had happened to change Tom's opinion about Muggleborns? He realized that Tom was waiting for an answer and smiled to the boy. I think it is a wonderful idea. But another which could improve the lives of Muggleborns and Halfbloods would be to let them have a contact in the wizarding world. Prefer someone working at the ministry. That way the child would have someone to ask or just to talk with. But that person would also have to check up at the child and its family to make sure that the child is all right. Some of those visits should be surprise visits, and not all of the times should the person reveal their presence. They spend the rest of their afternoon discussing how to change the society. Since they both knew about both worlds' worst sides, Harry and Tom knew what would have to be done different than what it was now, or would be later. Only a few times Harry caught a glimpse of what could turn out to be Voldemort. Tom seemed to think the worst about the Muggles. In a way, Harry could understand him. Both had grown up amongst Muggles being seen as freaks or worse. It was kind of scaring how similar their childhoods had been. At sunset they returned to their home. Since the fireplace had yet to be connected to the flow network, they flowed to Hogshead. Side by side they walked the short distance to their home. Harry's stomach arched from the ice they had eaten and his head was filled with thoughts about the things Tom and he had been discussing. While he was more than happy about Tom not wanting to kill all Muggleborns, he still needed to work with the Muggles. Harry could not help but wonder about what had happened to change Tom from how he was like now and into Voldemort. Hopefully, he would be able to make sure that it never happened. Wanting to clear his head a little, Harry gathered his broom and left the cottage after bidding goodnight to Tom. Harry circled around in the air. He made loops and dives towards the ground and not changing course before he was close to hitting the ground. Soon the thoughts about the future, how it had been and how it could be, was gone from his head and Harry was solely focusing on flying. There was nothing that mattered for him. When he spotted stars at the sky over him, Harry finally realized how late it had gotten. He had no feeling in his fingers because of the cold air and his body was trembling. Slowly he got so low that his feet were touching the ground but did not get off his broom just yet. Instead he laid flat down at the broom and closed his eyes. After a little while his breathing was the only sound to be heard in the otherwise silent night. Harry opened his eyes and touched his cheek. Looking down he saw that one of his fingers was wet. Why he was crying Harry was not sure. Maybe it was because he was alone and yet he was not. He had found someone he could form a family with. Maybe life was not as bad as he first had thought it was. He got off his broom and made his way back to the cottage where he found the ghost waiting for him. Hello, Hubert. Is Tom still up? No, he went to bed half an hour ago. I think he is asleep. Harry nodded and yawned. Well, I think I will follow his example. See you tomorrow, Hubert. Sleep well. Nodding, Harry walked upstairs and into his room. Moving in the darkness, Harry looked out of the window. In the distance he could see where Hogwarts was. Only a few windows were lit up in the otherwise empty castle. It was calming to be able to look at what he once had considered his home. But it also made it hurt even more when he remembered he would never be able to return to there. Later that night, at first he had no idea of what had awakened him. He lay without moving as much as a muscle in the bed and tried to figure out what had disturbed his sleep. At the orphanage it could have been some of those disgusting Muggles which were trying to sneak up at him. If they succeed he would get just another beating. Without being able to use magic out of school, it was not often he was able to get away with less than a few scratches. But he was no longer at the orphanage. There only were Evan and him and at the cottage. And then of course Hubert, but the ghost did not count since he was already dead. His heart started beating faster. Hubert did not make any noise and Evan should be fast asleep right now. Or maybe it was him who was sneaking around. But why should anyone sneak around like that in their own home at this time of the night? When the sound came again, Tom frowned. It sounded like muffled cries and screams. As if someone did not want him to hear them. Knowing that Hubert would not make this kind of noise in fear of scaring them away and that Evan's wards would not let anyone in, it one left him with one opportunity. Getting out of the bed, Tom slowly made his way over the floor while he made sure to avoid those spots he knew would give him away. The sounds were slightly louder when he was out of his room. Now Tom was sure that they were from the room next to his own. The room which Evan was sleeping in. Tom stopped outside Evan's bedroom door, suddenly unsure of what he should do. If Evan really was in danger, he would need help. The man had fought off a vampire but had been unconscious afterwards. If there were more than one attacker, even Evan would get troubles. Silently he pushed the door open and waited a few moments for his eyes to adjust to the slightly better light in the room. In there the sounds were much clearer than before. Tom nearly regretted leaving his bed when he realized that there were no attackers and no seemingly danger. Evan was in his bed, though he looked like having anything else than a pleasant sleep. The wizard was twisting and turning as if he was trying to get away from something. Soft, pain-filled Mo. Ns slipped past his lips, which seemed red in the moonlight. As he moved closer, Tom could see sweat cover Evan's skin mixed with his tears, and a weak trembling ran through his body. It was quite obvious that Evan was having a nightmare. Unsure of what he was supposed to do, Tom stood leaned over Evan and watched the other wizard while he wondered if he should wake him or not. Even in his sleep, Evan looked beautiful. He would never be called handsome or anything like that. That had those damned muggles he called relatives made sure of. He was short and petite, but it did not mean he looked like a girl. No, Evan was Evan. He could not think of any other way to describe him. When Evan moved a little, the covers slid down and revealed that the man only wore pants when he slept. Tom, who was dressed in a pajama, blushed. He had seen other of the same gender BPD before. After all, he lived in a dorm with other boys. But the look of Evan's torso and chest was something different. The man's chest was well toned and he had the same kind of muscles as those who played Quidditch. But he was still thin and he could see the ribs under the muscles. Those damned muggles had inflicted more damage than he had thought they had. A scar at Evan's arm got his attention. It looked old. What fascinated him was that it looked like a bite from a snake. But he knew no snake big enough to leave such a scar. Tom. The sound of his name was so low that Tom for 1 second doubted if he really had heard anything. Evan was tangled into his bedcovers and seemed to be struggling to get free. No. The yell nearly destroyed his eardrums. Tom knew Evan had placed silencing charm in his room so no one outside it would be able to hear him. He had realized that when Evan had been unable to use magic after the vampire attack. He stepped closer and stopped when his knees hit against the edge of the bed. Standing this close and looking down at Evan's sleeping face made the man look much younger than he already did. It was hard to believe that Evan was 18-year-old. Seeing him like this, he looked like much closer to Tom's own age. Tom flinched when a hand clamped around his wrist, stopping him from leaving the room. He could not even move away from the bed. Though Evan's hold on him was strong, it was not tight enough to leave any bruises. Even in his sleep, Evan seemed to be bent on taking care of him. Evan rolled onto his side, still asleep. Since the man still was holding him, Tom stumbled forward and ended up lying at the man's torso. Surprising enough, Eva managed to sleep through it all. Interested, Tom watched as Evan seemed to calm down by the skin-to-skin contact. Had he known this, he would have done this before. If only to sleep better in the night. While he was thinking, Evan moved around in his sleep, whimpering softly. Nearly instinctive, Tom reached out and petted the older wizard like he would do with a cat. It seemed to calm the other one down. Only for tonight. And I do not want to hear about it. You say a word, I will deny everything. The only answer he got was a low mumble before everything got silent. Tom sighed and shifted a little until he lay more comfortable. Evan had let go of his wrist, but instead he had wrapped his arms around his waist. Now Tom had absolutely no chance of getting away, even if he wanted. He had to admit that he was comfortable being like this. Tom could not remember a single time where anyone had held him like this. It was like he had imagined a parent would hold their child, or two lovers would be together. When the clock was 9 a.m., Hubert was starting to get worried. Usually Evan would be awake by now. Tom would also be, since Evan did not let the boy sleep the day away but still in his bed. Deciding to check up at the two living wizards, he first floated to Tom's room. To his surprise, there was no trace of the boy anywhere. The bed had been slept in, but otherwise none of the things in the room had been touched. It did not look like there had been any kind of fight. Besides, he would have heard if something had happened in the cottage since he did not sleep. It was unlikely that Tom should have left the cottage in the night. Evan had explained how the wards worked. They would have woken the wizard if anyone entered or left. Floating through the wall and into the room next to Tom's, Hubert peeked around and his mouth dropped. Lying in the bed was Tom, sleeping as the ghost had observed him to so many times before. He laid on his back with one arm above his head, and next to him was Evan cuddling. The dark-haired wizard's head was tucked under Tom's chin and his hands gripped the boy's shirt. Their legs were entangled and locked each other in the position. Tom's other arm was gripping the other wizard's waist in a protecting grip. Had he been alive, he would have blushed. Now Hubert hid his face in his hands, forgetting that he could see right through himself. Without a second glance, Hubert gloated through the wall, promising him that the next time he would either leave the wizards alone or find out how to knock on the door. For the first time since Sirius' death he had gotten a decent sleep. This time he had had a nightmare, but unlike the other nights, this one had ended rather quickly. Yawning, he snuggled closer to his breathing pillow with no intents of getting up anytime soon. Not even Grindelwald, Dumbledore or Voldemort would be able to get him to leave his bed. The world could be damned and he would not care. Harry frowned. Last time he checked he did not have a breathing pillow. Besides, his pillow did not smell this good, nor was it warm. Feeling something heavy wrapped around his waist made him freeze. The things around him almost felt like a human's arm. And such a thing was usually connected with a body. Unless someone had been in his room and forgotten an arm when they left. Since it did not sound possible, it meant there was someone in his bed. It would explain why his pillow was breathing. Afraid of what he might find in his bed, Harry opened his eyes. His vision had always been blurry, so it was nearly impossible to see something without it being a big blur. Except when something was really close up. And Tom was really close up. Tom's fingers were tangled up in his hair. His cheek was pressed up against Tom's chest. They were so close that Harry could hear the other boy's heartbeat. How he had not heard it before he had absolutely no idea about. Deciding to get away while Tom was still asleep, Harry let go of Tom's shirt. For some reason or another he had been clinging to the boy as a little child would cling to its parents after a nightmare. Could it be the reason to why Tom was in there? But why should the boy react to him having a nightmare? He had not done anything when he had not been able to place any silencing charms. But in the period he had not really slept in fear of Tom should hear him. Ever at Hogwarts he had made sure that no one knew about his nightmares. Not even those he had shared dorms with for 5 years. The charm had been one of the first he had learned. He had not wanted anyone to know. Harry looked down and blushed deeply. His legs were tangled up with Tom's. It was a mess and Harry did not have any idea about getting away without Tom waking up. Possibly at the worst possible time. But that did not mean he could not try. Biting his lower lip, Harry reached down and gently took hold of Tom's leg, which lay on top of his own. He lifted the leg and moved it away. Tom mumbled something in his sleep and Harry froze. He had no wish about waking Tom while they were like this. Many things could he do, but he had never been comfortable with human contact. That had the Dursleys made sure of when they raised him. While he watched, Tom moved around and snuggled closer to Harry while wrapping both arms around him in a protective hug. It did not seem like Tom intended to let go of him anytime soon. For one who was smaller and younger than himself, Tom was sure a strong lad. Even as Harry tried to struggle to get free, Tom did not wake up but just hold him closer. Nearly breaking his ribs in the meanwhile. Harry could not imagine a more embarrassing though strangely comforting moment in his life. Then, of course, Tom woke up. Jump in time. I hate Flow Network. Harry helped himself up from the floor where he had landed when he fell out of the fireplace. No laughing, Tommy boy. Tom, who had existed from the fireplace without any troubles, stopped laughing and instead settled down and glared at him. Do not call me such a name. Harry grinned while brushing dirt of his robes. I like that name. Maybe I should just call you that. What was that for? Harry rubbed the back of his herd. Do not call me that. I won't say it more than this one time. If you call me that again, you will suffer the consequences. Rolling his eyes, Harry shrugged. If you say so. Are you sure you have gotten all of your things? Robes, books, underwear. Ow. I warn you, Evan. Do not make fun of me in front of the other students. Unlike someone else, I have an image to care of. Harry sighed and looked around. King's Cross Station looked like it had always done. Muggles everywhere. A few times he spotted what only could be students of Hogwarts with their families. Some did just not know how to mix in. Come on. We need to get through the barrier before the express leaves. I do not want to be stuck in here. Nodding, Harry followed as Tom dragged him towards the entrance to platform 9 3/4 was. I do not see why I have to take the train. After all, we live right next to the school. Harry shrugged. It is a tradition. Just because we lives where we do, it does not mean that you can arrive any different than the other students. And this will give you some time to catch up with your friends. Tom mumbled something Harry could not hear. Ever since he had woken up with Tom in his bed, Harry had tried the blush which threaded to show every time he looked a little too long at his charge. It was not the last time he had woken up with Tom in his bed. Most mornings Harry woke up entangled with Tom in some way or another. And those mornings where he did wake up alone, Harry had a feeling that Tom still had been there at night. It almost was as if the boy cared for him, though he showed it in a weird way. Instead of walking right through it as Harry had done when he had attended Hogwarts, Tom made him lean against the wall and slide through it. That way no one noticed when two boys suddenly disappeared from view. The Hogwarts Express was a large red steam engine. It had 5 coaches. 4 for the students and the last one had a luggage rack. Harry sighed. It felt weird not to be the one who was about to board the train. He scanned the mass trying to find someone familiar before he stopped himself. There was no Ron or Hermione. Hell, in the moment he would be happy to see even Malfoy. As if the gods, if they existed, had heard him. Harry caught a glimpse of blonde hair heading in their way. Not quite believing what he was seeing, Harry stepped forward just to stop again and curse whatever gods which were listening. It was a Malfoy, just not the one he had wanted to see. Abraxas Malfoy stopped a little from Tom. After nodding shortly to Harry, he turned his attention back to Tom. "My lord, I was worried that you would not get here in time. And pray to tell me, Abraxas, should I be late?" The blonde fidget under Tom's glare, and Harry felt himself smirk. It was not every day he got to watch as a Malfoy showed respect to another living person. Maybe he could get used to it. "And no, my lord." Stuttering. "Well, there was a first time for all things. It is just that the 2 other years you have been the first to arrive." Harry raised an eyebrow. So Tom loved Hogwarts so much that he would wait for hours at the train. This morning he had not seemed more eager to get to the station than any other student would be. Harry felt Tom's gaze at him and looked at the younger boy, but Tom was already looking back at Abraxas again. If the boy's reaction was as fast as his eyes, he would make an excellent seeker. He would have to check that theory on a later time. "I would have arrived sooner. But my guardian was not able to get ready." Now it was Harry's turn to glare at Tom. "It was not me who did not want to get out of bed. If you had been a little faster, then we would have been here long ago." Harry just smiled when he felt Tom's glare at him. The boy had been doing it so much that he was kind of immune to it now. If he ever returned to his own time, Snape would no longer be able to scare him with his glare. "Now, I think it is time for you to go. We cannot have you missing your train. Be careful and remember to write to me at least every day, or I will come to the school and seek you out." Grinning, Harry leaned forward and placed a key at Tom's brow. "If anything happens, you contact me. Especially if this Dumbledore tries anything. Be careful around him, 'cause I do not trust that old goat." Tom only nodded to show he had understood his words. A quick glance at Abraxas told Harry that the Malfoy had not heard a word of what he had said. Harry straightened and poked Malfoy in his chest. "If I hear anything about you or anyone else going after my Tommy boy, you will be a very sorry person. Grindelwald is not the only one who knows some nasty curses." Harry ignored the glare from Tom. The boy seriously needed another way to try and scare people. To his satisfaction, Malfoy got a lot paler than he already was. It seemed like the boy feared him. Was it because he was Tom's guardian, or had Tom perhaps told the boy something while he had left them on their own in Diagon Alley? Harry shook his head. He would not think about that right now. Today was the day Tom took of. It was him he should focus on. Together with the other parents, Harry watched as the children got on the train. In the mass he caught a glimpse of red hair and freckles. It seemed like there was something about the Weasleys and red hair and freckles. He wondered if they were already poor, or if that's something which had happened later on. When he caught the sight of Tom, just as the train started leaving the station, Harry grinned and started waving like a mad, so those around him had to duck so they would not be hit. "See you soon, Tom." The only answer he got was a short wave, and then the train was out of sight. With a sigh, Harry followed the other families as they started leaving the platform. He had never really thought about what the parents did when their kids were no longer home. Harry grinned. At least he could hope he would soon be able to see Tom again. If the boy did not seek him out on his own, Harry intended to show up at the school and have a word with his charge. Future Dark Lord or not, Tom would not get away with forgetting him. And while he was there, he could maybe play some pranks at Dumbledore, just as a little payback for what the old goat had done to him. Harry walked faster and grinned in a way which made the surrounding people move away from him. He had some planning to do. And it involved one old future headmaster. Dumbledore would never know what hit him. He blamed the Dursleys. Those people were not fit to raise a snail, let alone a child. If you continue banging your head into the wall, you will not only get more bruises but also leave marks at the wall. What has this poor wall ever done to deserve such a punishment? Harry slowly stepped away from the wall and turned around. He looked at Hubert, who was standing as far away from him as possible and looked ready to jump through the nearest wall in case he really had gone crazy. I am bored. There is absolutely nothing for me to do. It was true. He really had nothing to do. Never had the cottage been cleaner, and there were no longer any weeds in the garden. The wards had been updated, and he had even added a few more which he had not thought of last time. Better safe than sorry. Why do you not do something? Harry just glared at the ghost before turning his attention back to the wall. Maybe it would look good with red. I have done all there is to do. Dung. If you do not stop doing that, I am going to do something. The ghost's voice was close. As if Hubert was right behind him now. You are a ghost, what can you do? When he was about to continue banging his head into the wall, something cold touched his skin. It felt like his blood turned into burning needles. Harry's eyes widened and his mouth opened in a scream. His legs gave away under him and tears ran down his cheeks. This was worse than the cruciatus. Harry hugged himself, trying to get the feeling of emptiness to go away. What was that? His voice was meek and low. Whatever had happened, it reminded him of when he had faced the Dementors in his third year at Hogwarts. I possessed you. It makes you feel awful, but I will do it again if you should try to harm yourself again. Harry just nodded and closed his eyes. He wanted to sleep and cry. Both things at the same time if it was possible. If you promise never to do it again, I will keep myself out of harm's way. Hubert looked at him for what felt like forever before he nodded. Good. Now, if you really are that bored, you could write to Tom. I guess he is waiting to hear from you. Harry smiled and pushed the feelings of despair and tiredness away. Something he had learned to do rather well in his years with the Dursleys as a part of their loving and caring household. What a great idea. I cannot believe that I did not think of that before. Thanks, Hubert. He got on his feet and with shaking legs made his way to his room. He did not bother closing the door. With only Hubert and him at home, a closed door did not mean much. The ghost could leave and enter as he wished, and there was nothing he could do about it. He sat down and stared down at the paper at his desk. He had promised Tom that he would write a letter. He would not break a promise, and, besides, he needed something to do. To my dear Tommy boy. Okay. Stop glaring. Aries is much better at it than you. Actually, he is glaring at me right now, waiting for me to get finished with this letter. Anyway, I promised you a letter, and to speak the truth, I was bored, so here it is. So, how are you doing? Are you happy with being back at Hogwarts? I do not hope that Donald Duck is bothering you. If so, please tell me and I will take care of the old goat. If you are still reading and have not burned this letter yet, congratulations. Hubert possessed me today. Do not ask why, cause I am not going to tell you. Just a little advice, it is not something you should wish trying. It is downright creepy. How are you case going? I know you have only been back for a few days, but it does not mean you can just slack of. If you want something done, you have to start early. Not much else is happening here. Please write back soon, I am already missing you. Love, Evan James. Harry leaned back and looked at the letter with narrowed eyes. Then he nodded and folded the letter before giving it to Aries. Here, boy. Please take it to Tom. Make sure that no one else gets it. Especially Dumbledore. Harry smirked and looked the owl in the eyes. If you want to, you can leave him a little gift to that old goat when you have delivered the letter. But not before that. He was not sure how much the owl had understood. After all, he had only had Hedwig, and she had always been pretty smart. Aries flew out of the window and Harry watched until the owl became a dot in the distance. One of the good things about living this close at Hogwarts was that such things as letters would not take long before one of them would get them. Now where he was done letter Harry realized something. Hubert, I am bored. From somewhere in the cottage he could hear the ghost groan. Next day when Harry awoke he found Aries glaring at him. The owl sat at the headboard and looked anything else than happy. Good morning Aries. The owl's glare got more intense and Harry shuddered. Take it easy. I know you are not Hedwig. The two of you are nothing alike. Can I get the letter now? Aries continued glaring but stuck its leg forth so he could reach the letter. Harry snatched the letter before Aries could try to bite him. The owl had picked up the habit after Tom had left. It was not because he did not feed the owl. No, the bloody bird had just decided he was not fast enough and therefore it wanted to motivate him to be faster. Cheese, bird. Thanks for the letter. Aries gave him one last glare before flying out of the window probably to go hunting. Harry lay back in his bed and started to read the letter while wondering what Tom could have to say to him. Evan James. First of all, stop calling me that name. I will not say it more than this one time. My name is Tom and that is what you should call me. Not Tommy Boy or Tom Tom or any other name you might come up with. Secondly, was it you who told Aries to leave a little gift to Professor Dumbledore when he had delivered the letter to me? While I might like a good laugh, I will ask for you to not do such a thing again. It will only give me more troubles than it is worth. Dumbledore was glaring at me through the whole meal as if it was my fault. Are you brain damaged? Sometimes I wonder if you would not be better of locked into a room with no things inside. Even without a wand and magic you would probably be able to get into troubles. I talked with the Bloody Baron, who is the ghost of Slytherin House. Do you have any idea of what could have happened if Hubert had stayed in you in more than just a few seconds? Sometimes I wonder if you go looking for danger just to annoy me. And who is Donald Duck? It is not a pureblood thing and I do not remember hearing about it in the Muggle world. If you want to insult a person, make sure that the other person understands what you are talking about. Otherwise it is in vain. Things over here are fine. Though we have only been back for a week, the teachers are already trying to kill us with homework. The others are complaining. Such idiots. The homework is to make sure that we understand the stuff. Without knowledge we cannot archive anything. We are working at the case. Do not expect things to happen in such a short time. It is nearly impossible since I am not a miracle maker. We have gotten a few other members, most from Ravenclaw. I still do not have any from Gryffindor. That house where Dumbledore once was in. It is all for this time. If you write again, make sure that Aries acts respectable. TMR. Harry read and reread the letter several times, laughing to him. Though Tom tried to keep a cold attitude, Harry knew the boy was missing him. It was unlike for Tom to tell him much. To give him this amount of information in one letter told more than enough. Tom missed him and he wanted him to write yet another letter. Tapping the letter against his cheek, he began to think up a reply. At Hogwarts. Tom sat at the Slytherin table watching the other students eat. He felt Dumbledore observe. Unlike with the other students, the old man was not looking at him with twinkles in his eyes. The old goat knew he had seen through the man's grandfather attitude. Breakfast at the Slytherin table was always a quiet affair. They did not talk friendly together like the Hufflepuffs or noisy as the Gryffindors. And they did not waste their time talking about the last book they had read. No, Slytherins planned. And he was the ultimate Slytherin. Therefore he planned. What he had talked with Evan about on the man's birthday, he could still not quite forgive that the man had held back such an information back from him, had been true. Tom planned on changing the wizarding world. It had surprised him how Evan had reacted upon hearing what he had planned. Most people, teachers and older people, was at first very skeptical when he tried to explain what he wanted. It was the students he had decided to recruit. Most of them were purebloods since the main part of his minions was Slytherins. But he also had some from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. But, as he had told Evan, he had yet to count any from Gryffindor, and Tom doubted that they really would be worth the troubles. Tom looked up when he heard owls arriving. He scanned the mass of birds until he found what he was looking for. As if he did not care a single bit about the big black owl heading his way, Tom continued his meal. Inside, he noted every single glance sent in his way when the owl landed right in front of him, only just avoiding hitting his plate. One would think that they had got used to Aries by now. But then again, he had not gotten any kind of mail at his first 2 years at Hogwarts. What most did not know was that he now had someone to write with. Someone who actually cared for him. Of course, he did not tell anyone that. The others only knew he had gotten away from the Muggle orphanage and had been adopted by a wizard from the States. More did they not need to know. It was not because he was embarrassed by Evan. But though the other wizard was powerful, he seemed kind of innocent. As if he did not believe that there was anything evil in the world. Though Evan had a great power, he seemed unwilling to use it. Unless, of course, Tom was in any kind of danger. Know that he kept Evan a secret was because the wizard was his and he protected what was his. That was the reason to why he sneaked into the man's room at night and helped him through the nightmares with gentle words and light touches. Not because he himself found it comfortable. It was only because he had no use of a guardian who was too tired to do what he was supposed to. Realizing that Ares had started glaring at him, more than he usually did, he took the letter from the bed. Do not even think of pulling the same trick as same time. Had Tom been anyone else than himself, he would have laughed at the owl's innocent look before Ares flew away. It seemed like he would have to use one of the school's owls if he wanted to reply Evan's letter. With a frown, Tom opened the letter, a little worried about what could have happened since the first letter he had gotten. Dear Tommy. Ha! There was another name you did not forbid me using. I am glad to hear that you are okay at school and that Dumbledore is not giving you any big problems. That man just has to breathe wrong, and I will make sure that he is going to regret it. So Ares did as I asked him to. What would I not have given to be there and see his face? Tell me that someone took a picture. If no one did, I will ask Ares to do it again and hope you are smart enough to have a camera near you. I swear the bloody owl is crazy. Did you tell him to bite me as a revenge for what I asked him to do to your professor? Honestly, I asked him nicely, and I doubt Ares would have done anything if not he wanted to. Nothing new has happened here. It is actually quite boring that you know it. Hubert is trying to avoid me. He says it is that or he will be forced to possess me again. That is not something I did like to happen. And just so you know it, I do not go seek out troubles. It is the troubles which always find me. How it happens I have no idea about, but it is not my fault. Here Tom just shook his head. He knew it would do no good to discuss with Evan about that. At least not until they were face to face. So has there been any Quidditch matches so far? I hope Slytherin will win since it is your house. When you come back I will have to show you the wonder of a broom. If you continue glaring at the letter like that, you are going to burn a hole through the paper. When is the Hogsmeade weekend? Tell me so I can meet you in the town. Maybe I even get to see some of your friends. I promise I will play nice. With love, Evan James. Tom sat looking at the letter in his hand, not noting the others around him getting up before Abraxas nudged him in the side. Walking towards their first lesson, which was Dada, Tom thought about the letter he had gotten from Evan and which was now in the pocket of his robe. Evan wanted to meet his friends. Tom had a feeling that it would be anything than good. He had to make sure that they all understood that Evan was his. He sat down and looked shortly at Dumbledore as the professor entered. Evan had told him that the old wizard probably was a Legilimens. It could explain how Dumbledore knew so much about everybody. If he was able to read others' minds, it was not to be sure what he knew. Tom decided to go to the library as soon as they had lunch. He needed to learn occlumency. And plan how he made sure that Evan did not do anything which would harm him or his minions when they met him in Hogsmeade. A glance at the clock told him that he still had half an hour left before he was supposed to meet with Tom. It was not by his own choice that he was there now. Hubert had thrown him out of the cottage when the ghost had gotten enough of him. The ghost had not done it literally, but had threatened him with possessing if he did not leave the home. Since he had nothing better to do, he had walked down to Hogsmeade. It had been a month since Tom had left for Hogwarts. With nothing better to do, Harry had spent most of his time in the town. He earned a few coins by helping where it was needed, but it was not much. There was still enough money on his account, but Harry knew he could not live of them forever. The money had been meant for school supplies. It was not meant for two people to live of. He needed a job. While he was waiting for Tom and the boys' friends to arrive, Harry had found way into a little bookshop which had not been there at his time. Why he could not understand though. Sure, some of the books were a little dark, but he had already found some interesting books for later. Walking through the shop, Harry could not hold back a smile. If just his friends could see him right now with books in his hands. Ron would with no doubt start thinking something was wrong with him. Either that Voldemort had possessed him or he was turning into the next Dark Lord. Hermione, on the other hand, would probably be proud of him. She had always complained about Ron and him being unable to search for information on their own. The thought about his friends made Harry's chest hurt. Most of the time he avoided thinking about what he had been forced to leave. True, it had not been much, but most of what he had left was something he really missed. Harry shook his head, trying to get the thoughts out of his head. He could do nothing about what had happened. All he was supposed to focus on was Tom. Now that Tom was back at school, Harry's nightmares had returned and they were just as bad as they had been before. Hubert tried to stay in his room at night, but it did not help. The ghost did simply not have the same calming effect as Tom did. He scowled. How much he slept or not slept was not what mattered. As long as Tom did not see anything, it did not matter. The boy should be allowed to focus at school and his friends. If Tom could act as one at his own age, it would be best for the boy. Maybe a happy childhood would be enough to make sure that the boy would not turn into Voldemort. At his way out of the bookshop, one of the books caught his attention and Harry stepped over to the bookshelf. Learn to be an animagus step for step. Harry blinked. An animagus. His father and Sirius had been animagus. Peter had also been an animagus, but he did not count. After all, the rat had betrayed his parents. Send them to death. Harry shook his head and headed to the counter with the book in his hand. It seemed like he had something else to do rather than annoying Hubert. He was late. Tom could not believe. They had made an appointment about meeting at Hogshead to get some lunch. It was over 10 minutes ago that Evan was supposed to arrive. Tom had made sure that they arrived in good time and had chosen a table where they could keep track of who arrived and left. It was never to know who would try to eavesdrop. He had already explained to his chosen few that they had gotten the honor of meeting his new guardian. It had taken some time to decide who he wanted to bring with him. Since Tom did not have anyone he considered a friend, he had brought those he could call his most loyal minions. Abraxas Malfoy, who was his left hand and already had met Evan. Tom knew the boy would be able to keep his mouth close. Orion Black and Walburga Black, who was engaged already, at least they did not seem to mind. Maybe it was because they had accepted the fact that there was no way around it unless they wanted to be expelled from their families. As himself and Abraxas, those two were from Slytherin but a year over him. The last one he had bought with him was Septimus Weasley, a 6th year. Unlike the others, Weasley was not a Slytherin but a Ravenclaw. Though the boy sometimes acted more like a Gryffindor and had a too big mouth, he came from a pureblood family, which was what Tom needed. He glanced towards the door when it opened, but Evan had still not arrived. Had the man anyone else than his guardian, Tom would already have been planned how to punish him. Now he was started to get worried. Had something happened since Evan was late? Though he was worried, Tom did not show it. He would not let the others understand how close he actually was with Evan. All they knew was that they had been chosen to meet his new guardian, who also happened to be a pureblood. He did not see any reason to tell them more, and though he knew they were curious, they did not ask. They knew all too well what happened to those who wanted to know more than he was willing to let them know. Sorry I am late. I do not hope I made you wait too long. The voice sounded as someone slid down next to him, and Tom felt his heart skip a beat. He had lived with Evan most of the vacation, but the wizard could still sneak upon him without Tom noting anything. Evan refused to explain how he had learned to move like that. It was yet another thing he did not know about his mysterious guardian's past. You are late. Evan grinned and rubbed the back of his head, but did not seem to be the slightest bit sorry. Sorry about that. You see, I found this interesting store and sort of lost track of time. How did you get in here without us noting it? We sit so we can see the door, yet I did not see you come in. Tom glared at Weasley. The boy would be punished as soon as they got back to Hogwarts. No one interrupted him. All of his followers knew that. It seemed like this one needed a new lesson. Weasley ducked his head when he met Tom's glare, but Evan only chuckled. Honestly, Sometimes I wonder if you and Ares are related instead of the two of us. The way you both glare at people is similar. Much to Tom's annoyance, his glare still had no effect on Evan. But was that not one of the reasons to why he kind of liked the older wizard? Until now he had not met other than Dumbledore who could ignore his glare like that. Actually, I thought you would be watching the front door, so I chose another in. That is one of the good things about knowing those who owns the place. They are easier to talk into letting one come through the back way. Tom watched Evan out of the corner of his eye. The black-haired looked different from the last time he had seen the man. He had dark bags under his eyes as if he did not get enough sleep. Tom wondered if Evan still was troubled with his nightmares. Perhaps he should talk with Professor Slughorn. As the potion professor, he might know something which would help Evan. He also looked thinner, which made Tom wonder if Evan actually ate while he was away. Next time he would talk with Hubert and get the ghost to make sure that Evan ate. The wizard would do him no good if he died because he had forgotten to care of himself. Are you not going to tell me who your friends are, or am I going to come up with a name for them on my own? Tom wanted to curse something. How could he have expected that Evan would act like a grown-up even if it just was for one day? Sometimes the man was more childlike than him and Tom was younger than him. This is Evan James, my guardian and also a distant cousin. Evan, you have already met Abraxas. The others are Orion Black and Walburga Black and Septimus Weasley. Harry studied those Tom had chosen to take with him. He had seen Walburga before he was thrown back in time. She was the painting which always screamed when someone was too loud in Sirius' old house. If he was not mistaken, then the dark-haired boy next to her would be Sirius' father. There was a certain resemblance between Orion and his oldest son. Instead of dwelling on painful memories, Harry focused on the fourth person Tom had brought with him. Abraxas he had already met before, so him he could ignore for now. There was no doubt that the boy was a Weasley. He had the red hair and the freckles. He was related to Ron and the rest of the Weasleys. Maybe he was their grandfather or something like that. Nice to meet you all. As Tom here said, I am his new guardian. Are you not a little too young to be a guardian for someone? Even Harry noted the glare Tom sent the Weasley. Actually no, I am not. I am 18-year-old if you really want to know. You do not look like that. True, he was nearly as tall as Black or Weasley, but at least there was not so big a difference between him and Abraxas. Harry frowned. Where had he heard that before? It reminded him a little too much about when he first had met Abraxas. Was all of Tom's minions like this? In that case, it was no wonder that the Death Eaters in the future were like idiots. Maybe not. But you should know that things are not always what they seem. I was so unfortunately that my relatives were muggles who hated magic. And since they hated magic that much, they decided to take it out on me. I thought our Lord said you were a pureblood. Weasley, if you do not keep your mouth shut, you are going to regret it. It was the first time he heard Tom threaten someone when he was there. On the other hand, he could understand Tom. After all, Weasley had just called him Lord. It seemed like there was some things Tom did not want him to know about. Hopefully there would be one day where Tom would no longer feel like keeping secrets for him. And Tom did not lie. I am a pureblood. At least I think so. No, he felt all their gazes on him, but it did not bother him. Harry had gotten used to being stared at when he was the boy who lived. What do you mean with that? When Walburga did not yell, she had a very pleasant voice. Well, my mother was a witch and my father was a wizard. Unless, of course, my mother was unfaithful, then we will never know for sure. Anyway, since I look like my father, it is pretty much a moot point. Harry grinned at their confused faces. It was not often he got such a reaction from Tom. Messing around with people like that made him wonder if he should not have let the Sorting Hat place him in Slytherin. If he could have had it this fun all the time, it would maybe have been worth it. Even if he then would have to be together with Malfoy and have Snape as the head of his house. Maybe he should just be happy about having being placed in Gryffindor. Mr. James, it has been some time since we saw you and young Tom here last. Is there something you would like to eat? Harry turned around and sent the waitress a smile. Just the usually. Do you guys want anything? The students gave their orders and the waitress hurried away. When the silence continued, Harry started shifting in his seat. He had not really thought any longer than he wanted to meet Tom's friends to see what they were like. Now he felt stupid. Have you eaten down here often? Harry shrugged. Not because I wanted. It is just kind of lonely eating alone. Hubert is not always the most entertaining company. Of course not, he is a ghost. But you need to eat some more. Harry just shrugged. I can take care of myself. And it is not me we should be talking about. Believe me, there is nothing interesting about me. That is not true and you know it. After all, you defeated a vampire using raw magic. He did not what Tom was doing, but he would not let the boy continue. Harry did not want attention from people. He had gotten enough of that in his own time. It was nothing. I do not believe that you could knock out a vampire. Harry felt a tick. This Weasley was really starting to get on his nerves. Why Tom insisted to hang out with the boy he did not understand. Harry stared the boy right into his eyes. I did not knock out a vampire. Weasley smirked. I killed it. And I did it because it was a danger for my family and I. Let me tell you a secret. If anyone, and I mean anyone, even thinks of hurting Tom, they will have to go through me. And I do not intend to move out of the way. Believe me, none of you want to deal with me when I am mad. Weasley paled and Harry knew that the boy had understood the message. Good, or else he would have had to make an example. Since he did not want to deal with the headmaster because of manhandling one of the students, it was a good thing. So you are all a part of the little group Tom told me about. What do you do when you are not planning changing the world? Abraxas is the captain of our Quidditch team. At this, Harry turned his attention fully on Malfoy. What do you play? From the way your body are built and you move, I would say you are the team's keeper. Do you plan to make a living out of Quidditch? Yes, I play the keeper. Before Abraxas could dodge, Harry leaned forward and messed up with his hair. Niece. We really have to talk about it one day. I love Quidditch. Not caring for the glare both Tom and Abraxas sent him, Harry turned towards what would be serious parents. What about the two of you? Are you together or something? We are engaged and are supposed to get married as soon as we get out of Hogwarts. Orion sounded like serious, but he could not imagine this boy laugh or have fun with his friends. He seemed too grown up for that. And Walburga had been a true beauty in her younger years. Sure, she would also be a beautiful as old, but the hard look in her eyes and her harsh tone kind of destroyed it for her. Harry wondered if the two of them loved each other or if they only hold together because they had to marry because their families told them to do so. And what about you, Weasley? Are you doing anything? Seeing anyone? Weasley even get the same red color as Ron did when he was angry or embarrassed. No. As the heir to the Weasley family, I do not need to plan much. The Weasleys he knew did not have much money. This one acted and was dressed as Malfoy had been. If the Weasley family had a fortune, it would probably all be used by this one. It is nice to meet you all. Harry made sure to meet their gaze. He would not let Tom's minions think he was weak. Crazy. Maybe. After all, no one could travel through time without side effect. Tom, do you mind making sure that the Professor Dumbledore gets this one? Just make sure that he does not see that it comes from you or you will probably get into troubles. Harry put a little pack in Tom's pocket and winked to the younger wizard as the waitress came with their food. The pack contained some of candy he had gotten from Fred and George as thank for the money he had given them. Tom looked at him with doubt in his eyes and Harry grinned as he took a bite of the tentacle pie he had ordered. Just do it, I won't say what it does, you will just have to wait and see. But I promise it will be fun. The look in his eyes made the others shiver. One thing was sure. They would do anything to make sure they get one the wrong side of Evan. It was clear to see where Tom had gotten his way of thinking from. Not all people have what it takes to become an animagus. This is a book for those who wish to try to become one. If you are the lucky owner of this book, you wish to go through the steps to learn how to become an animagus. Harry closed the book with a sigh. Suddenly he understood why minors were not allowed to try this without someone to guide them. It was boring and heavy reading material. How his father and Sirius had been able to sit quiet long enough to go through the theory was a wonder for him. He had started reading the book as soon as he got home from his tour with Tom and the boys' friends. But it had still taken him more than just a few days to go through the book. If he ever saw Hermione again, he would buy her a big bouquet as thank for all the times she had done the reaches for Ron and he. The first step was meditation. To do that, he had moved all furniture so the floor in the living room was cleaned. That way he could sit at the middle of the floor without anything disturbing him. Hubert had said nothing. The ghost seemed to be happy that he had something other to do rather than annoying him. The ghost did still avoid him, but Harry knew Hubert was keeping an eye on him. It nearly was as if Tom was back with him. But the ghost did not help with his nightmares. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair, messing it up more than it already was. He would not be able to concentrate on meditating if he was thinking about his nightmares. It was not like he could do anything about unless he took dreamless potions. While those potions might help with his nightmares, they were also strongly abdicative. He would not risk such a thing. Too much depended on him being able to change the future by changing the past. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He needed to clear his mind. If he did it right, he was supposed to get a hint about what kind of animal he would turn into. It did not sound hard. Since when had things ever been easy for him? Later. Just as he felt he was making progress, a tapping sound destroyed the bubble of peace he had made around himself. Harry opened one eye and glared while he searched for the reason to the noise. He frowned when he saw an owl tapping at a window and trying to get into him. If he was not wrong, it was an owl from Hogwarts. He could only think of one reason to why someone would write to him. When he got on his legs, Harry stumbled forward. It seemed like in the time he had been trying to meditate, blood had been cut off to his legs. He landed flat on the floor and groaned. Already now he could feel bruises forming. Next time he would make sure to have a lot of pillows to sit on. Scowling, Harry got up and opened the window. The owl flew in and landed at his shoulder. The wind had ruffled its feathers. It looked more like a ball rather than an owl. "You have something for me." The owl stuck its leg forth and he saw an envelope with Tom's elegant handwriting on it. Harry frowned. Tom had sent him a letter 2 days ago. What could have happened which could make the boy write yet another letter? Harry to the envelope, throw the owl. "If you want some water or food, I am sure that Aries does not mind sharing with you. Do not let him scare you. He barks louder than he bites." The owl nodded and flew off. He turned his attention towards the envelope in his hand. Had something happened to Tom? Had Dumbledore done something? It could not, because of the pack he had given Tom in their last meeting. Tom had already written about it. It had all gone as he had wanted it to. Since Dumbledore seemed to see all in black and white, Harry had given him some of the candy which would turn the man's robes into gray, black and white. And Dumbledore would be the only one who would not be able to see the changes. When people asked of his new, Dumbledore had had no idea of what people had been talking about. Harry had hoped that it would be enough to convince people that Dumbledore was crazy. Unfortunately, it did not seem like he had been so lucky. Harry sighed. There was only one way of finding out what Tom wanted him. He opened the envelope and took out the letter and started reading. "Dear Evan, I will jump right to the point. In my last history lesson, my teacher mentioned something about the Chambers of Secrets. From what I was told, it was something Salazar Slytherin built before he was forced to leave Hogwarts by the 3 other founders. I have searched for more information about this chamber, but until now I have had no luck with it. Not even those from the pureblood families seem to know where the chamber is or what Salazar hid in there. Something that characterizes Salazar's descendants as being able to speak Parseltongue. Since both of has this ability, it means we are both descendants of Salazar. It is our right to find this chamber and take whatever is in there. Is possible you have heard something about this chamber when you were in the States. Please write back as soon as possible. Yours, Tom." Harry blinked. It was the first time Tom called ended a letter like that. It seemed like the boy had had no time to exchange gossip or news. And it was the first time Tom called himself his. Did that mean the boy had accepted him as family, or was it something else? Harry shrugged. He had other things to worry about. What he worried about now was the fact that Tom had heard about the Chamber of Secret. Not 1 second did he believe that the boy had heard about it in a history lesson. After all, Professor Binns had been reluctant to tell them anything about it in his own time. Maybe it had something to do with that when the chamber had been opened last time, the thing in it had killed someone. If it had not been opened again, they would probably never had heard about it. Somehow Tom had gotten hold on knowledge he was not supposed to know about. and Tom asked if he knew anything about it. Despite the serious situation, Harry could not help but grin. He was probably the person who knew most about the Chamber of Secrets. After all, he had killed the basilisk in there nearly 50 years out in the future, where he also had met the image of the 16-year-old Tom. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He most of all wanted to deny everything. But if he did so, he would not be able to follow the progress Tom would make. This was something he would have to think through. At Hogwarts, how dared he to ignore him? His followers yielded away from him. Many of them had already felt the pain from his anger. It was 4 days since he had sent the owl to Evan, and the man had yet to answer him. Was Evan just like all the others grown-ups, pretending to care about him and make him care about him just to run off when he needed some information? Tom massaged his temples. Evan had taught him how to do wandless magic. Why would the man do it if he intended to just ignore him? It was just one more thing which confused him about his so-called guardian. My lord. Tom looked up from the book he had been staring at for the last 5 minutes. He had tried to read it but had found himself unable to concentrate on the text. What is it, Abraxas? The Malfoy did not look up from his kneeling position. It was a shame he could not use any curses inside Hogwarts walls, but it did not stop him from making his followers fear him. Well, tell me. Abraxas flinched. I have an owl for you. I think it comes from your guardian. Trying to act like he did not care, Tom stood and walked over to Abraxas. Where is it? In your room. It will not let any of us near it, so I was not able to bring it to you. Tom nodded short to Abraxas. Good. Go on, I will take care of the owl. Make sure that no one disturbs me while I am taking care of it. He walked past the boy without giving Abraxas another glance. Though he did not let it show, Tom was more than just anxious. Evan had finally written back. Hopefully his guardian had a good answer to why he had not answered before now. Did he have any idea about how worried about him? He had only been worried because without a guardian he would be forced to return to the orphanage. It was a place he would avoid for all cost. Unlike the other houses, each Slytherin slept in their own rooms when they were in 3rd year and up. Since most of them came from pureblood families, it was unthinkable for them to share a room with other people. Even in the first 2 years they only slept in rooms 2 and 2. It also helped those who might be homesick. As he had expected, Aries was waiting for him sitting at his bedpost. How the owl had succeeded making its way all the way into his room, Tom had no idea about. He had long time ago stopped asking questions. The only explanation he could come up with was that the owl was smarter than others he had met until now. Aries glared at him but only hooted and stuck its leg forth. There was a brown envelope for him and Tom took it. He caressed the owl that leaned into his touch. It was nothing, little boy. Evan does not pet you much, does he? He already knew that the owl did not let anyone else than him pet it. Once, when one of his followers had tried to touch Aries to bring the owl to him, the boy had been followed to the hospital wing with a bloody hand. From that day none had dared to touch Aries other than him. Dear Tom Bear. Sorry I did not answer the letter before now. To be honest, I had no idea how to answer your questions. To tell the truth, yes, I know about what you asked me about. Probably more than anybody else. But I am not going to tell you about it. Not in the letter. It is too dangerous. One can never know who will get his or her hands on the letter. Here I am thinking on our dear old goat. If you want to get answers, we will have to meet somewhere private. But I want to know what you already know about that thing you asked me about. And then I also want to know where you know it from. Do not think that I even 1 second believes that you heard about it in a lesson. We will have to talk about you lying for me next time you come home. Just know that I do not want you to lie for me. If there is something you do not want me to know, do not tell me. But I will not have you lying for me. As family we needs to trust each other. Until then. Evan James. Tom scowled. He had not thought that Evan would see through his lie. It seemed like the man was smarter than he first had thought and not as naive as he expected. His guardian could be a problem if he kept acting like that. Though Evan seemed to be supporting his decisions, but one could never be too careful. But Evan had knowledge about the Chamber of Secrets. Knowledge he wanted. Maybe he could afford telling him the truth. Harry leaned forward and dived towards the ground. His hair swept around him and reminded him of that he needed a haircut. Shoulder-length hair made him look like a bloody girl. The air was cold and felt like it cut his skin open with razor-sharp blades. He laughed though he could not hear it because of the wind throwing the sound of his voice around as if it was a mere toy. Now where he was alone he did not need to put any glamour at his broom and he let it flew as fast as possible. He had made it a daily thing for him to fly. Though it was nowhere near as fun as playing a match or with his friends, it still helped him forgetting the more bothering things. The feeling of someone passing through the wards got Harry out of his thoughts. His feet hit the ground and Harry flew off of the broom and landed flat on the ground with his face down, getting the air knocked out of his lungs. Coughing, he lay still and tried to breathe normally. The all too well-known burning feeling was back again. It felt like his lungs were on fire and nothing he could do about it seemed to help. Harry curled into a ball, trying to make him as small as possible. This kind of pain came from time to time. He could do nothing but wait for it to pass. Until now he had been lucky that no one had seen him like this. He did not want anyone, especially Tom, to know that something probably was wrong with him. Even Harry had figured out that he was not well. It did not take a genius to figure that one out. But a few things stopped him from getting help. One, he was an illegal time traveler. Was he lucky the ministry would try to send him to his own time? Knowing his luck, he would be put in a lab where the unspeakable would be able to use him as a test subject. Secondly, since he came from the future, he had absolutely no papers. He was not sure he would be allowed to stay in the country. Maybe they would put him in Azkaban since he was not a citizen in any country. If that happened, he would not be able to be there for Tom. Even if he learned how to become an animagus and fled from the prison, he would be just like Sirius. Someone who loved his charge but would not be able to be there for him. The most important reason was that in his own time with the Dursleys, Harry had learned to take care of himself. Whenever he had been sick or injured, he had been left on his own. Aunt Petunia had sometimes given him medicine, but he had needed to figure out on his own how to use it and how much he was supposed to take. Not before he came to Hogwarts he had ever been at a doctor. And there he had had more than his fair share, if he should say so himself. Harry got out of his thoughts when something or someone touched his shoulder. Ignoring the pain which had lessened but still was strong, Harry flinched away from the touch and curled tighter around himself. Evan. What happened? The sound of Tom's voice made Harry snap out of the daze he had been in. Disregarding the waves of pain which rolled through his body, he opened his eyes and forced himself to sit. Regretting it immediately, Harry took a deep breath and waited for the world to stop tilting. Hello, Tom. Nice you could come. Even now he could feel Tom's glare. Do not try to get around answering my question. What happened? Harry grinned and stood. The burning feeling in his lungs were still very noticeable, but he could still move. It helped he had a higher pain threshold than normal people. I just stayed up a little too late last night. That resulted in me falling off the broom. Do not worry. I was just over the ground. It was quite clear that Tom did not believe him for even 1 second. But Harry not elaborates on it. He did not need Tom to know that he did barely sleep or eat. Hubert did not know, since Harry mostly proclaimed to have eaten in Hogsmeade when he came back from one of his many walks. So, what brings you here? Have you forgotten? I told you that this weekend is Hogsmeade weekend. You agreed to tell me what you know about the Chamber of Secrets. Harry blinked. He could have sworn that it was not Saturday. Perhaps Wednesday. But not Saturday. Maybe he should try to get some sleep tonight. Let us get you inside. Do you need anything? I can call Professor Slughorn, or perhaps our Medawizard would be a better choice. You look like you could need both of them. Harry shook his head while they slowly walked the short distance back to the cottage. While they were walking, Harry noted that Tom seemed to have grown an inch or such since the last time he had seen him. But Voldemort had also been tall, so he did not really worry about it. The robes Tom wore fit his body perfectly. Though the boy was younger than him, Harry could not help but wonder if Tom was working out or something to get those kinds of muscles. Not even with the work at the Dursleys' place or Quidditch training could give Harry such a look. I tell you I am fine. A little tired, but it is nothing you have to worry about. Harry said as Tom insisted on helping him to sit down on a chair in the living room. Then do not come running for me when you get sick. To spite the boy and to show him that he was okay, at least magically Harry conjured tea and biscuits for both of them. Even if the boy did not want him to walk around, he could make sure that they had it pleasant. Tom sat down in the sofa in front of him, at the exact same place as Dumbledore had sat when the professor was on visit. The silence between them grew. Though Harry felt uncomfortable, he did not try to break it. In the time after he had gotten Tom's letter and until now, he had tried to figure out what to tell the boy and what he should keep to himself. Until now, he had come up with no answer. Are you going to tell me anything, or are we going to sit like this all day? I have more important things to do than this. Harry forced himself to relax. He could not let Tom know how nervous he actually was. What about you tell me about what you already know? And do not forget to include the part about how you got to know about the chamber. Tom just looked at him, as if he tried to decide whether or not he should tell him anything. It seemed like the boy was struggling with the same problems as he had been. Or maybe he was trying to get him to submit just by staring at him. We learned about the Chamber of Secrets from our history teacher. Until now, all I know that Salazar Slytherin made those chambers, and before he was forced to leave by the other founders, he left something in there. How about you start telling me the truth? Harry asked, already feeling his patience starting to slip. He had thought he had gotten close enough to the boy so that Tom would stop lying for him. Apparently, he had been wrong. I cannot see why it matters. All you have to do is tell me what you know. Stop worrying about things which have nothing to do with you. Harry raised an eyebrow. Since I am your guardian, this kind of things has everything to do with me. I have to make sure that you do not think about doing something which could place you in any kind of danger. Why do you care? It is not like we actually are close related. Harry blinked and opened and closed his mouth several times before he found his voice again. Maybe we are not related by blood. But I care about you, and I do not want you to be involved with anything which could actually hurt you. It is not like you know anything about what Salazar hid in the chambers. Yes, I do. The answer was so low that even Harry himself was not sure if he had heard it or not. Looking up, Harry met Tom's gaze and knew he had made a mistake. Tom now had the same wary look in his eyes as the first time he had met the boy. He looked ready to bolt in any moment, and Harry knew he had to be careful. Tom, let me explain. You are a bastard. I will let you know that both of my parents were happily married before they even started to think about my existence. When Tom stood, Harry followed his movements. He did not need any special connecting to the future Dark Lord to know that Tom was mad at him. He had yet to find out what had pulled the trigger to the boy's anger. All you do is acting like an idiot who does not have a single care in the world. And you act like it is all about you. Well, guess what? It is not like that at all. There is a whole world filled with people just as. If you think like that, why do you not go out and see if you can find someone who wants you? I can do just fine without you. Harry stepped around the table so there were only a few inches between them. The air was thick with magic. Just like when he had lost his temperament in Dumbledore's office shortly after Sirius' death. The things around him began to tremble. If you think you are doing fine, then why do you not go back to your friends or return to that orphanage? I am sure that they will welcome you with open arms. I might just do that. It is far better than having you to hang over me and watch every single thing I do. Harry watched as Tom stormed past him. He wanted to run after the boy, but for some reason or another his muscles refused to follow his orders. Tears stung his eyes, and Harry felt worse than he had done ever since he first ended up in this time. Wordlessly he turned around and looked out of the open door. Tom was nowhere in sight. Tom had left him. He was all alone. Sobs sounded, and Harry finally realized that he was crying. He had not thought he would feel so lonely, so empty if such a thing should happen. Really, it had been such a silly thing to discuss about. Back against a wall, he slid down until he was sitting at the floor and hugging his knees to his chest. Hours later, when it had gotten dark outside, Harry finally moved from his position at the floor. His body was stiff and a little sore after having been in the same position for such a long time. He did not need to look in a mirror to know that his eyes were red and puffy. It always happened when he had cried. Harry blamed his foul temper on the lack of sleep he had suffered. He knew he would not have acted like this if he had been well rested. From now on he would try to take better care of himself so that Tom would not have to suffer the consequences. But what worried him was that Tom not had been willing to tell the truth. He had thought. Leaning heavily against the wall, Harry closed the front door and slowly made his way up to his room. He felt drained for energy and just wanted to lie down and sleep. Though he doubted he would get much sleep tonight. First thing he would do tomorrow when he awoke was to write a letter to Tom and apologize for the way he had been acting. Hopefully Tom would be willing to accept it. Or else Harry was not sure what he should do. He would not risk losing the only family he had left. For him it did not matter that they were not related by blood or through marriage. Family was family. And Tom was his family. What little hope he had allowed himself to feel died when Aries returned with yet another unopened envelope. True to his words, first thing had done when he woke the next morning after the argument with Tom, he had sent Aries with an apology. When the black owl had returned with the letter still attached to its leg, Harry had decided to give Tom a chance to cool off before he would again. Now, 2 months had passed and Harry had yet to see Tom again. The boy did not answer his letters and did not come to Hogsmeade anymore. It seemed like Tom had been speaking the truth. After all, the boy had been doing just fine before they met. The boy did not need him. Christmas was coming closer and Harry would spend the winter holidays on his own. Not even when he had lived with the Dursleys and he had been locked in his cupboard under the stairs had he been truly alone. If you are going to sulk all day again, why do you not get out of here? It is depressing to watch you like this. Harry glared at Hubert, who was hovering behind him. And, pray to tell me, what should I do once I got you of here? Harry asked and Hubert shrugged. I do not know. Do you not have some friends you can visit or something like that? Harry, though he had lived in this tie for half a year, only knew a handful of people. But it would be better than just sitting and thinking about Tom. Okay. I will head out. Do not expect me to be home any time soon. Yes, sir. Hubert made a mock salute. I will look after the house so you do not have to worry. He nodded and grabbed his purse and a heavy winter cloak. He took some flow powder and threw it into the fireplace. When the flames turned green, he stepped the fire. Leaky cauldron. And then the only one left in the cottage was Hubert. Jump in time, at Hogwarts. Though he hated to admit it, Tom was starting to get worried. He did his best to hide it by acting like nothing was bothering him. The library was filled with students and the noise was nearly unbearable. Why one of the teachers did not do anything to stop them he did not understand. Tom sat in the middle of the room surrounded by other Slytherins. Old as well as the younger years. All of them wanted to be near him. Out of all of them only Abraxas knew about the argument he had had with Evan. It was the Malfoy's advice combined with his own stubbornness which stopped him from reading, yet alone answering any of the letters his guardian sent him. He did not need the man, as he had pointed out before he had left the cottage. It was all Evan's fault. But why did he feel this unwanted need to apologize? Biting back a sigh, Tom looked up from the book he had been reading. The Slytherins were not the only ones in the library. Near the door a loud group of Gryffindors were assembled. What they were doing in there he had no idea about. They did not seem to be studying. A fourth-year girl caught his eyes. She was sitting a little away from the other Gryffindors with a book about transfiguration in front of her. She did not interact with any of her loud housemates. Tom frowned. He had seen the girl before around at school and knew she was a fourth year, a year above himself. From what he remembered, her name was Minerva McGonagall, from a pureblood family. She was smart and would probably be a good minion. As if she could feel his eyes on her, McGonagall looked up from her book and met his gaze. Tom smirked and noted how the fourth year blushed. Though he already had some kind of idea of what kind of gender he liked, it was still amusing to watch how other reacted. After all, Slytherins were supposed to manipulate with people. The easiest way to do so was to know what they wanted. If they wanted to believe they had a chance with him, he would allow them to believe so. At least until he could close the net around them and they would no longer be able to get away. Still blushing, McGonagall broke off and Tom returned his attention to the book, though he could not concentrate on the book's context. Someone cleared their throat and Tom looked up from the book he had been trying to read. Abraxas was sitting next to him and writing an essay for a potion assignment. The blonde nodded and Tom followed the direction with his eyes. He kept his mask in place when he saw Professor Slughorn make his way towards him. Professor. He nodded to Professor Slughorn when the professor stopped in front of them. Good evening, Tom. Do you mind following with me to my office? Of course, Professor. Just give me a moment and I will be ready. With a smile he used on every Professor TM put his things back in his bag and followed Professor Slughorn out of the library. He knew the Slytherins would behave while he was gone. After all, Abraxas was with them. As his right-hand man they would have to show the same amount of respect as they paid him. Walking through the corridors, Tom wondered why the professor had come for him. As far as he knew, he had done nothing wrong. At least not something which could be led back to him. But it was not unusual for the professors to want to talk with him. Perhaps the professor just wanted to discuss some of the theories he had included in his assignment. It would not be the first time for that. Tom made sure to walk next to the potion professor. He would not let anyone think that they were his superior. Instead of going into the classroom, Tom was led into the professor's private chambers. Tom frowned. Though he had been in there before, the professor would not take him in there just to discuss such a thing as his assignment. Please, take a seat. Professor Slughorn said after having seated himself in a comfortable-looking armchair and lit up the fireplace. Tom did as he was told while making sure to keep his face clear for all thoughts. He would not let the professor know how worried he was actually starting to feel. This is harder to tell than I thought it would be. You have to understand, dear Tom, I have never had to do this kind of things. But since I am the head of your house and therefore the adult who know you the best, it is my duty to deliver this message. Tom simply raised an eyebrow. He had never seen his professor act like this. The head of the Slytherin house shifted uncomfortable under his gaze. I just came from a meeting with Headmaster Dippet, who had just gotten the news himself. Your guardian, Mr. James, has been shot by a Muggle when he was in the Muggle part of London. Tom blinked, trying to understand what he had been told. Was Evan dead? What happened to Harry? Stumbling out of the fireplace, Harry regained his balance before he fell. Coughing, he decided he would learn how to apparate as soon as possible. He stepped away from the fireplace and further into the room. Not many was in the leaky cauldron at this time of the day. Harry guessed that most of them were at work or out shopping for Christmas gifts. Looking over to the counter, he found Madame Dodderidge standing there cleaning glasses. With a smile and a small wave with his hand, he walked over to her. Good to see you, Dodderidge. Merlin, Evan, what happened to you? You look like someone has cursed you with the Cruciatus. Harry sighed as he sat down at one of the high chairs. Nothing happened. I just have not slept well lately. More likely not at all. Feeling the woman's gaze at him made him want to fidget. Give her red hair and he would start calling her Mrs. Weasley. Take a piece of my pie and then you will tell me what is bothering you. Maybe she did not need red hair to act like the Weasley matriarch. I just had a disagreement with Tom. Harry decided to continue when the promised piece of pie was placed in front of him. He wanted me to tell him something which could prove to be a danger to him and other people. When he continued lying for me about who had told him it, I got mad. We yelled at each other and said hurtful things. H left and I have not been able to come in contact with him since then. All the letters I sent to him return unopened. He used the silence to try the pie. To his surprise, it tasted quite good. He could not recall when the last time he had eaten was. All he knew was that it felt good to get something in his stomach. To me, it sounds like both of you were at fault. You because of your temperament, although I cannot imagine you mad. But also Tom for being mad and afterwards ignoring you. He seems to be one to hold a grudge. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I do not know. Maybe I am just not fit to be a parent. He yelped when Dodderidge leaned over the counter and hit his head lightly. Do you care for Tom? Yes. Do you fear he should be hurt? It can give me sleepless nights. Are you willing to give up your own life for him? Yes. The answer came without the slightest hesitation and the barmaid grinned. There you go. You are perfectly fit to be a parent. Nothing for you to worry about. Thanks. I needed to hear that. Now you just need to make it all good again. Harry groaned. What do you think I have been trying to do? He does not react to any of the things I have tried. He avoids me and does not answer my letters. He does not even read them. And the worst thing is that he has decided to stay at school for Christmas. Why not give him a gift? Harry blinked. And what should I give him? The only thing he is interested in is his books. Think. Go around and look. I am sure you will find something. Eating the last of the pie, Harry offered her a smile. Thanks, it is a good idea. Of course. I am a woman after all. Harry laughed and hurried out of the door before he could get cursed by the barmaid who glared at him. First, when he had closed the door behind him, Harry realized that he was not in front of the entrance to Diagon Alley. He was in the Muggle part of London. Cursing his luck, Harry walked away from the door. No way that he would go back when he had just left. On the bright side, he would get a chance to explore a little part of London. Not even in his own time he had gotten such a chance. The Dursleys had never taken him anywhere, and after he became a student at Hogwarts, it had been too dangerous for him to walk around like he wanted to. Harry took his sweet time looking through the windows to the shops. Many of the things were so normal, but he had seen nothing of them while living in Hogsmeade. Though there were half-bloods, most of them knew little to nothing about the Muggle world. Feeling people staring at him, Harry realized that he was dressed in wizard robes. Blushing, he silently cursed himself. He wanted to avoid attention, and being dressed as what the Muggles thought was a weirdo did not help. Ignoring the stares he got, Harry continued his way past the shops. More than once he stopped to get a better view of some of the things. Harry knew he could easily go to Diagon Alley or even Knockturn Alley to find something for Tom. But would something magically really be able to tell Tom how much he missed him? He had to find something special. Something which he could not just walk into every shop and buy. Just as the thought ended, he saw something down a side alley. It was a little shop, and because of where it was placed, he doubted that it had many visitors. It was gloomy and did not look like any other Muggle shop he had seen before. Not that he had much experience with that. Stepping inside, Harry realized that there was no way this could be a Muggle shop. He could practically feel the magic in the air around him hum. A mix of Muggle and wizard things was placed side by side. Some of them looked pretty innocent, while other definitely belonged in a darker category. Was Muggle repelling charms placed around the shop? He avoided thinking of what would happen if a Muggle got their hands on something from this shop. Slowly walking around the shop, Harry stopped and looked at several bracelets and necklaces. Each one of them was beautiful made, and more than half of them were made of silver. Looking for something for your lover? The rusty voice sounding right next to him made Harry jump in surprise. Wah, no, not my lover. Harry had to look down to see the shop manager, who reached him to the middle of his chest and had hair white as snow and a face filled with wrinkles. The thought of Tom being his lover sent shivers down his spine. First of all, he was sure he was not gay. After all, he had had crushes on both Cho and Ginny. True, he had never really thought longer than innocent Key. Both that did not matter. Secondly, Tom was younger, older, whatever. The age difference was too big for them to be together. I am looking for something to give to a friend I had an argument with some time ago. Do you have any idea what I should give him? Harry did not know why he had asked the man. He most of all just wanted to leave the shop and forget he had ever been in there. Surely, he should be able to find a gift for Tom somewhere else. I think I might just have the right thing for you. Without waiting for an answer from him, the shop manager took two necklaces which both were made of silver and showed a snake twisted around a new moon. Both of the necklaces have protective charms on them. And, if you choose a keyword, they will make it possible for the owners to locate the other as long as both are wearing them. Harry eyed the two necklaces. They were beautiful. No other words could describe them. Somehow he had no doubt that Tom would like them. Maybe they would be enough to make Tom open for him. I will take them. He paid for the jewelry and left the shop. As he stepped out of the door, a tingling feeling passed through his body. Frowning, Harry turned around just to find that the shop had disappeared. Instead, he was staring at a wall. Magic was definitely a strange thing. Deciding not to spend more time than necessary, Harry hurried out of the side alley. If he was fast, he could be back at the cottage before dinner time. He could not wait to show Hubert what he had found. Hopefully the ghost would approve his gift to Tom. Just as the leaky cauldron came in sight, Harry felt something hard and cold poke against his back while someone grabbed his arm. "Be quiet and follow me, then nothing will happen." Harry bit his lip and looked around. He had no doubt about what was poking his back. There was no way he would be able to duck before the man, because it was a man's voice, could shot him. And with this many people in the street, the risk of someone being hit instead of him was too big. For once not acting like the Gryffindor he was, Harry did as he was told and let the man lead him away from the street and into a dark side alley while he cursed himself for not paying more attention to his surroundings. The Muggle, because no wizard with any respect for himself would use a gun, forced him to stop when they were far enough in alley to not be disturbed. "Hand over your money." Harry froze. "No can do it." The gun poked against his back none too gently. "Do as you are told and you will not suffer from it." Harry cursed himself. If he got out of this one alive, he would make sure to wear his wand where he would be able to reach it. As it was right now, he would have to try and talk himself out of this one. "Listen, I do not have any money." "Nonsense. A guy like you must have some cash on you." Harry rolled his eyes. "I do not have any money." The man would think he was making fun of him if he handed over his purse with wizard money. A punch in the back sent Harry falling forward, so he landed face first in the dirt. Harry grunted and closed his eyes while pain shoot through his lungs and tears threaded falling. He would let a simple Muggle see him cry. After all he had been through worse with the Dursleys and Voldemort. This was nothing. A knee in his back kept him down while the man started going through his pocket. For once Harry was glad he was still wearing his robes. There were so many pockets that the man had no hope of finding his purse. Harry turned his head and tried to get a look at the Muggle. He had lost his glasses in the fall, so it was pretty much impossible for him to see anything. "Do not look at me." The man hit him with the gun and Harry saw stars dancing in front of his eyes. He snarled and started twisting and turning to get free. No way. He would just lie while someone was trying to rob him. He kept his one hand hidden under his body. The hand with the 2 necklaces. He would not let the Muggle get Tom's gift. It was supposed to help him getting on good terms with Tom again. "Damn it, you are not worth the troubles." A kick landed on his already arching ribs. "Since you have already seen my face, I have to make sure that you will not be able to tell anyone." Harry wanted to point out that without his glasses he was nearly blind, but not a word came over his lips. That was all Harry heard before a bang sounded and he felt a fire in his back. He did not know if he screamed or cried. All he knew was the pain. Squeezing the necklaces to his chest, Harry closed his eyes and tried to breathe. He felt something hot spread on his back and knew it was blood. What would Tom say if he saw him this week? And then there was only darkness. What had he done? Who had he pissed off? Had he done something to annoy a god up there somehow? Maybe he had tried to kill all kittens in the world in an earlier life and someone had decided to punish him with this life. Or did fate just plain hate him? There had to be a reason for why there had been so many attempts to end his life and he had yet to die from any of them. After thinking for a little while, he decided it had been around 31. Maybe more, maybe fewer. Some of the attempts he was not sure if counted or not. Fate really had to hate him and death seemed not to want him. Someone up there was probably laughing their ass off right now. Harry knew he had not died. He did not feel pain, but the foul taste of potions in his mouth told him he was still alive. No one would be so evil to let someone die and still being able to taste potion. Feeling something touching his hand, Harry relaxed. He did not want to wake up, but he could not stay in the dark no matter how safe he felt. It was a lot like the dark in his cupboard. Though he had hated to be locked in there, it had been his safe place. Neither his uncle or cousin had been able to reach him and Aunt Petunia would never step in there. But he could not leave Tom on his own. He had promised he would be there for the boy and he would stay true to his words. Besides, if he did stay in the darkness, who knew what would happen to Tom? Perhaps Dumbledore would send him back to the orphanage. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Harry focused at his hand. It was warm. Not the kind where sunshine was at it, but as if someone else was touching him. Holding his hand. Coming to the surface, his hearing returned. He could hear people move, though they seemed to be in another place. As if there was a wall between them, or something like that. He opened his eyes just to quickly close them again. It was too bright. It was just as white as the hospital wing at Hogwarts was, but Harry knew he was not back at the school. And the lack of noise from machines around him told him he was not in a Muggle hospital. Trying to figure out where he had ended, Harry slowly opened his eyes once again. His surroundings were a blur. Realizing he did not have his glasses on, Harry moved his hand trying to find his glasses. He did not like the fact that he was in a place he did not know and was not able to see. When his hand did not move, Harry turned his head and tried to figure out what was holding it down. Someone with dark hair was sitting in a chair next to him and resting their head on the bed. It was the person's hand which was holding his own. Finding his glasses at a nightstand, he put them on and turned his attention back to the only other person in the room. His eyes widened when he saw who it was. Tom Marvolo Riddle was deep asleep, clinging to his hand as if it was a lifeline. The boy had dark bags under his eyes and was paler than the last time he had seen the boy. How long he lay still and stared at Tom, Harry had no idea of, and there was no clock in the room. He did not dare to move in fear of waking the boy. Tom looked like he needed all the rest he could get. Not long after he had awaked, Harry soon found he really needed to leave the bed. When was the last time he had visited a bathroom? It did not matter. All he knew was that he needed to find one, and it had to be fast. Slowly he got Tom to let go of his hand without waking the boy. He froze when Tom mumbled something in his sleep and let out a breath he did not know he had been holding when the boy continued sleeping. On unsteady legs he made his way out of the room he had awaked in. He had not walked far before he realized where he was, and Harry cursed his own luck. After all this time where he had tried to avoid getting here, it had only taken a Muggle with a gun to get him sent to St. Mungo's. Harry sighed. Now he was there and there was not much he could do about it. When Harry returned to the room, he found a big group watching as healers ran in and out of the door to his room, looking panicked and shouting at each other. "What is going on?" he asked a young healer who was standing among the other spectators and watching the other healers. "It seems like the patient in there has disappeared. They are trying to find out who has moved him. T is only a question about time before the Aurors show up. Whoever kidnapped him is not going to get far. The wards have already been raised." Harry raised an eyebrow. To think that they act like that just because someone disappears for a few minutes. If I had known such a thing would happen, I would have done it sooner. The healer nodded and looked shortly at him before looking back at the still panicking healers. "Yeah, it is good you are awake. Good to know. You are not missing." Harry grinned and ran a hand through his hair, making it more mess than it already was. "You know, if you got a toilet closer to the room, I would have been back sooner." Evan. Something flew at him and hit him so hard that he stumbled a few steps back. "I thought you had decided to leave me since you were not in the bed when I awoke." Looking down, Harry realized that it really was Tom, who had wrapped his arms around his waist and was looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. "It is okay, Tom. I am not going to leave you. I promise. I just needed to use the bathroom and did not want to wake you." "And what are you doing here? Are you not supposed to be at school right now?" While Harry was being led back to the room, Tom explained how Professor Slughorn had informed him about him being attacked by a Muggle and how he had waited for him to wake up. Harry was shocked to hear the fear in the boy's voice. He had not thought Tom would think much about it if he had died. It seemed like he had been wrong about that one. Being back in bed and with the healers having left the room, after they had poked him all over his body with their nasty wands, silence filled the room. Tom seemed embarrassed about his earlier outburst. In some way, Harry understood him. He himself had no idea what to say now that he and Tom were together. He had gone through this moment many times, but now where it was real, he found himself somewhat lost. Harry stopped himself from fiddling with the blanket, though, in the moment, he wanted to do just that. He had not seen Tom since the boy had left the home in anger. Remembering the reason to why he had ended in the Muggle part of London, Harry sat up in the bed. Luckily, the wound from the bullet had already been healed. It seemed like there was a reason to the taste of potions he had awoken with. Finding the little gift wrapped in simple brown paper, Harry took both of them before he looked at Tom, who was watching his every move. "What date is it?" "January the 1st. The healers were starting to fear that the bullet had made more damage than they first had thought. Harry smiled and handed the gift over to Tom. Merry Christmas and happy birthday, Tom. Tom blinked owlish but still took the gift. For a long time Tom just stared at the gift like it would jump and bite his nose. It almost looked like he had no idea about what to do with it. Slowly he started to unwrap the gift as if it was something which would easily break. Harry worried his lower lip. Now he had delivered the gift, it suddenly seemed like a bad idea. He had never seen Tom wear any kind of jewelry. What if he hated it? I love it. Harry blinked and then the words shrunk in. Tom had already put the necklace on. Thank. It means a lot. Harry grinned. It seemed like he and Tom were friends again. I am glad you like it. I found it in a wizard shop that was hidden among Muggle shops. I bought one similar to yours. Tom listened silently while Harry explained the things he knew about the necklaces. He knew the boy was trying to figure out how the necklaces could be used best but did not care. The most important thing was that Tom was not ignoring him any longer. How did I end here? Harry asked. It was something which had nagged him for some time now. He had thought he would have ended in a Muggle hospital or something like that. You were lucky. Tom found you when he was running an errand for his mother. Harry nodded. Remind me to thank them as soon as I get out of here. The smirk in Tom's face did not promise anything good for him. Why? Do you not like it in here? Believe me, I have had my fair share. If I got the chance I would never get near a healer again. Tom crossed his arms. You are not sneaking out of here. Fine, I will wait until I am well enough to leave. You will wait until the healers have declared you well enough to leave. Harry scowled but did nothing more. He already knew T would not help to try and argue with Tom. He wondered if Tom and Madame Pomfrey were related. He would not wonder if that was the case. Mr. James. Harry opened his eyes and blinked sleepy. Tom had left him yesterday to return to his school but had promised to write as soon and as often as possible for him. Though the wound had already healed, Harry had lost a good deal of his blood and had therefore been forced to stay until the healers could be sure that nothing was wrong with him. Turning his head, Harry saw two men in red wizard robes. It took him a little time to remember just who wore this kind of robes. Then he spent the next few minutes trying to think of a reason to why Aurors should visit him. While he was deep in thoughts, the two men had stepped inside and closed the door behind them. Apparently they did not want other people to spy on them. Harry made sure to keep an eye at both of them. He did not want to be victim of another attack just because he was not paying attention. The episode in his 4th year with Mad Eye had taught him something. Then Harry relaxed when he remembered that in this time he was a nobody. Is there anything I can do for the two of you? I would offer you something, but unless you want to end up in one of Mungo's beds, I suggest you avoid eating the food. Personally, I think that half of the patients in here are here because they ate some of the food from the canteen. When the Aurors did not even smile, Harry started to be really worried. He could not think of a single reason to why the Aurors should be visiting him. Could it be because he had been attacked by a Muggle? Or were they there for a different reason? Mr. James, could you please tell us a little about yourself? Such as your birthday, who your parents are, where you come from, and how you came into the country without going through the ministry. Harry bit back a scowl. He should have known that ending here would give problems. My name is Evan James, my birthday is July 31st, and I am 18-year-old. I have lived most of my life in America, being homeschooled by one of my neighbors who was an old witch with a love for cats. When the last of my relatives died in a car accident, I traveled to England when I found out I still had a living relative here. Since my family always has been small, we have treasured each member very much. The thought of leaving one in an orphanage was unbearable. In the time he had been with Tom, Harry had been studying the Wizard Society in America. He was relieved that they did not have the same control over the magic users as in Britain. It made it easier for him to make them believe his lie. But how did you come to Britain without going through the ministry? Harry shrugged. These Aurors seemed new, or else were not as focused on safety as they were in his own time. Had it been Mad Eye Moody, he would have been at the ministry by now and dosed with Veritaserum before they even considered asking him any questions. I traveled the Muggle way. I have never been good with portkeys, and it sounded fun trying to fly with other than brooms. Then why did you not contact the ministry after you had arrived? Harry shrugged again. Honestly, I forgot all about it. Think about it. I am in a country I have not set a foot in since I was a baby, and I have to take care of a boy who is my only living relative. Both men nodded, looking sympathetic at him. It was clear they thought it had to be hard for him to be an alone parent at such a young age. But Tom is a wonderful boy. He is like the little brother I have never had. You see, both of my parents died shortly after we had arrived to America, so I grew up with some Muggle relatives who did not care about magic. With Tom, I have the family I have always dreamed about. As soon as the words had left his mouth, Harry realized how true they was. He had never thought he would come to think of Tom like that. After all, the boy's future I had been the one to kill his parents. What about you parents? What happened to them? Surely they would not just leave a young wizard with some muggles. This time it was the young Auror who talked, and Harry smiled sadly. Both of my parents died when the Dark Lord raided the little town we lived in. The only reason I survived was that I was visiting said relatives. His voice was thick with tears. A quick glance at the two older wizards told him that they really believed him, but Harry could not allow himself to relax, not yet. Though none of them was like Tom, he was not about to take any chances with them. While he had been talking, one of the Aurors had let a charmed feather note every word down. Harry glanced shortly at it and shuddered. He remembered all too well Rita Skeeter and how she had turned every word he said against him. Hopefully he would never have to see her again. Could you please tell us if you have taken your OWLs and NEWT exams? Harry shook his head. Yes. He had taken his OWL exam in his own time, but he had been sent here before he had ever had a chance to know the results. Unfortunately not. But I would like to take at least the OWL exam soon. That way it will be easier to get a job. Harry put on his best I am innocent and would never harm anybody face and hoped it would work. The older of the Aurors nodded. Yes, we will say to that. In these times we lives in, it is not often that someone takes in someone they do not know. It is truly a good deed. Yes. We will see to you can have your exam as soon as possible. When you have had your OWL exam and passed, half a year will go before you will be able to take your NEWT exam. Harry nodded. It should give him enough time to read up on those things he needed. He would have to be careful with the exams, though. It would not be good if some of his answer contained something which had yet to be invented. As soon as you are discharged from here, I suggest you meet up at the ministry and sign the necessary form. Then you will be informed of the time the exams will be held. You will have to inform which exams you wish to take before you can participate. When the Aurors left the room, Harry lay back in the bed and closed his eyes with a tired sigh. Never had he thought he would get such a use of his more cunning side. Maybe the Sorting Hat had been right and he should have been placed in Slytherin. It was too late to worry about that. At least Tom was no longer ignoring him. Maybe fate did not hate him after all. With an emotionless face, Tom watched as the train left the station to take the other students back to their families who would be waiting for them. For the first time since he first had entered Hogwarts, he did not have to return to the Muggle orphanage. Had he not been a Slytherin, he would have been grinning wide and brightly. Lifting his trunk, Tom left the station and slowly made his way towards Hogsmeade. While he walked, his thought wandered to Evan. Ever since the older wizard had taken him in, his life had been changed. Now he did not have to be around Muggles anymore. Only those Muggleborns who attended the school. Tom sneered at the thought of Muggles. After Evan had ended at St. Mungo's, he had started to look closer at the relationship between Muggles and wizards. Until now he had not been able to come up with a single positive thing. Because of the Muggles, their people was forced to live in hidden. They would do better if it was not for the Muggles. It would be better if there were no Muggles. They were a danger to his kind. And more than one had tried to hurt him or Evan. In the half year which had passed since he had returned to Hogwarts after Evan had been attacked, he had slowly changed his goals. It had happened so slowly that no one ever noted what he was doing. After all, they all knew he only did things which were for their own best. His sneer disappeared as soon as he entered Hogsmeade. He could not allow anyone to know what he was thinking. Especially not Evan. Though the other wizard was older than him, he was so innocent, so pure. He had yet to be tainted by life. Evan needed to be protected, and it was Tom's role to do so. He only trusted himself to do that task. No one but he was good enough to take care of Evan's welfare. Good day, Tom. Is school over for now? Tom nodded. Yes, madam. I am just heading home. Oh, so Evan is not here for you. The owner of the little bookshop he and Evan often visited stood in the door to her shop. No, in his last letter he mentioned he had to go to the ministry to get his results from his NEWT exams today. The woman nodded with a warm smile which made Tom wary. Evan seemed clueless, but Tom knew all too well what kind of influence the older wizard had on other people, witches and wizards alike. Tom was a Slytherin, and it was a well-known fact that Slytherins did not share. You will have to come and eat one day. I have not seen the slightest bit to Mr. James in these months. If I did know better, I would think he has been avoiding all of us. It is not often you find someone who is interested in his work when first they are out of school. I will remember to say hello. Now I have to go, or else Evan will get worried. They parted and Tom continued making his way to the cottage just outside Hogsmeade. The talk with the woman made Tom frown. Though Evan tried to hide it from him, Tom knew the man had a nasty habit of forgetting to take care of him. It almost was as if he thought his life was less worth than other people's. For Tom, it was just another reason to why he had to take care of Evan. It was obvious the man was not able to take care of himself. When he arrived to the cottage, Tom was greeted by one lonely ghost. It seemed like Evan had taken off early this morning and had yet to return. Tom knew there was not much he could do until Evan returned. But it did not help with the fact that he felt the need to flow to London and find Evan before the other wizard could get himself into troubles. Trying to ignore the voice in his head, no, he was not going crazy, though living with Evan sometimes made him wonder. Tom walked to his room and started unpacking his belongings. Unlike those at the orphanage, Evan seemed to respect his need for private life. Nothing in his room had been touched, and yet he could not find a spot which had not been cleaned. It seemed like Evan had gotten better at using his cleaning charms. After placing his belongings where they should be, Tom paused, trying to think of something to do. He could read or start at some of his homework, but with Evan out of the house he doubted he would be able to get much done. Even if he had known where Evan hid his broom, he would not use it. Not because he believed Evan would punish Hi for using it without asking for permission. And it was definitely not because he was the slightest bit afraid of being high in the air and having to rely on a tiny piece from a tree. It was simple because he saw flying as a waste of time. He should be able to find something better to do. After all, even Professor Dumbledore had to praise him for some of the ideas he got, though the old man would never do it willingly. If you do not know what to do, how about making something for Evan to eat once he returns? He has been so nervous about his NEWT results he has barely eaten or slept lately. Tom glared at the ghost. He had not thought he had spoken aloud, but since Hubert had answered, it seemed to be the case. What do you mean? I thought we had an agreement. That you would make sure he took care of himself while I am at school. Tom stepped closer to the ghost, who seemed to have regretted opening his mouth. Well, you see, I have tried, but since you forbid me possessing him, to make him do it himself, and without a body, it is kind of hard to do such a thing. Tom bit back a harsh comment. He knew Evan wanted him to be polite to others, even if they were just ghosts. With the Bloody Baron, who was the ghost of Slytherin House, he could understand it. After all, the ghost had a large knowledge he was willing to share to those he found worthy. And Tom was one of those few chosen ones. Very well. I will take care of that. How hard can it be? I have seen Evan cook, and if he can do it, there is no way I cannot do it. Hubert followed with him down to the kitchen, which was just as clean as the rest of the cottage. As he stepped inside the kitchen, Tom felt a pang of doubt which he pushed aside before it could grow too big. He was a Slytherin. There was nothing he could not do. Even if he had never tried cooking before, he was sure it would be easy. I am not sure about this, Tom. When I was alive, I watched my mother when she was cooking, and it seemed pretty hard. Evan seems to have been doing this a lot, and he is really good at it. Tom shrugged while he looked through the recipes written with Evan's neat handwriting. Finally, he found something which seemed pretty easy to make. Even an idiot should be able to make a chocolate cake. And Tom was by no means an idiot. Meanwhile, when he stepped outside the department for the results from OWL and NEWT, Harry swore he would never take a step inside that place again. The last half an year had been like hell on earth for him. Hermione would with no doubt be proud of how much he had studied. He had had no time to think about his project about being an animagus. Not only had he had to take OWL again, it would not have been that hard since he had already done it once, but Harry still had to read a lot to make sure he did not let information which did not exist yet. And when he had passed the OWL with nice results, he had been shocked to get an E in potions. He had started on preparing to the NEWT. It helped a lot that there was not as many things to learn as there would have been in the future. And he had not needed to read more than just a few books about defense against the dark arts. It gave him time to read up on arithmancy, which was a whole lot more interesting than divination had ever been. At least it did not seem like he had to worry about his own death in any near future. Ignoring those around him, Harry found a quiet corner to take a look at the results. He could not help but notice his hands were shaking when he opened the envelope. Passing grades. O equals outstanding. E equals exceeds expectations. A equals acceptable. Failing grades. P equals poor. D equals dreadful. T equals troll. Arithmancy. O. Care of magically creatures. A. Astronomy. P. Charms. A. Defense against the dark arts. O. Herbology. E. Muggle studies. E. History of magic. A. Potions. E. Transfiguration. E. Congratulation with your NEWT results. The Ministry of Magic wish you good luck in the future. Head of the department for the results from OWL and NEWT. Selena Goodfoot. Harry looked at his results for his NEWT exams. For a second he was sure someone had made a mistake somewhere. What would Professor Snape do if he could see this? The potion master had always said he was too incompetent to ever make an acceptable potion. It seemed like he could do more than just an acceptable one when he did not have the big, bad bat from the dungeons breathing down his neck and just waiting for him to blink at the wrong time. He did not know if he should laugh or not. It seemed like all those years hearing about goblins and their wars had done something good. Carefully he folded the paper and put it in a pocket, making sure it would not be lost. It felt nice to know it was over. Now he had one reason less to have sleepless nights. Now he only had to figure out what he wanted to do. Harry knew he needed a job at some point. They could not live of his school money much longer. He had no idea about how much he had left in his account. But he feared the day he would have nothing left in his purse. He had to find a way to earn money before such a thing happened. But today was not the day he would worry about such a thing. He no longer had to think about anything school-related unless it had something to do with Tom. Harry cursed loudly without caring for those around him. He had forgotten today was the day the students went home to their families for the summer. A quick tempest told Harry that Tom had been on his own an hour. Half an hour if he did not count the time it would have taken the boy to reach their home. Much could have happened in that time, and Harry had a nagging feeling that he did better hurry back to the cottage. Harry hurried over to the big fireplaces as fast as he could. Not only did he want to go home to Tom, but every time he stepped in here he was reminded of the whole fiasco which had led to Sirius' death. It hurt to think about it, though a whole year had passed by now. Technically nothing had happened yet, but it did not matter. Sirius was dead, though he had yet to be born, and there was nothing he could do about it. Harry hurried over to one of the fireplaces and grabbed a handful of flow powder which he threw in the fire before stepping into the now green flames. He landed face first when he was thrown out of the fireplace in the cottage. How someone could step out without as much as a hair wrong was a wonder to him. Harry was sure it was a secret which was given from generation to generation in pureblood families. It was a shame his father had been killed before he could learn anything from him. To his surprise, a loud cursing sounded from the kitchen. Harry had no doubt it belonged to Tom. He could not think of a single reason to why Tom should be in there. Normally the boy would read or do some homework. With his wand in his hand, Harry sneaked towards the kitchen. He was ready to curse someone or dodge. Hubert was nowhere to be seen. Did it mean that whoever had caught Tom had somehow managed to take care of the ghost? Harry did not know if it was possible, but he was not going to take any chances. For once he would not just rush into danger. Not when it could be on one of his beloved's risk. It felt weird having his wand in his hand again. Since his and Tom's wands were brother wands, Harry did not want Tom to ask him questions about what it could mean. Truth to be told, he had no explanation to give. It also gave him a reason to practice his wandless magic. As it was now, he could use it more than he had been able to before a headache started. Slowly he crept forward, every muscle in his body was tense. No more sound came from the kitchen. Did it mean they knew he was there? Harry had not really been quiet when he arrived. It was a wonder no one had tried to attack him yet. Nearing the kitchen, Harry tried to think of who it was. Could it be Dumbledore? He doubted the professor would do such a thing. Other than a few, nearly harmless pranks, he had mostly left the man alone. On the other hand, many of the things the man did made no sense. Could it be some of Grindelwald's follower? The thought made Harry shiver. If they as much as thought about touching a hair on Tom's head, they were going to wish they had never been born. He would make sure of that. A yell from the kitchen and the sound of something crashing together with a body hitting the floor got Harry started. Forgotten were his thoughts earlier about not running head first into danger. If those bastards had harmed his Tom, they were going to regret it. Harry ran into the kitchen, his wand already raised and ready to cast the first curse which crossed his mind when his feet hit something at the floor and Harry fell. For the second time that day, Harry found himself flat at the floor. A white cloud swirled around him, making it hard to breathe without coughing. Every time he moved, more of this white substance seemed to fill the air. His glasses had been knocked off when he fell. Not that Harry thought they would have done much good. But as it was right now, everything around him was white and blurry instead of just white. As his heart started to calm down, Harry realized he was laying chest to chest with another person. It was a body he knew well, since they had shared the same bed a lot of times the past summer. Hearing the person under him groan, Harry was thankful that the white powder, whatever it was hiding his blush. He hoped Tom had no idea about what kind of things their position could lead to. How come one so petite can be so heavy? Harry huffed and sat up, not caring enough to move anytime soon. If Tom could complain like that, he was fine. I am not little. I just grow slower than other people. How come you are a grown-up but I am nearly as tall as you? There has to be giant blood somewhere between your ancestors. Tom moved under him and suddenly Harry found himself under the other boy with his hands pinned somewhere over his head. Though Tom was not as tall as him, he was more filled out. I have no giants in my blood. It is you who is at the same size as a shrimp. Harry huffed. I will let you know it is not my fault. My relatives let me live in a cupboard most of my childhood and I was rarely fed. Harry realized he had said too much when he saw the look in Tom's eyes. Most time Harry never talked about his relatives. Bloody muggles. Harry glared at the younger boy. I do not want to hear you use such language in this house. If you do not remember it, one of my best friends was a muggle-born witch and so was my mother. At least Tom was decent enough to look ashamed of what he had said. It is still wrong. No one should ever get away with treating a child, especially a magical child, like that. Harry just shrugged. It is not like there is anything we can do about that. They are dead. Peace be with them. It was partly true. His relatives were not there, so nothing could be done, though they were not dead yet. Harry looked around, taking in the state of the kitchen. Do you mind telling me why the kitchen is covered in flour? Is it a new try to decorate it? While it is creative, I liked it better as it was before. Through the flour in his face, Harry could still see Tom blush. He had to admit it looked adorable at the boy. Well, I thought I would make a cake. It looks so easily when you do it, and I wanted to make you something. The two last words were said so low Harry nearly missed them. Luckily he did not. If that is the case, then how about I help you? That way you can learn it. The thought about learning something new made Tom lit up in a whole new way. What are you laying at the floor for? Hurry up and show me how to do it. Harry laughed as Tom moved away and stared impatiently at him. Very well. First of all, we need to get this mess removed. With a flick with his hand, the spilled flour disappeared and the kitchen was just as clean as when he had left it earlier this day. Harry stood and read through the recipe Tom had chosen. It was one of the first cakes he had learned to make at the Dursleys. Because of his cousin's enormous need for sugar, Harry had been forced to learn how to bake and cook in a very early age. Looking at the table, Harry found that Tom had already brought forth all the things they would need to make a cake. Okay. It is actually quite easy. Cooking and baking are just like making a potion. You have to follow the recipe. The biggest difference is you can taste the cake mixture without having to worry about turning purple or something like that. Harry handed over the spoon to Tom so he could mix the ingredients into the bowl. He stood behind the boy, his front against Tom's back, and led his hand in slow motion while they mixed the dough. The heat from the other's body was easy to feel even through their layers of clothes. Harry had to admit he enjoyed the feeling more than he should have been. Though he knew nothing about it, Tom was thinking the exact same thing and pressed a little against the other wizard's body without Harry noting anything. Slowly he crept down the stairs, making sure to avoid those steps he knew would give him away. The sun had already risen, though it was still early. It meant he had been able to sneak out of his room without making any light himself. In the half-month which had passed since the summer started, he had gotten what seemed to be his best sleep to this date. Ignoring his protest, Tom had on his first day back walked into his room while Harry had been getting ready to go to bed. The boy had managed to silence him by pointing out he would end the same bed as he anyway due to his nightmares. Harry had just joined Tom in the bed. Inwardly he had been more than happy to share his bed with the other boy. With the broom in his hand, Harry sneaked over to the door. Since he was not able to sleep any longer, he would do something which would calm his mind, if only a little. Before he could open the door to freedom, the entrée was lit up in a clear light. "Where do you think you are going?" Licking his lips and with a sinking feeling in his stomach, Harry turned around and tried to look innocent. "Good morning, Tom. I did not think you would be up at this hour." The younger wizard was still wearing his nightclothes and standing at the top of the stairs. The glare he sent him could nearly match one of Professor Snape's. "And I would still be asleep if it was not because you should absolutely try to sneak out just to fly on your broom." Harry flinched. He knew Tom was grumpy in the morning. Being awoken earlier than he normally was did not seem to help. But it did not mean the tone he used did not hurt. "Sorry. I guess I could just not stay in bed any longer, or else I would have gone crazy." Why did he feel like he was a child being caught red-handed? He was the older of the two of them. Sometimes it was as if Tom was older than him. Tom sighed and rubbed his eyes. "Now we are up, we might as well get started on the day. Go and make breakfast while I get ready. This way we will have enough time to get you prepared for your meeting later." When Tom was out of sight, Harry rolled his eyes before he walked into the kitchen. He knew it did not help trying to discuss with Tom this early in the morning. When the boy was tired, he was thicker-headed than normally. As he worked with the pans and prepared their food, he heard water running upstairs. Tom had to follow a certain routine if he should be able to truly wake up in the morning. First, he would take a long, nice bath. Afterwards, he would drink several cups of coffee along with breakfast before he even considered joining the land of the living. As he placed the last plate at the table, Tom came in through the door. Gone was the nest he called hair, though it was never as bad as Harry's own. Instead, Tom looked ready to take part in a dinner or a party. How the boy could stand being so clean was a wonder to him. Due to Aunt Petunia's need to cleanness, Harry had a strong dislike to dirt. But children should still be allowed to act like children. That included getting dirty and being noisy. They ate in silence. Tom was already starting on his third cup of coffee, or was it his fourth, and Harry picked at his food. Though he was too nervous to feel hungry, Harry knew he would regret it later if he did not get something in his stomach before the meeting. "If you are done eating, then hurry up. Today is not the day you will turn up late." Harry got up, and on his way out of the room he made a lazy salute. "Yes, Mum. Do I also have to wash me behind the ears now we are on it?" Grinning, he dodged whatever Tom threw after him before he hurried upstairs. He did rather not give Tom another reason to practice his aim at him. Harry stepped inside the bathroom and closed the door behind him. The floor was still wet after Tom's bath. He had to talk with the boy about cleaning after himself. Harry shrugged. He would do that another time. Right now he had other things to worry about. He stepped out of his robes before turning on the water so he could take a shower. Harry took his sweet time waiting for the water to become comfortable warm. At the Dursleys he had only been allowed short, cold showers once in a while when Aunt Petunia thought he was starting to smell worse than usually. Even at Hogwarts he had not been able to take as long a bath as he had wanted to. It was one of the negative things about sharing bathroom with other guys. Honestly, how did the girls do it or those who shared dorms with Malfoy? If he ever got the chance he would make sure to ask them. Harry sighed happily as he stepped in under the water. Though he was better than he had been in a long time, a year could not change a whole life with mistreatment. The walks and flying on his broom gave him some muscles, though it was not anything impressive. He would never be good in a fight on strength. Instead, he would have to rely on his speed and fast reflexes. Stepping out from the shower, Harry stared at him in the mirror and grimaced. He did not look like a grown-up. More like a few years younger than he really was. Hell, when Tom had finished his grown spurt, he should be able to pass for being the other boy's little brother. Harry stared at his own image in the mirror when he heard something move behind him and turned around with his hand raised, ready to cast the first spell he could think of on whatever was in the bathroom with him. His eyes widened when Harry looked straight into Blue Eyes and his body froze. Tom stood in the open door staring at him. How long the boy had been standing like that he had no idea about, but the thought of someone watching him while he was BPD sent shivers down his spine. How long they stood and just watched each other Harry had no idea about. It was like someone else had taken control over his body. He could not move even if he had wanted to. If he had not known better, he would have thought someone had cast the Imperius curse at him. When goosebumps started spreading on his skin, Harry remembered he had no clothes on. How he had been able to forget that fact he had no idea about. Perhaps it was the way Tom watched him. Like a predator ready to jump on its prey. Slowly, as if he was afraid to awake the boy from his trance, Harry stepped backwards towards the shower where he would be able to hide himself from Tom's gaze. For a short moment it looked like Tom was about to follow him. Then the boy blinked and looked around as if he had never been in a bathroom before. When his gaze returned to Harry, who now was hiding behind the shower curtains, Tom blushed. I just came with your robes. You had forgotten them in your room and I did not want you to run around in the house BPD. If Harry did not know better, he would say the boy was blushing. But because of his paleness it was kind of hard to be sure. Harry nodded. Yeah, thanks for that. Do you mind, get out of the bathroom so I can change. Tom stared at him, seemingly trying to understand what he was saying. Harry was starting to get worried. Had he somehow succeeded in breaking Tom? With his record it was never to be sure. Tom glared at him and turned around. Next time, remember to lock the door. With that he was out of the door. Harry waited a little to be sure he would not come back before he locked the door with a move with his hand. Looking down himself, Harry sighed. It seemed like he needed another bath. A very cold bath. With Tom. When he heard the door to the bathroom lock behind him, Tom let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. His hands were shaking and he was thankful that no one was around to watch him right now. Who knew walking in on Evan would be such a good idea? Not that he had planned it, but other people did not need to know that. Actually, no one else than him needed to know what kind of body Evan tended to hide under his robes. If Tom could choose, he would be the only one who would ever get to see it. It had felt like forever when he and Evan had been watching each other inside the bathroom. He had let his eyes travel over the other wizard's body, taking in every detail, making sure he would not forget them anytime soon. The emerald eyes which always fascinated him. Never had he seen eyes that green. His had moved down to the lips, which were red and had been slightly open as if to invite his tongue inside his wet carbon. The next thing he had focused on had been the nipples. He had wondered what kind of sounds he could make Evan make by touching, licking, beeping and twisting them. Would he react best to gentle touches or would he rather like it harsher? Tom was by no means an innocent boy. Growing up in the orphanage and being out at the streets much of his time, where he had tried to avoid muggles from said orphanage, he had seen more than his fair share of say. Though he himself had yet to try it. He did not yet know what gender he liked. No matter what he knew, he would never let another person use his body. His thoughts returned to Evan and the situation they were in. While he had been thinking, the other wizard had been moving away from him. Tom had felt a pang of something which he was not sure what was. The only thing he knew was he did not like what he was feeling, and it had had something to do with the way Evan had moved away from him. Tom smirked. The blush which had colored Evan's face combined with the fact that the older wizard had looked like a deer caught in the headlight had been an interesting combination. Making a decision, Tom moved away from the door to the bathroom when he heard the water be turned on once again. He would make sure that no one else got to see what he had seen. After all, Evan was his. Even if it would take some time for the other wizard to understand what it meant. With Harry. When Harry finally left the bathroom, Tom was nowhere to be seen. Harry figured the boy was waiting for him downstairs. After all, none of them wanted to be late today of all days. Harry walked slowly in his new robes. Though he knew it did not matter to those he was supposed to speak with, Tom had insisted he should use his better robes. He had to make a good impression. He found Tom waiting for him in front of the fireplace with a handful of flow powder in his hand. Harry avoided looking into his eyes. He was not sure he could meet the other boy's gaze without blushing. It was weird. More than just a little handful of people had seen him BPD before. The Quidditch team, the boys he shared dorm with. Why did it bother him so much that Tom had? Shaking his head, Harry smiled at Tom. Are you ready to go? I was only waiting for you. Now hurry up or you are going to be late. Harry rolled his eyes. With Tom in the house who needed parents. Harry tumbled out of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron with Tom waiting for him ready to grab him before he could fall. When the boy had seen how awful his landings were, he had taken it up on himself to go first and be ready to grab him whenever they used the method to travel around. Thanks. He mumbled and Tom only nodded shortly. The boy stepped away and looked around in the leaky cauldron. Though it was still early on the day, the room was more than half filled with people. Harry frowned. It was not normal in here when it was not even time to lunch. Even if the leaky cauldron hid the passage to Diagon Alley, it did not mean all who passed through bought something. Most of them just passed through. As they walked through the room, Harry noted the many dark glances people cast them. The gloomy atmosphere in the room did not help. Harry felt as if he was stepping on needles. Something had happened and he had no idea of what it was. A short glance at Tom told him the boy had also noted it. But, like himself, it seemed like Tom was clueless. They entered Diagon Alley just to find it nearly empty for people. Harry shuddered. All the other times he had been there, it had been nearly impossible to come through because of the people there. Side by side they walked to Gringotts. Harry made sure to keep an eye at their surroundings. Though he had no idea about what was going on, he was not about to let them walk right into danger. They were not the only ones out. People hurried from shop to shop. It was clear they wanted to get over with their shopping as fast as possible. Harry stopped in the middle of the street. Ignoring Tom's glare, he walked over to a shop where they sold the Daily Prophet. He had never been fond of the newspaper, but he needed to know what was going on. Paying for the newspaper, Harry returned to Tom and frowned when he saw the headline. Grindelwald wipes out Muggle school with wizard children. Looking further down, he found that 4 magically children had been at the school at the time where Grindelwald and his followers had decided to pay a visit. The whole article focused on the children. None of them had survived, and their families. Not much was told about the Muggles. Poor kids. I do not understand how someone can do such a thing to a magical child. Harry glared at Tom. I meant all of them. Not only those who belong to our kind. A child is a child. Its innocence should be protected as long as possible. Not letting Tom get a chance to start an argument, Harry walked through the doors to Gringotts. He stepped inside the lobby with Tom right on his heels. As always, the sight was impressive. Nothing like Hogwarts, but it was the first real magically building he had ever been into. Harry walked up to a counter and waited patient for the goblin to notice his presence. When the goblin finally looked up from the papers it had been working on, Harry gave it one of his best smile. Good evening, sir. My name is Evan James and I am here about a job. The goblin glared at him for a long time before it nodded. You are awaited, Mr. James. Follow me and I will show you to the one who is supposed to decide whether or not we will have to work together with you. Before he followed with the goblin, Harry turned around and waved to Tom. He felt bad about leaving Tom on his own, but there was no way he could take the boy with him. Besides, he was sure Tom would be able to take care of himself in the short time he was alone, and he doubted the goblins would let anything happen to him. Harry followed the goblin to a part of Gringotts he had never seen before. Not because he had seen much of it before, but it did not stop him from nearly breaking his neck while he tried to get all the details. They stopped in front of a closed door made of some kind of black material. Harry glanced at the goblin that had not stopped glaring at him. Ragnarok will be waiting for you on the other side of the door. If you know what is best for you, you will treat him with respect. Harry could only nod. Thanks for shoving me the way. The goblin looked slightly surprised before it started glaring again. Perhaps you are not as stupid as other wizards. But that will only time show. With that, he was left in front of the door. Harry gulped and knocked 3 times before he heard a voice allowing him to enter whatever was on the other side of the door. The goblin, Ragnarok, was seated behind a big table in the middle of the room. Several papers were spread over the table. He did not look up when Harry entered but continued writing on the paper in front of him. Unsure of what he was supposed to do, Harry stood where he was with the door closed somewhere behind him. He did not like the thought of being ignored, but years of living together with his so-called loving relatives had taught him to bear it. It was not like anything would happen as long as he was ignored. For how long he stood like that, Harry had no idea about, since there was no window and no clock in the office. Harry used the time to look around in the office from where he was standing. It was obvious that the goblin only used money on the most necessary things. They did not flaunt with their wealth in any way. All the things had a use. From the lamp at the table to the feather the goblin held in its hand. Finally, after what felt like forever, Ragnarok looked up from what he had been working on and his black eyes met Harry's. Take a seat, Mr. James, and let us get started on the meeting. Time is money. Harry nodded and sat down on one of the chairs in front of Ragnarok's table. The goblin looked at him for a long time. For once it did not glare or look at him like he was worth nothing. Instead, it looked like it tried to decide whether or not it could have any uses of him. I was told you are looking for work. Harry nodded and met its gaze. Yes, sir. What makes you think you have what is needed to work with us? Harry took a deep breath. He knew he had to be careful. From what he remembered, goblins were not fond of wizards. The only reason they worked with them was because of their money. They had no reason at all to let him work with them. To be honest, I am not sure. But I figured I would be able to learn a lot from working together with you. The goblin looked surprised, though it was good at hiding it. But I know you want to earn money, and so do I. A thing I am good at is warding homes. Because of the time we are living in, people tends to pay a lot for protection. It will benefit both of us if I wards other wizards' homes while working for you. Do you have any experiences with warding homes? Harry grinned at the question. I warded my own home. Until now we have had no troubles. And those wards I do not know yet. I will be fast at learning. The goblin nodded shortly. I have been looking at your papers. They seem acceptable. It says you are from America. Why did you move to here when you know there is war? There is war wherever you look. Here or another country, it does not matter. Besides, I found out I had a living relative here and decided to live together with him. It works fine for both of us. He has a place to live and I have a family to live with. The goblin did not look interested to hear about his family, so Harry stopped himself for saying more. Tell me about those wards you have around your home. Harry started to explain the different wards he had set and those he planned on use later on. Ragnarok nodded. Well, I cannot see a reason to why we should not employ you. Congratulations, Mr. James, you are now an employer of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Try not to act like you're kind and I am sure you will do just fine. You will find that we do not act gently to those who try to cheat us. Harry got up from his chair and bowed to the shocked goblin. I am sure we will both be glad for this agreement. Do not worry, I will find my way out. With another bow he left the speechless goblin behind him and walked back the way he had come from. It had gone far better than he had thought it would. Now he just had to make sure he did not make any mistakes. He found Tom waiting for him in the lobby. The boy stood near the door and looked more bored than he had been when Harry had left him. All the goblins seemed to ignore him, which was not a surprise. Harry knew they only paid attention to those who was able to make a deal with them, or as long as it included money to them. With a smile, Harry ran over to the boy and threw his arms around the startled boy. "Hello, Tom. Did you miss me?" "Evan, did your guardians never tell you not to run inside?" the boy hissed, turning around so they were face to face. Harry grinned and let go of the other boy before he stepped away from him. "Actually, no. But they told me that if a stranger offered me any candy, I should just go with him." At Tom's shocked expression, Harry laughed before grabbing the boy's hand and tugging him after him. "Come on, we need to celebrate my new job." "You are weird. No, forget that. You are downright crazy." Harry just hummed, feeling better than he had done in a long time. Tom watched as Evan worked out of the corner of his eye. The older wizard seemed to be in a good mood and was humming for himself. He seemed relaxed, as if he did not have a single worry in the world. He seemed calm and acted like the grown-up he was supposed to be. So unlike what he had acted like this morning. This morning. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" With a yelp, Tom leapt up from bed only to get himself tangled in the sheets and fall to the floor. From the floor, Tom glared up at his guardian. "Good morning, Tommy boy." Tom's only response was a loud groan. Not bothering to get up from where he was, Tom pulled the sheets over his head and tried to go back to sleep. "Do not be like that." Seeing that Tom was not getting up anytime soon, Evan decided to take the matters into his own hands. Leaning down over the other boy, Harry snatched the sheet and attacked Tom's sides with his fingers. Evan soon had the 13-year-old laughing. "Stop. Or you are going to regret it," Tom cried as he continued laughing. Now that Tom was awake, Evan pulled away. "I will get you back for that." Evan only made a mock bow. "You may try, but you will never succeed." Evan threw his head back and laughed. His grin died when Tom stood, glaring at him in a way that promised him a slow and very painful death. This time, Harry hummed one of the few melodies he knew. He could not remember the words, but he knew he had heard it playing in the radio at the Dursleys. While waving his wand and mumbling the spell, Harry felt the ward being placed at the window. His first customer was an old lady who seemed to think the worst about her neighbors. In the little time where he had actually listened to the woman's rant, he had learned that someone more paranoid than Mad-Eye Moody existed. Who would have thought that? Since wandless magic was not something normal wizards could do, Harry had to use his wand while he was working. It felt odd in a right way, feeling the tree against his skin. Like a long-lost friend who had finally returned home. Since the house was 3 stories high, Harry had soon found himself balancing on a ladder. He preferred his broom to the ladder, but since those wards had to be done with care, he could not just do as he wanted to do. He glanced down and shuddered. The lady owned a dog which reminded him a little too much of Ripper, Aunt Marge's dog. How someone could love such a thing was a wonder to him. Ignoring the dog from hell, Harry checked the warded window. He did not want to do it over, not on his first day. Harry nearly lost his wand when something hit the ladder with full force. Looking down, he glared at the dog. The only response he got was a growl. How could something so small make so much noise? The dog attacked the ladder and Harry shouted while clinging to the ladder with one hand while holding his wand with the other hand. "Go away." The dog only growled. When he felt his wand slip out of his hand, Harry jumped. He could not let the dog take his wand. It was the only thing he had to defend himself from Voldemort. With a yell, Harry jumped from the ladder and grabbed his wand midair. He stuck his tongue out at the dog before he suddenly felt gravitation set in. Harry landed hard at the ground and had the air knocked out of his lungs. He rolled around and landed on his stomach with grass in his face. For how long he lay like that he had no idea about. It could be hours or only a few seconds. All he focused at was the feeling of his wand in his hand. There was no way he was going to let go of something which had saved his life more than just a few times. While trying to fill his lungs with air, Harry felt hands on his body. Groaning, he tried to knock them away. Whoever the person, they were annoying. He wanted to be left alone until he could open his eyes and see if any damage had happened. At least the dog seemed to be gone. He could not hear it any longer, which was considered a blessing to him. He would never learn why some people seemed to like those things. "You better be okay, Evan." If you are not, I am going to make sure you are not going to leave your bed again. Merlin, just open your eyes and say something. Hearing Tom's worried voice so near his ear made the blood rush to his face. True, they lived together and slept in the same bed, but it was not often he heard the other boy this worried. Could it be that Tom actually cared for him? Groaning, Harry slapped the hands away and rolled onto his back. He opened his eyes and glared at the blue sky. I knew there was a reason to why I do not like dogs. He did not get to say more because decided to try to hug the life out of him. Ever since he had gotten out of St. Mungo's, Tom had treated him as if he could break or would be knocked off of his feet by a mild wind. To say it was annoying was an understatement. Really, Tom, I am okay, so take it easy. It takes more than a jump from a ladder before I let go of you. Remember, family stay together. Tom sat next to him with a too well-known glare. I thought you would take better care of yourself. Honestly, it is only half a year since you got out of St. Mungo's. I did not think you wanted to go back there again. Harry shuddered. Believe. I am never going in there again. I swear those healers are pure evil. There is no other way to describe them. Tom just shook his head at him. Are you sure you are okay? Nothing broken. No pain. Knowing better than to mention the started arching in his lungs, Harry just shook his head. No, I am fine. I am not going to die from this. Now, let me get up so I can continue my work. I do not want her to contact Gringotts about me not doing my job. Though it was clear Tom would rather have him where he was, he let get up. Harry raising to his feet and stayed where he was until he was sure his lungs were not going to get any worse. The arching he was feeling right now he could deal with. There was no way in hell he was going to let Tom know that something might be wrong with him. Climbing the ladder once again, Harry frowned. He had thought the healers at St. Mungo's would have seen it if something was wrong with him. Since they had not said anything, it had to mean that nothing was wrong with him. He was not going to get people to worry about him because of something he might just be imagining. With Tom. After Evan's stunt, Tom stayed near his guardian as the other wizard was working. He would not risk his guardian doing something stupid, again. While Evan was working, Tom used the opportunity to take a closer look at his guardian. He could not believe that Evan had gotten away with the jump without any injuries. Therefore he watched the other one while he worked. When he had seen Evan jump from the ladder for no reason, it had felt like his heart was stopping. Watching the other wizard fall to earth had been some of the worst thing he had seen. Only the time where Professor Slughorn had brought him to St. Mungo's after Evan had been brought in had he felt worse. With all the problems Evan got into, he sometimes wondered which one of them was the oldest. While he could see no blood, Evan moved like he was in some kind of pain. He kept his movements at a minimal and there was a painful jerk in his arms from time to time. From where Tom was standing, it seemed like his back had taken the worst impact. He would probably hurt for some days. While he was good at hiding it, he would never be able to hide such a thing from a Slytherin. Especially not when Tom was actually looking for injuries. He would have to talk with Evan about hiding injuries from him. How was he supposed to protect what was his if he did not, if anything was wrong? With Harry. Harry knew Tom was watching him but tried to ignore it. He knew the other boy only meant it him well, but he could take care of himself. That was what he had been doing for most of his life. While warding the last window, Harry sighed, making sure Tom would not be able to hear him. He had to make the boy understand that as the older of the two of them, he was fully able to take care of both of them. Though the age difference was not as big as the other boy, and all other people in the world would think he was still the one with the responsibility. The pain in his lungs did not go away as he first had hoped it would. And the pain in his back after his fall did not help the situation. He wanted to just lie down and sleep it away, but he knew he had to get his work done first. When he felt the last ward getting in place, Harry stepped down from the ladder. He knew he would not try to jump down anytime soon, only if it was needed. Smiling, he met Tom's glare. The boy had been watching him most of the time he had been working. Something told him that Tom did not believe him when he said he was fine. Relax, Tom. Job is done. Let us go to Hogshead and celebrate it. Tom nodded. Fine, you lead the way. Just give me a moment. I have to tell the lady I am finished before I leave. Harry hurried away from Tom, all the while feeling the boy's gaze at him. Did Tom think he got in troubles just to annoy him? Harry knocked at the door and waiting for the lady to come and open it. From the other side of the door he could hear a dog growl and shuddered. If he could, he would never step anywhere near a little dog again. He had no problem with big dogs. Actually, the big ones kind of reminded him of his godfather, Sirius. Though it was kind of sad, it was still better than those small ones. They were annoying, noisy, and did nothing good. And they tended to bite hard. Just as he was starting to doubt the woman would ever show up, the door was opened. Harry stood straight and sent the woman a bright smile, masking the pain he was feeling. He ignored the dog, which was still growling at him from behind the witch's legs. Good afternoon. I would just say I have finished the work and am ready to leave. The payments should be sent to the goblins in one of those days. I hope you will be satisfied with my work. The woman was small and petite. Even Harry was taller than her. Still, her gray eyes did not leave any doubt about this was a woman who normally got what she wanted. Good. Now leave my ground before I call the Aurors. And tell those goblins they take a too high price for the work. It better be good or you will hear from me. Harry only nodded when the woman continued to rant. Years of living with his Aunt Petunia had taught him to turn those rants out. As long as he nodded and agreed at the right places, the woman would be none the wiser. When he felt the woman had ranted long enough, Harry bowed his head a little. Unfortunately, I have to go. I have someone I cannot keep waiting. The woman sighed. Youngsters these days. In my youth we knew when to listen, but now you all hurry around. Well, off with you. Hurry up. He stepped away from the door and turned around. Without a second glance back, Harry walked to Tom, who was waiting for him just outside the ground. Late afternoon. Harry grimaced as he watched his back in the mirror. A dark bruises covered most of his skin. It was no wonder he had felt pain every time he moved. He would with no doubt be sore in the next days. With a shrug he put on his pajamas. At least he was able to go to sleep now. The dinner at Hogshead had been nice, though Tom had been watching his every move all night. It was kind of creepy. He would have to talk with the boy about it. But for now he just wanted to go to bed. He knew Tom was already waiting for him. Despite his protest, Tom refused to let him sleep on his own. Every time he tried to get the boy to sleep in his own bed, it was pointed out that Tom would come back later anyway, since them being in the same bed was the only way to stop him from having nightmares. With a flick with his wand, Harry turned off the light in the bathroom and went to his room. Contrary to what he had believed, Tom had yet to get under the covers. Instead, the boy was standing next to the bed, waiting for him. Harry smiled at the boy, unsure of what was going to happen. The look in Tom's face made him nervous. It kind of reminded him of how Voldemort would look at him, but instead of hate there was another thing in the boy's eyes which he was not sure of what was. Hello Tom. Are you ready to sleep? After all, it has been a long day and we have to get up early tomorrow. Harry froze when he heard the door lock behind him. Tom had no wand in his hands and Harry had not been prepared for the boy to use wandless magic. He gulped and watched the boy with narrowed eyes. What was Tom about? Harry could think of no reason for him to act like that. Tom had not moved away from the bed and Harry stood as close to the door as possible without having his back touching it. Get into the bed. The command was short and left to place to argue. Still, Harry did not move. Had all this just been an act from Tom's side? Was he about to show his real face now? Had he just been playing with him in all this time? Harry shook his head, both to Tom's order but also to clear his head from thoughts. He knew Tom would act nothing like that. The boy was not Voldemort. He had feelings and was nothing like the snake face he had seen in the future. Harry flinched when Tom flicked his hand and felt a thud in his stomach. Though he tried to resist, his body was dragged over to the bed against his will. As soon as his body landed on the mattress, Harry was moving towards the other side of the bed. No way that he was staying in the bed when he had no idea about what was going on. Harry did not get a chance to leave the bed before he found himself unable to move his body. Harry's eyes widened as he watched Tom move over to him. The boy arranged his body so Harry was lying on his stomach with his arms on his side before banishing his nightshirt. What do you think you are? Be quiet. Tom snapped and Harry closed his mouth. There was not much he could do as it was right now. If Tom wanted to kill him, the boy would be free to do so. Maybe he had been supposed to die all the time. To say Harry was surprised when he felt something cold and wet touch the skin on his back was an understatement. He tried to turn around to see what was going on, but a hand firmly planted on the top of his shoulders made it impossible for him to do so. Lie still while I am working. Honestly, how could you walk around with this bruise? Harry tried to shrug but ended with a grimace instead. I have had worse, he yelped when Tom cuffed the back of his head. That was not what I meant. When you are in pain, you are supposed to say so I can take care of you. Harry grinned. I did not know you cared so much about me, Tom. I do not. He could hear Tom move around, so the boy was sitting at his legs while he worked at his back. It is just that you are useless as a guardian. Harry knew the boy well enough to know that it was not the only reason to why the boy was doing this. He resisted the urge to flinch when Tom started to work on his back. Though he doubted Tom had done this for many, the boy was talented. There was no other way to describe the way he thought about this. He felt bad for the thoughts he had had about Tom. Yes, Voldemort had been his archenemy in his own time, but Tom was nothing else than a boy. There was no way he would kill anyone. While Tom was spreading an ill-smelling balsam on his back, Harry slowly started to relax. It was the combination of the lessening pain and the wonderful feeling of Tom's hands on his back. Suddenly Tom stopped and Harry let out a quiet sigh. He had enjoyed the feeling of Tom's hands on his back. His muscles were relaxed and he did not feel like moving anytime soon. Tom lay down in the bed and curled up against him. Harry waited until he was sure the boy was fast asleep before he forced his own magic out in his body. Having control over his own body once again, Harry turned off the light and wrapped an arm around Tom. The boy only mumbled something in his sleep but did not wake up. When Tom did not wake up, Harry raised his head a little. Just enough so he was face to face with Tom. Afraid of waking the boy, Harry placed a light key at the boy's forehead. Thank you, Tom. The only answer he got was a light snore from said boy. Harry shook his head and lay down to sleep. He knew he could trust Tom would take care of him should something happen. Mr. James, are you there? Harry looked up from the book he had been reading, and at the same time he made sure the title was hidden from view. It would not do to let people know he was studying Animagi. He had yet to tell Tom anything about his research. He got up from the chair he had been sitting when he saw the goblin's head in the fireplace. Good day, Ragnarok. Are there anything I can do for you? He crossed the floor and sat down in front of the fireplace. When Harry had realized how uncomfortable it was to sit on the floor, he had bought a carpet and placed it in front of the fireplace. That way he could be in a comfortable position while he was talking with someone over the floor instead of standing bowed all the time. And it took of some of the pain when he fall out of flow and Tom was not there to grab him. The bodiless head nodded. A new job has come up. The noble and most ancient house of Not want you to renew the anti-apparition ward around the main house, and they want it done today. I suggest you leave soon. If you are lucky, you might not be caught in the rain. Harry glanced out of the window. Sure, there were more than a few gray clouds at the sky, but they were nothing he had to worry about. Tell them, I will be on my way. Without any more words, the head disappeared and Harry was alone in his living room. Hubert. It did not take long for the ghost to arrive through a wall. Whatever it is, I did not do it. Harry just smiled, amused about the ghost in front of him was avoiding his gaze. I will find out what you have done when I come home. If Tom gets back before I have returned, please tell him that I have been called away to work on some wards at the Knott's main house. It should not take too long to finish. Harry grabbed some flow powder from a jar and threw it into the fireplace. When the flames turned green, Harry grabbed his wand before stepping into the fireplace. Knott's main house. He was spit out of what to him seemed to be the Knott's fireplace. This time Harry managed to keep himself on his feet without getting help from anybody. Looking around in the room, Harry realized he had ended in some kind of a study. A large desk with piles of documents on it dominated the room. Bookshelves filled with old books and artifacts were placed along the walls. On the floor was a soft carpet. Harry had a feeling that his feet would sink right into it if he tried to step on it. Instead of a wall opposite the big desk, there was a window. Harry understood why this was done. While working, one would have a beautiful over a garden which seemed to be tended by house elves. The sound of paper rustling made Harry return his attention to the desk. He blushed when he saw the man behind it looking directly at him. He had a feeling that the man had been watching him ever since he had entered the room. There was no way the man could not be related to Theodore Nott, who had been in the same year as him in Hogwarts but had been sorted into Slytherin. "Hello, my name is Evan James and I am the Wardmaker." The man nodded curtly without taking his eyes off of him. "Lord Nott, I did not think you would come this soon. Usually, when one orders those goblins to do something, they take their sweet time to do it and then they takes too much for their work." Harry started to shift his weight from one foot to another. "I decided it would be best to get started on the job as fast as possible. If he was lucky, he would be finished and back before Tom returned from his visit at Malfoy's Manor." "Very well. I will show you the way so you can begin." Harry opened his mouth to protest but closed it again since the Lord already was standing and slowly making his way over to him. "Really, it is not necessary. Just call a house ELF and I will be on my way." "No, that will not do it. You will be an excellent excuse for getting away from work. Besides, how can I let a beauty as you walk around unprotected?" Against his will, Harry felt himself blushing. "Thanks, I think. No problem. Now, tell me, why came such a lovely being as you decided to work as a Wardmaker?" Before he could step away to create some distance between them, the man had his arm in a firm grip. The only way to make him let go would be to push him away. Harry had no wish to impolite, so he decided to ignore the hand on his arm. He let the man lead him through the main house. Since the only other pureblood home he had ever entered was the Burrow in Grimmauld Place, Harry had a hard time not showing his impression. Line after line of portraits followed their walk through the main house with the yes. Though none of them said anything, he knew he was not welcome. The only reason too why they were not saying anything was because he was accompanying the lord of the house. Though he was impressed by the main house, Harry could not help but feel better when he stepped out of the door. The place did not feel like a home. The main house was used to show to people. He liked his own little cottage much better. "You wanted a new anti-apparition ward, right?" "Yes, around the main house. They just need to be updated, so it should not take long." Harry looked up at the sky where dark clouds were assembled. "I should hope so." Ignoring the other wizard, Harry took forth his wand. Here he did not have to worry about using his wand since Tom was not around to see it. Thankfully, anti-apparition wards were some of those he had made most of. Because of Grindelwald, many feared waking up with a wand pointed in their face. But to renew a ward was harder than making one from the start. He had to make sure the old and the new ward melted together correctly. If he did not do it the right way, in best case the ward would not work. In worst case he would end up blowing the whole place up. Harry looked up when he felt raindrops starting to fall. It did not take long before the rain was pouring down and he was soaked throughout. Harry cursed his luck. The job just had to come as it would start raining. He doubted many others had to suffer from the same kind of bad luck he seemed to have been born with. Since he had already started warding, Harry was not able to stop. If he did not continue, he would rather not think of what could happen. The rain soaked through his clothes and Harry felt tired to the bone. He was trembling and it was hard to say the needed spells without risking stumbling over the words. The whole time he worked, Harry was alone. Lord Nott had left him before the rain had started with the excuse about having work that needed to be done. Harry was fully aware he could be seen from the study, and if he had not been working he would have started cursing already. He had hoped the Nott would take pity in him and do something about the wetness, but it seemed like he was not having any luck about that. Standing alone in the rain, Harry realized he was missing Tom. Most of the time the boy followed with him when he went to work. After the accident with the latter, Tom seemed reluctant to leave him on his own. Though it could be annoying the way Tom was watching him, Harry hated it when the other teen was not there with him. Harry made a last wave with his wand and stood without moving as he felt the wards fuse together until they were one. He let out a tired sigh and straightened his back. Harry nearly groaned when he started walking the distance back to the main house. His body was cold, sore and stiff. It was not something which he enjoyed. He passed beautiful glowers without even glancing at them. All he wanted was to go home and get into bed. Though he was sure he had missed lunch, Harry did not feel any hunger. Once inside the main house, Harry was greeted by a house elf. Master say sorry, but master is called to a meeting. Debbie are to follow wizard to flow. Harry only nodded. Say to master, I mean Lord, not that the anti-apparition ward has been updated and Gringotts is waiting for the payment. Debbie are a good house elf. Debbie are telling master not what working wizard are saying. Harry was thankful when he fell out of his own fireplace. His head was pondering, his nose had started to run and both his throat were throbbing. All in all, Harry felt like hell. Mumbling a greeting to Hubert, and after finding out that Tom had yet to return, he climbed the stairs. He leaned against a wall as he undressed himself, not caring about the mess he was leaving around him and the fact that he had yet to get into his room. After getting out of the last piece of clothes and somehow managing to not fall, Harry stumbled into his room, leaving the door a little open behind him. Harry crawled into bed. Shivering, he hid under the sheet. He closed his eyes. It only took him a few seconds before Harry fell into a restless sleep. A few hours later in the cottage, when Tom stepped out of the fireplace, elegant as always, he was in deep thoughts. He came right from a meeting with some of his minions. Normally he would have ordered all of them to come to a meeting. But because of the increasing attacks from Grindelwald, more and more pureblood families took their family out of the country in the belief that they would be safer somewhere else. Tom froze when he realized how silent there was around him. Evan should be working on dinner now, but he could neither smell nor hear anything from the kitchen. Instead of rushing of like a Gryffindor, Tom stood still and thought. The chances of Evan being called to work while he was gone were good. In that case, he knew Evan would have left some kind of message for him. Hubert, have Evan left for a job? The ghost came through the ceiling. Yes, he was called away to do some warding, but he came back a few hours ago. Tom frowned at the ghost's words. Then, where is he now? In his room. What is he doing there? I think he is sleeping. Why would? You know what, it does not matter. I will go see him myself. Tom stepped around Hubert. He had tried to walk through a ghost once in the start of his first year at Hogwarts. It was a mistake he would not repeat. He found the door to Evan's room open. Though he slept in the room together with the other wizard, he still saw the room as Evan's. Evan, are you in there? When he did not receive any answer, Tom pushed the door fully open and stepped inside the half-lit room. At first, Evan was nowhere to be seen. The wizard was not sitting at the table, nor was he standing near the window to look at the darkening sky. Remembering that Hubert had said he thought Evan was sleeping, Tom looked over to the bed. He could only just see the top of what had to be Evan's head. The rest of the body was hid under the sheet. The bundle in the bed shivered, though the temperature in the room. With a frown, Tom stepped closer to the bed. He did not like that Evan did not seem to be reacting to his presence. He knew the other wizard was a light sleeper and would usually wake by the slightest thing off. Evan James, you are terrible at faking sleep, so drop the act before you force me to something you will regret. Tom grumbled when he still did not get any answer. Do not say I did not warn you. With a flick with his hand, Evan flew off the bed. Tom watched speechless as Evan hit the wall and fell to the floor, his body not moving. Normally, when he tried such a thing, the wizard would react before he hit the wall. Hell, it was not often he caught Evan being lazy in the bed. His feet brought him over to where Evan was laying. Though he would not speak out loud about it, he was starting to get worried. Not the my guardian is acting in a weird way, but the oh my god, something might have happened to Evan while I was gone way. He kneeled next to Evan and moved the sheet, which had followed from the bed, away. Tom made a wandless lumos, and with the better light he leaned closer to Evan so he had a better chance to see what might be wrong with Evan. Evan's hair was wet from sweat and his skin was pale. His eyes were closed and his body was trembling. His arms were wrapped around his torso as if trying to keep himself warm. Figures you would go and make yourself sick as soon as I was out of the door. He did not get any response and Tom frowned. What did people normally do when someone was sick? At the orphanage he had never been sick, and he had been kept away from the other children mostly because the others believed he would only make things worse. And at Hogwarts they just took a potion and slept a little before it was all gone. Tom knew for sure they did not have any potions anywhere in the cottage. If they did, he knew nothing about them. For one who seemed to be prepared for everything, it seemed typical that Evan would forget something as important as potions. He placed his hand at Evan's forehead to check the other's temperature. It was a simple method and normally not something he would do. But he needed to know what was wrong with Evan. Tom cursed when he felt Evan's fever. The wizard was not yet burning up, but if he was not taken care of, it would only get worse. Trying to think of someone to help him, Tom realized he was on his own. He did not trust anyone enough to let them take care of his Evan. Professor Slughorn was in another country to gather new potions ingredients and would not be able to assist him. Which meant he had to do it on his own. How hard could it be? Lifting the sheet, Tom saw that Evan was BPD under it. It explained the clothes he had found around in the cottage. Evan had walked half through the cottage but BPD. For some reason, the thought of having Evan walking around in their home without being dressed made his blood head south. Seeing the shivers had yet to stop, Tom knew he had to owe something so Evan would get better. A warm bath usually drew the cold out of one's body. Though Evan was only slightly higher than him and much thinner, Tom decided to levitate the other wizard. He managed to get Evan into the bathroom without any accidents and placed him at the floor. It was a good thing the tiles had been charmed to stay warm by one of the cottage's old owners. Or else he might have felt bad about leaving Evan like this. After making things reading for the bath, Tom realized his problem. As it was right now, Evan was not in a shape to take care of himself, let alone bathe. Which meant he had to help him through it. Tom ignored the shower stand in favor of the bathtub. It was just big enough for 2 people to fit in tea. Since Evan was so small, there would be more than enough space for both of them. After he had turned on the tabs and the water was running, Tom turned his attention. Evan had not moved, and since he was unconscious, he was not able to feel uncomfortable about the way Tom was looking at him. He gave himself time to take in the look before him. Sure, he had seen other boys BPD before, and even Evan when the other boy had once forgotten to lock the door while taking a bath. But now it was different. There was nothing to stop him, and Evan was not able to hide from him. It worried him to see how pale the wizard was under his tan. His skin covered with sweat and a blush gave his face some color. He had the body of a runner, and Tom wondered what could make his Evan run. Though the wizard seemed carefree and happy, he had yet to find anything which could make him run from a fight. His Evan was strong and did not bow to anyone. His Evan should not be working. Instead, other people should serve him and make sure his every wish came true. Wait, his Evan. Smirking, Tom decided he rather liked the clang of the 2 words together. He needed to make sure that those words would become real. Tom turned off the water and made sure it was not too hot. It would not do to let it be too hot. It was meant to be a pleasant bath, thought Tom was sure he was the only one who would enjoy it. After undressing himself, Tom reached out for Evan, but his fingers stopped just as they were about to touch the other wizard's skin. His eyes were focused on Evan's left hand. Tom's eyes narrowed as he took in the scarring. No one was able to cut letters into human skin like that. The cut was too clean for it to be possible. He only knew about one thing which could make this kind of result. The blood geel had been banned 2 years before he had been born and was considered a dark object. Anyone who used it or made other people use them was sentenced to Azkaban for life. Someone had used a dark object on his Evan. It had not been done 1 or 2 times. Whoever had done this had forced his Evan to sit through this time after time and write several lines. Someone was going to get punished. He doubted Evan would tell who had done it of free will. He would have to get it out of him without the other finding out what he was doing. But right now he had other things to focus on. Tom scooped up Evan and held the other close to him. He only did so because he would not risk of dropping him. It had nothing to do with the fact that he enjoyed the feeling of skin against skin. He stepped into the bathtub and arranged their bodies so he was seated under Evan. The wizard's head rested against his shoulder. Tom was surprised how well they fit together. He knew it only would get better as he grew older and his body would finish its development. Carefully he started washing Evan's hair. It had gotten fairly long and only seemed to make him look more feminine than he already did. It looked way better than the bird nest Evan had had the first time he and Evan had met. He was surprised when Evan seemed to lean into the touch. The wizard was valuable as he was right now. It made it hard to believe how powerful his magic was. Tom could not help than let his hands linger at the wizard's body longer than necessary as he continued washing Evan. His hands reached down Evan's back and stopped at his ass cheeks. Though he had never really been together with anyone, it be man or woman, he knew how two people were supposed to do it together. Should he ever get in that position with anybody, Tom knew he would never let anything enter him. It was just wrong. As the water started to cool down, Tom realized they had to get up unless he also wanted to get Wick. Grumbling under his breath, he lifted Evan and stood with the wizard in his arms. Evan started trembling again and his eyes opened half. Tom felt a sudden urge to comfort the sick teen. All is good. I am here to take care of you and I will make sure you will be fine. You have nothing to worry about. Tom continued talking while he dried both of them, though Evan had closed his eyes again. He dressed the wizard in nightclothes and with a flick with his hand turned them from gray to dark green. This color suited him much more. He used Wingardium Leviosa to get Evan back in the bed without waking the other wizard. Standing next to the bed, Tom looked down at Evan's flushed face. His mouth was a little open as if inviting him to take a taste. Tom had never been one to say no when something was offered him. Without a second thought, Tom bended forward and let his lips meet Evan's. At first the key was trying. Tom had yet to key anyone and it felt wrong that Evan was not responding to the key. Deciding to get some kind of response, Tom decided to use a more aggressive tactic. He started beeping on Evan's lower lip while his hands slid up under the other teen's nightshirt and started pinching and twisting his nipples. He let his tongue slip inside Evan's mouth, wanting to explore every single part of it. Tom smirked into the key when he felt Evan's body starting to respond to the way he was touching it. If the hardening was anything to go by, the other wizard was enjoying this just as much as he did. He started grounding their groins together, earning a low, needy groan from the other boy. If he had not been listening for it, he would probably not have heard it at all. Biting his lower lip, Tom let his hand slip past the waistband and his fingers closed around Evan's, making the other wizard throw his head back and let out a sigh. Tom did nearly not dare to breathe. He knew he would get in trouble if Evan awoke. If asked, he would not have been able to explain why he was doing this. He let his fingers glide up and down Evan's, shifting between being gentle and harsh, watching for what kind of reaction he got from the other wizard. All the while he wondered what it would be like if Evan was awake. Evan did not hold for long before he came, and Tom was nowhere near satisfied. He wanted more but knew he could not go any further. He wanted Evan to be awake. He wanted to be able to look into those gorgeous green eyes. He wanted to see the need in them and hear Evan beg for more. He wanted Evan to be his. Tom did not doubt that Evan was still a pure someone, as him was so pure. He had yet to be tainted. Tom wanted to be the one who introduced Evan to the sins of the world. Without a sound, Tom got up from where he had been kneeling in the bed and looked down at Evan. The wizard was sleeping peacefully and soundly. Tom was not sure if it was because of the bath they had had, but Evan already looked better. Who would have thought it was so easy to take care of someone? Before he left, Tom made sure that no evidences from what he had done was left. It would not do to let the wizard know what had been done to him while he was sick. For once, Tom was happy that Hubert was nowhere to be seen while he walked back to the bathroom. It would not do to let the ghost see the tent in his pants. Tom smirked. Had anyone been watching, they would have started to think that Dumbledore might be right when he claimed that the boy was evil. He would make sure that Evan became his. And no one would stand in his way. Harry stopped banging his head against the wall but continued glaring at the book, which lay open at the floor, playing innocent, though he knew it was all a play. Whoever had written the book had been evil, and therefore the book was evil. There was no other way to explain it. He continued glaring at the book. It was not like anyone was going to see him like this. Hubert had decided to hide somewhere when the ghost had heard him shout. The ghost had learned that it was best to keep some distance when he was like this. That way they all would get out of it without getting hurt. God damn it. Harry ran a hand through his hair, making it look more messed than it already was. He had thought he had been making progress. Therefore he had decided to sit down today and meditate. Tom was supposed to come today together with some of his friends. Harry had no doubt that none of them was really Tom's friend. They liked to think so, but Harry knew Tom did not rely on anyone. Sometimes Harry wondered what he meant to Tom. Back to the subject. Tom had invited his friends to their home, after having informed Harry about it. Harry had made sure everything was ready for them. He had cleaned the whole cottage from bottom to top. Lunch was made and placed on trays in the kitchen. It was only sandwiches, but Harry figured they would not be much hungry since they came directly from Hogsmeade. As a last thing, Harry had dressed himself in some of his better robes. He figured he could do so much for Tom. After all, the boy had looked after him when he had been sick. It was something no one else had ever done for him before. Harry was not sure what had happened. But Tom seemed much more possessive since that day. It was not often the teen had let him out of sight, and even then he did not do it willingly. When Tom had returned to Hogwarts for his 4th year, they had taken up writing to each other again. Harry hid the letters from Tom in his nightstand. When he had been at Hogwarts, no one had taken the time to write to him. Well, no one else than Sirius. And those letters had been few and far between. Harry had sworn he would do better than that. Harry was shocked of how far his thoughts had gone. He had nearly forgotten the reason to why he had felt so frustrated. It was all because of his animagus form. He had attempted to find his form for nearly a year by now, and still he had made no real improvement. All he had seen when he was meditating was a black lump. Was it even possible to be something else than an animal as an animagus? If so, he had never heard about it. But since he was Harry Bloody Potter, he would not wonder if that was the case. Harry got up from his spot in front of the fireplace. Though it was still summer and the air was warm, he made sure the fire was going on. It was the fastest way for the goblins to come in contact with him. Never had he been more thankful for cooling charms. Though he had no wish to ever have anything to do with it again, Harry took the book with him to his room. It would not do to let the book lie where anybody could find it. He would have a hard time to explain what he was doing with such a book. Harry smiled when he felt a tingling feeling from the wards, informing him that Tom and the others had arrived, and left his room. He turned around and stumbled forward. His eyes widened when the stairs came closer very fast. He curled into a ball and tried to protect his head with his arm when he fell. Harry yelped in pain when he hit the first step. He knew his shoulder was going to get a nice bruise tomorrow. On his way down the stairs, a sudden pain flared through his spine. Harry bit his lower lip to stop himself from screaming. A metallic taste filled his mouth, but Harry was far more concerned about his whole body to worry about it. He felt his limbs twist against his will. It felt like big hands were breaking him apart and setting high together again in the wrong order. When it stopped, Harry let out a groan. At least he knew nothing was broken. He had tried it enough times to know the difference between something hurting like hell and something being broken. Opening his eyes, Harry blinked, surprised. Everything seemed so much bigger than it had before. Had everything suddenly grown, or was it him who was smaller? Harry tried to stand. He needed to know what had happened. He felt something move behind him, but before he could turn around and see what it was, the door to the outside opened. While they were walking, Tom made sure his emotions and thoughts were hidden behind a mask. Not even Abraxas would be able to tell what he was feeling. Tom had not seen Evan since he had gotten back to school for his 4th year. On one hand, he looked forward to see Evan again. They had made sure to write to each other, but letters was not as good as having Evan by his side. On the other hand, he was starting to get worried. Every time he was gone, it seemed like Evan got into some kind of troubles. How he managed to do so, he had no idea about. It was starting to get hard to get together in a meeting. Dumbledore was watching them closely, and Tom knew the professor knew that something was going on, though he had no way of proving it. It meant they had to be more careful when they had a meeting, which were one of the reasons to why they were on their way to his home when they were supposed to be in Hogsmeade with their schoolmates. Technically, they did not leave Hogsmeade by visiting Evan, since the cottage was considered as a part of the town. Tom had made sure to study the rules and had found that they were allowed to visit family members as long as those were in the town. For the visit, Tom had decided to bring a few chosen with him. This meant Abraxas, the 2 blacks. After debating back and forth with himself, he had decided to bring the Weasley with him. He knew Evan did not like the Weasley, and truth to be told, neither did he. But the Weasley came from a wealthy pureblood family. Besides, Abraxas' cousin and Weasley were betrothed. It gave the Weasley family a rise in power. It was not much, but he wanted followers. As long as he was still in school, he had to take what he got. Tom smiled ever so slightly as the cottage came into view. It was nothing big or impressive like the Malfoy Manor, but it was his home. The part to the cottage was a beautiful sight. It was clear that Evan had taken his time to take care of the plants. When he once had asked the other wizard why he insisted on doing it instead of using magic, Evan had gotten a faraway look in his eyes. He had explained how he had been forced to do too many chores in a too early age. Of all of them, he had liked tending the garden the most. Mostly because he had been allowed to get outside. But it was also because none had yelled at him, since his relatives had not wanted their neighbors to know what was going on. If not Evan had informed him that all of them already had been killed, he would have made Abraxas search for those so-called relatives. No one should be allowed to harm his Evan. Tom frowned when nothing happened after they had knocked on the door. Had something happened? Could someone have attacked Evan and was now having their sick way with him while they were standing there? He shook his head, trying to clear it from thoughts. It was much more likely that Evan had been called for work. It happened all the time. Evan's customer made sure to spread the word about his good work, which resulted in Evan being fire called all the time of the day. One would think that these people never slept. There was no way this could be good. Since no one was opening the door, Tom decided to let them in. After all, this was his home as well, and he was allowed to come and go as he wanted to. He opened the door and stepped inside with the rest of the group hot on his heels. Other than Abraxas, none of the others had been in his home before. If it had been possible, Tom would have kept it like that. Evan was his and he would not risk others stealing him away. It was not very likely, but why should he take the chance? But as it was right now, he did not have much of a choice. Abraxas, take the others into the living room. I have something I need to check upon. Tom said, and the Malfoy bowed. Of course, my lord. Tom walked upstairs. He knew the chances of Evan being home and not answering the door was small. But maybe he was in Bath. Tom would not mind getting a chance to see his body again. All he had gotten was small sneak peeks. He could nearly not wait for the day where Evan would be his to do with as he wanted to. Evan was nowhere to be found upstairs, and Tom knew it meant that Evan probably was out. In the kitchen he found food and drinks ready for them. At least Evan had made sure they would not be missing anything. He took the 2 trays with him. That way they would not have to stop the meeting just because Septimus got hungry. He sat down in the armchair and crossed his legs. So, today's meeting is, what are you holding, Walburga? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Staring green eyes meet his gaze before the beast jumped and landed in his lap. Harry watched with wide eyes as the door opened. He could hear Tom and the others on the other side of the door. There was no way in hell he would let anyone see him like this. He got on his feet, paused, and looked around. He was too small to climb the stairs. It would take too long and the risk of breaking his neck was too big. Instead he settled on finding a hiding which would not be nearly as dangerous. On unsure feet, whatever they were, Harry started walking. He needed to get out of the way before he was seen. Walking, more like stumbling, Harry got out of the entree and through the kitchen. It felt weird and very wrong to be this little. Everything seemed so much bigger and dangerous than it had done before. At the same time he felt an urge to attack anything in sight. Harry shook his head to clear it from thought. He needed to focus. Getting into the living room was easy. Now the hard part came. He needed to find a hiding place where he would not be found. He headed towards the sofa, his paws working fast and silently under him. He could hear the others somewhere behind him. It seemed like Tom had abandoned his friends to go to search for him. Meanwhile, Abraxas was following his order and leading the others into the living room where he currently was. Cursing out loud in his mind, Harry urged himself to move faster. It was hard since he was not used to move around on all 4. All his senses seemed to have improved and made it harder for him to focus on what he was doing. The footstep behind him grew in volume. It felt like the floor was shaking under his paws with every step they took. A high and embarrassing sound escaped from him when a hand scooped under his stomach and lifted him from the floor just as he was about to dive under the sofa. Harry clung to the hand with his claws, afraid of falling. When one was as small as he, it would be a long fall. The owner of the hand holding him cursed, and Harry knew it was one of the boys. Unless Tom had brought home a girl with a really deep voice. Harry really doubted Tom would do such a thing. Someone should teach the beast how to behave. Harry flattered his ears against his skull and growled when he caught sight of red hair. He could only think of one person with that kind of hair color. So sweet. Before Harry had a chance of understanding what was going on, another pair of hands took hold of him. Harry found himself pressed against a soft chest while someone, a girl, cooed over him. Look at this guy. He is so wonderful. A real baby. Do you think our Lord would mind if I took him with me home? I promise I will take good care of him and I will treat him as a prince. Harry was debating with himself. Should he let himself get strangled, or should he use his claws and take the chances with the fall? Before he could make a decision, Orion stepped in and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. I do not think our Lord would appreciate it if you did not kill his pet. He felt the grip lessen and took in a big mouthful of air. He looked over at Orion with big eyes. Never had he been so thankful to anyone. He clung to the girl when he felt her start moving. She held him gently, almost as if she was afraid he would break if she held him too hard. She sat down and Harry was placed in her lap. He stood to jump away from her and the others. There was no way in hell he would let Tom see him like this. The boy would never let him live it down if he found out what his animagus form was. But walking on something soft with small paws was harder than he had thought it would be. He stumbled forward and would have fallen if not for the hand picking him up and placing him at the lap's safety once again. Harry stood and tried to slap the hand away. That was until a finger started scratching him behind the ear. Never had he felt anything this good. No longer trying to get away, he leaned into the touch. Hearing a loud rumbling sound, Harry opened an eye, not knowing when he had closed them, trying to figure out what made this kind of sound. As far as he knew, machines did not work in wizards' homes. When he realized that the rumbling sound came from his chest, Harry blinked, surprised. Sure, he should be able to do such a thing, but he had thought he would be able to control it. His train of thought were cut short when Tom entered the living room with the trays hovering behind him. Harry tilted his head to the side and sniffed. Who would have thought that Tom could smell this good? He felt the need to start again but fought it. Right now he had other things to think about. Such as how to get Tom to tell him what he had done to smell this good. So, today's meeting is, what are you holding, Walburga? Before anyone could answer Tom's question, Harry jumped. Surprised by the power in the jump, Harry's eyes widened when he landed head first in Tom's lap. Was cats not supposed to land on their feet? Harry meowed when a hand grabbed the skin on his neck and lifted him so he and Tom were face to face. When he found he not touched Tom's face, Harry stuck his tongue out and glared at the boy. Neither of them looked away. It was a silent fight of will. Harry felt the others in the room look at him but ignored them in favor of Tom. The boy was looking at him with narrowed eyes, and it was as if the boy was looking for something. What it was he had no idea about. The tense atmosphere in the room was broken when Harry yawned, showing of his white, sharp teeth. Tom blinked a few times when Harry only looked at him lazily. Harry wondered if the boy had found what he had been looking for, but then he mentally shrugged. Tom had no reason to think that he was not like every other cat. My lord, I was not aware that you had such a beautiful example. When Tom looked over at Walburga without letting go of him, Harry growled. He did not like the position he was in. Secondly, he did not like the tone the girl was using when she spoke about him. As if he was nothing more than. He had forgotten that right now he looked like a harmless little kitten. A little kitten, with black fur and big, green eyes. At least his scar was not a part of his form. Neither did I. Though I do not understand why Evan would take such a thing indoor. It looks like something which belongs on the street. Harry glared at Tom when he was placed down at the boy's lap, until he felt a hand start scratching his back and the loud rumbling noise started once again. Feeling someone staring at him, Harry turned his head and hissed at Septimus. He did not care about the fact that Septimus was related to Ron, who had been his best friend. He did not like the boy. If cats could grin, Harry would have been doing so right now. My lord, what do you think its name is? Harry stared at Walburga, who was still cooing at him. Was this really serious, mother, or did she have an evil twin who she shared name and look with? He heard Tom humming. Apparently the boy was thinking. Harry did not stay focused for long. Instead he started sniffing, trying to figure out what it was with Tom which gave of this wonderful smell. When finding nothing, he huffed, offended. Perhaps it was some kind of shampoo the boy was using. He would not know until he was back to human. Harry turned his attention back to the students who were talking as if he was not there. How about Cerberus or Sirius? Harry huffed, glaring at Orion, who seemed to note how he was looking at him. I think the cat does not want to be named after a dog or a dog star. I think I will name him Beleza. Harry frowned, trying to figure out what the name meant. Since it was Tom, he knew it had to mean something. Oh, what a good name to him. You are right, he is a true beauty. I did not know you knew Gaelic. Some of the book at where I was before was only on Gaelic. I had to learn the language to be able to read them. Harry tilted his head to the side. He had not known that Tom knew other languages. It seemed like he had still much to learn about the boy. How about we forget about the stupid cat and start the meeting? Both he and Tom turned their heads on the same time and glared at Septimus, who seemed to sink back the chair. Then Tom smirked. Of course. It is, after all, the reason to why we are here. With a silent sigh, Harry laid his head down on his paws. Since he could not get away, he might as well try to learn something. It would be the first time he was in one of those meetings. True, he had seen how they were in the future, but he doubted Tom would curse anyone now just because they had made a mistake or was not working fast enough for him. Septimus, what do you have to tell? The Weasley's face turned the same nuance of red as his hair was. Apparently he had not thought he would be the one to start. Well, I heard some of the Gryffindors talk about Dumbledore's plans about taking care of Grindelwald. When it was clear that the Weasley was not going to elaborate, Tom turned his attention to the two blacks which were patiently waiting for it to be their turn. My father, who is one of the Minister of Magic most trusted advisor, told me that the man is starting to panic because of Grindelwald. Right now he is trying to arrange a meeting with the other ministers all over the world so they can discuss what they shall do about the problem. While Orion was talking, Septimus had decided to attack the tray with food. He stuffed food into his mouth as if there was no tomorrow. It was not hard to see where Ron had his manners, or lack of same, from. Harry could see he was not the only one disgusted by what he was seeing. Tom nodded and made a sign to Walburga to start. I have researched through the library in my home and have found a few books which mentions about the Chamber of Secrets. It does not tell where to find the chamber or what is hidden in there, but it says that Salazar hid it somewhere where no one would think of looking. At this, Harry snorted. Salazar had been right. Who would think of looking for the entrance in the girls' bathroom? Though he was not much for admit it, the man had been a genius. Tom nodded. Keep on looking. I want the entrance found. Those books Salazar should have left in there should have information we never would have dreamt about. All of them nodding. Their eyes were shining by the thought of what knowledge which were hidden somewhere in the school. Harry sat silently and thought. He knew Tom was looking for the Chamber of Secret but had not thought it would be because of some books. Perhaps the boy did not want a monster to roam free in the school. Would it be a good idea to tell him what he knew? He knew Tom knew he knew something about the Chamber of Secret. It was because of that they had had that stupid argument. Did Tom even know about the basilisk which was waiting down there? And what kind of books could be hidden down there? Salazar had been a dark wizard, but did it mean that the book only had dark knowledge? And what would Tom use that kind of knowledge to? He would have to think about it before he decided what to do. Harry came back to the real world when he felt Tom picking him up. Purring, he licked the boy's hand, enjoying the taste. Not only did Tom smell good, he tasted just as good as he smelled. I do not know why Evan has taken you into our home, but I have to admit that you are kind of sweet. If it had been possible, Harry would have been blushing. For once he was happy about the black fur hiding his face. Since he could not voice an answer, Harry gave the boy a quick lick. It was not like a key. Just a way to show that he appreciated his words. Harry did not move when Tom placed him at the floor as they stood from where they had been sitting. Stay away from the fireplace. I doubt that Evan wants roasted kitten for dinner tonight. Harry nodded, making it clear he had understood the order. Tom looked at him, shocked to see his reaction. He shook his head, mumbling something about weird animals. Harry did not move until he heard the door close and lock. When he was sure they had all left the cottage, he stood and slowly walked out of the kitchen. His body was still sore after his fall down the stairs, but it did not stop him from moving. Now he only had to find a way up the stairs and figure out how to return to human. It was a chapter he had yet to read. Tom looked up from his breakfast when Abraxas nudged an elbow into his side. It seems like someone is getting an owl today. He followed the other teen's gaze and smirked. Aries was not hard to pick out from the rest of the owls. It was the only one of its size and color. It also helped that the owls seemed afraid of it and kept a distance between them. Instead of flying straight to him as it was supposed to do, Aries flew over the staff table. Tom held his breath as he waited for something to happen. Evan had more than just a few times used owl to prank the deputy headmaster. At least the owl had stopped delivering its own gift to the Transfiguration professor. When Aries landed at the table between his plate and the trays and nothing happened, Tom finally dared to breathe out. Even without looking up, he already knew that Professor Dumbledore was watching him. The professor seemed to do it whenever they were in the same room. It was unnerving, but he kept acting the way he always did. No one had a reason to believe he was not the smart, but polite boy who had been so lucky to be adopted by a lost relative. At Aries' glare, Evan was right. The owl could make anyone feel worth less than dirt. Tom took the envelope and offered the owl a piece of bacon before it took off. Knowing that no one would dare to look over his shoulder, Tom took the envelope and started reading. Dear Tommy boy, do you know if Walburga has a twin? You know, one who looks like her and share her name but are evil. No matter what, that girl is scary. Does she not know that kittens need to breathe? Just make sure you never anger the girl. If she hugs like that, I do not dare to think how hard she hits. Anyway, you are still searching for the Chamber of Secrets. I think it will be best if I tell you what I know about it. That way T is less likely you get caught or killed. As you probably already know, Salazar Slytherin was forced to leave the school by the 3 other founders. Before that happened, he made the Chamber of Secrets where he hid a monster. As the legend says, the monster was supposed to clean out in the student population. Which means it will be kill all Muggleborn and Halfbloods. Only the heir of Slytherin should be able to control this monster. The so-called monster is a basilisk which Salazar himself left there. I am sure you already know what a basilisk is. If not, make sure you do your homework on it before you even think about going in there. While it is true a basilisk can kill if you look it into its eyes, you have to remember the fact that it is only a big snake. If you talk to in Parseltongue, you are less likely to be killed. Before you can put your knowledge into use, you need to know how to find the entrance. I do not know if Salazar had planned this or if the school has changed since the founders' time. Anyway, you will find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in the girls' bathroom at 3rd floor. It is not a place anybody would think of searching for the entrance. All you have to do to see it is to speak in our ancestors' tongue and order it to open. But I have to warn you, Tom, one step over the line and I will personally hunt you down and take care of you, no matter how much you mean to me. When you have read this far in the letter, I think the stuff will have started to work. Tom looked up from his letter and smirked when he understood just what kind of stuff Evan had been talking about. At the staff table, some of the professors were snickering while others were smirking, all of them trying to hold back the laughter. Headmaster Dippet looked like he was not sure what to do. If he should join the other teachers in having fun of the unlucky professor or try to find the guilty among the students. Professor Dumbledore had always been something to laugh at between the Slytherins. Today they had more reason to do so than ever. Instead of the usually colorful robes, the deputy headmaster was now wearing a chicken costume. If one looked under the table, they would see a matching pair of red legs with bird feet. Even Tom could not hold back a smirk as Abraxas congratulated him on his smart guardian. Tom only nodded and glanced up to the staff table one last time before he returned his attention to the letter in his hand. It did not bother him what Evan had said about hunting him down. Tom had no plans about harming anyone. Not even the Muggleborns, though he wanted them educated in a school made for them. What made him smirk was the hint Evan made about liking him more than just a friend or a family member. Maybe it would be easier to woo Evan than he first had thought. But then again, it was Evan he was thinking about. The wizard could spot a danger before it got anywhere near him, but when it was about feelings he was lost. Do not worry. The spell will wear off in a week's time or so. Maybe we are lucky and you will need a new transfiguration professor. One can always hope. I have to go now. Ragnarok has just made a fire call. It seems like Lord Not need yet another ward around his home. How many does that man need? I swear that man is worse than one of my old professors. And, believe me, that man saw danger everywhere. Be careful. Yours Beleza. He blinked, surprised. He remembered the kitten. How could he not? It had been so small and fluffy. It had looked harmless, and had he been alone he would have been cuddling the creature much like Walburga had been doing. Evan's animagus form was yet another reason to why he had to protect the wizard from the world. If anyone saw him they would, without doubt, think of him as more than just cute. It also explained why Evan suddenly told him about how to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He had heard them talking at the meeting. Was that why Evan had been unwilling to tell him what he knew? Was it because he feared that Tom would use the basilisk to harm others, or was it because he feared for his well-being? But if Evan had been the kitten, it meant he had let Tom pet him while he was in his lap. He still remembered the feeling of the kitten's coat under his hand and how the purring had sounded, whenever he had scratched him behind the ear. He had heard some of the traits sometimes transferred from the animagus to the human. What would change with Evan? He could not wait to see. Tom knew without doubt it would be good. Tom looked down at the letter in his hand and frowned. An unknown feeling in his chest made itself known. It was not something he had felt before and he disliked it immediately. He did not think Lord Not would be any danger to his and Evan's relationship, not that Evan knew that they were a pair, but he would know soon enough. He would see what Abraxas could dig forth about Lord Not, just to be sure. Harry grumbled angrily as he stumbled out of the fireplace, landing face first at the floor. One would think he was starting, but no. It was just as bad as his first time. At least he had yet to fell out of the wrong fireplace. As always, when he was called to do some warding there, he found Lord Not waiting for him. It was as if Not made sure he would be there when he arrived. Harry did not know why, but he guessed the man was trying to be friendly. Good evening, Evan. I was starting to worry that you would not show up. Harry stood and tilted his head slightly to the side and frowned. When had he given the man permission to use his name? Then he shrugged. Perhaps the man just wanted to be his friend. I was not aware that there was a set time I had to arrive at. Besides, it is not so long ago I was called. I took off as soon as I had sent a letter to Tom. At the thought of what would happen to the deputy headmaster this time made Harry grin. To him it was kind of symbolic. Instead of fighting his own fights, Dumbledore made others do the dirty work for him. Therefore it was very fitting for the wizard to be dressed in a chicken costume. He had made sure it could not be taken or spelled off. Dumbledore would even have to wear the costume when he slept. Harry's smirk vanished. Not was too close for him to be comfortable with it. And who, if I might ask, is this Tom? Harry spluttered, feeling the blood rush to his head, nearly making the world tilt. No one. I mean, of course he is someone. I do not write letters to people who does not exists. Tom is my cousin or something like that. Our parents were related and we lived together. Well, not with our parents since they are all dead, and it would be kind of creepy. What I mean is that Tom and I live together. Any more words were stopped when Lord Not placed a hand over his mouth. Has anyone ever told you, you are cute when you are nervous? Harry just stared wide-eyed, feeling the Lord's lips ghost at his ears. The only one he had been this close to before was Tom. And it was an entirely different thing. With Tom he felt the need to be as close to the other boy as possible. But here he wanted to turn around and run straight back to the fireplace and never return. As if sensing his discomfort, Not stepped back, smirking as if he had won something. Harry did not say anything but settled down on watching the man for now. What he was looking for, Harry was not sure. He just knew he would have to keep his eyes open. Lord Knot stepped away, but not more than a few steps. They were still far too close for it to be comfortable for him. Harry knew he would not be comfortable as long as they were in the same room. So, what kind of wards do you need this time? Harry could not help but let his irritation sound in his voice. Lord Knot was one of his best customers, but the man was far too sure on himself and far too paranoid. As he had told Tom in his last letter, the man reminded him of Mad Eye Moody. I was thinking of holding a Halloween ball this year. You know, to lift the mood a little. And to that I need the wards to be perfect. I would not be a good host if something happened to my guests while they are here. Harry nodded, trying to think if any new wards would be needed. Perhaps some kind of a ward which would throw out any unwanted guest at the host's order would do. Harry nodded. It was not something he had tried before, but it should be possible. And if he succeeded, he could go home and do the same to the cottage. And perhaps he could try to make some of ward which would force people to stay if he wished so. I am glad you agree. Harry blinked. He was having a sneaking feeling that whatever the Lord thought he had said yes to, it was something Harry was going to regret. Excuse me, but what were you saying? Lord Knot smiled, already standing too close to him once again. You just agreed to come to the ball. Think of what possibilities it will give you. You will be able to meet some of the most important people in Great Britain. And if you just stick to me, I will present you for the right purebloods. Harry worried his lower lip with his teeth. On one hand, he could use the ball to get more customers. But on the other hand, he had never attended such a thing. He did not think the Yule Ball in his 4th year counted. The risk of him making a fool of himself was great. And the thought of spending more time with Lord Knot was not something he looked forth to. For some reason he felt like he was cheating on Tom if he attended this Halloween ball. Very well, you can expect my owl in a few days. Just be aware that this is going to be a masked ball. So you will need to wear a costume. I myself will be a knight, and all knights need a princess to save. Harry smiled. All right, I will come. And good luck with finding your princess. I will get started on the wards. You do not have to follow me out. I have been here enough times to know my way out. I will come back when I am finished. Humming, Harry walked out of the study, trying to figure out what kind of costume he should choose. A few days later, Harry lowered his wand when Aries arrived. It was as if the owl knew when neither of them needed to write to the other. It did not matter that they did not even have a letter for it to deliver or knew what to write. Harry did not know if it was only with him. But Aries would follow him around wherever he went and glare at him until he gave in. Aries dumped an envelope in his lap before it flew off. Harry guessed it would go hunting until he had read the letter and a reply ready for it to deliver. Intending to find out what Tom had to tell him, Harry sat down on the ground. It was still warm enough to be outside without moving, so he did not have to worry about getting cold. Dear Evan, or should I call you Belleza? Were you really the little, black kitten with those big, green eyes which did not look like it could even hurt a fly? Harry scowled. He could actually see Tom's smirk right now. He knew he should not have told the boy what his animagus form was. It would only lead to troubles for his part. No matter what kind of animagus one has, it is always possible to find a use for it. As a kitten, no one will ever think of you as a danger. And you will be small enough to come in where other people have to give up. There are plenty of ways a kitten can be useful. You just have to find them. Of course, Salazar is a genius. He was the founder of the Slytherin house. Though I have to admit I would never have thought of looking there if you had not told me about it. The way he had made sure no one from the outside of the family would be able to find it makes me even more proud to say that we his descendants. You do not have to worry. I have no intentions about using the little one in there to harm anyone. Instead, I will use it to make sure that no one than the two of us will be able to use the knowledge hidden in there. How is business going? Is the Lord annoying you? I have from a source that the man is known for having many affairs even though he is supposed to be happily married. His wife should be in Italy, where she is pregnant with their first child. The reason to why I tell you this is because the Lord bed both men and women alike. It would be stupid to lose a customer because of a single misunderstanding. So be careful and be sure you are not alone around the man. If it is not possible, keep your eyes open. And Dumbledore dressed like a chicken. While the other Slytherins find it entertaining, and I happen to agree with them, your lack of responsibility is worrying. Though I hate to admit it, and I know both you and I are powerful, Professor Dumbledore is from an old pureblood family. He had some powerful allies. I do not doubt he would not hold back should he decide that he will not let you do as you wish to. It is all for now. School is as it always has been. There is a lack of challenge in the lessons, but I make it up by studying in the library in my free time. Yours, Tom. Harry looked up from the letter and shook his head so his black hair stood around his head. How Tom could see Lord Nott as a danger he did not understand. Sure, the man sometimes came a bit too close and touched him more than what was needed, but it was probably because it was a way for purebloods to interact. He stood, wincing. His muscles were stiff after being in the same position for this long. With the letter in his hand, Harry headed inside. He still needed to find a costume to the ball. He had used those days to read upon what kind of costumes purebloods normally used when they attended such a thing. Harry stopped mid-step and grinned. Had anyone been watching, they would have started running for their life. He thought back to a lesson he had back in his school before he knew anything about the wizarding world and knew exactly what his costume should be like. He would prove he was just as good as any pureblood. He did not yell. He did not scream. He did not rage. He did not do anything. All he did was standing in front of his bed, blinking and knowing one thing. Fate really needed to get a hobby. And if it already had one, it needed to get another hobby. He could recommend several ones. Such as cooking, joining a book club, or save all kittens in the world. Anything would be better than continuing making his life miserable. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He knew it had been a bad idea to agree to take to the ball. He had yet to leave the cottage, but thing had already started going wrong. The costume he had ordered was supposed to be a pirate costume with a tree leg, eye patch and whatever else was needed. He had been in the bathroom when the owl had delivered the pack. Harry had seen it leave just as he stepped into his room. Whatever this was, it was clearly not his pirate costume. Unless what he remembered about pirates was wrong, and instead of eye patches and tree legs, those guys wore some kind of weird, white dresses. The only ones he could remember wore this kind of clothes were the Greeks and the Romans. Both people had had many great wizards and witches. So it would probably not do much harm if he arrived in the outfit. If someone asked, he could always say he wanted to honor the Greeks and the Romans. Nodding to himself, Harry let go of the towel he had been wearing around his waist. Though he was the only living in the cottage, Ares was currently on a hunt. He felt no need to show Hubert his more private parts. He took hold of the dress, in lack of better words, and was surprised of how soft it felt against his fingers. More surprised was he when he put it on and found it fitted his body perfectly. Something told him it was magic's work. He put on the small, open sandals, thankful that they would be inside. The costume showed more of his body than he liked. When he stepped towards the door, Harry felt a weird tingling on the top of his head and his lower back. Knowing that something had happened, Harry hurried to the bathroom. H was already regretting putting the costume on. In front of the mirror, Harry stopped and his eyes widened. Gone were his human ears. Instead, he had a pair of ears which seemed to be from a doe or something like that. The gold glitter marks on his face told him he indeed was a doe. He tore his eyes from the mirror when he felt something more so low that it nearly sat on his cheeks. Harry turned his head and looked down himself. A little, brown tail moved as a reaction to the frustration he was feeling. Harry groaned. He felt a great need to hit his head against something hard. Tom had placed a cruising charm on every hard surface in the cottage. Harry suspected Hubert to have told Tom about him hitting his head against a wall every time he was frustrated enough. This resulted in him having to either fight the urge or find something else to hit his head against. He was still looking. Hearing the clock downstairs, Harry knew he had to take cover, else he would be late. He knew there was no way he would be allowed to stay away from the ball. "Where nothing goes," was the last thing he said before he threw the flow powder and stepped into the fireplace, and then he was gone. At Nott's place. Like all the other times he had been there, Harry ended in the study. House elves were waiting for the guests who chose to arrive through the flow. Harry straightened his back and made sure the costume covered as much as possible. Not because it was much, but it was better than nothing. Mr. Working Wizard came again. Master are happy to see Mr. Working Wizard. Very happy. Yes. Harry felt himself blush from the attention the house elf was drawing to them. Purebloods of different ages and from different countries, though most of them were from Great Britain, were staring at him. Their costumes varied from figures from history to magically creatures. Ladies dressed as nymphs, fairies, Velas and queens. Harry was sure he also caught a glimpse of Cleopatra before he left the study. The men had more masculine costumes, such as pirates, knights, vampires, demons and even a few werewolves. All the costumes shone with magic and seemed to have been made with the finest material. Walking through big doors, though not as big as Hogwarts doors, Harry felt eyes on him. He felt a light blush deepen, wanting to run out of the room. It seemed like he was getting this feeling every time he was in the main house. Harry felt his ears and tail move, trying to get a look around him and at the same time show the discomfort he was feeling. He was truly aware of how little he was dressed. Combined with how petite his body was built, he could easily be mistaken for a girl. Especially since his hair reached his shoulders. To say Harry was impressed would be the same as saying that Dumbledore might like candy. He knew the Knott family was not the richest family, but they were closer to the Malfoys in wealth rather than the Weasleys. Bewitched bats flew among hovering pumpkins. The room was lit up by candles. Tables with food and alcohol were places along the walls. And hairs were placed so it was possible for one to have a private talk without anyone listening in. Harry found a dark corner where he hoped to be left alone. He knew he had possible costumers out there, but right now he needed to assemble some of his famous Gryffindor bravery before he dared to talk to any of them. Though he was standing in the shadows, Harry still felt eyes on him from time to time. But those few who seemed to be interested in talking with him found others they knew. Others just glared at him as if they knew he did not belong there. Harry knew he would have been treated differently had he been back in his own time. People would have been gaping at him or talked about him as if he could not hear them, even though he was standing right next to them. Or they would treat him as he had been in his second year on Hogwarts, where everyone had thought he had been the heir of Slytherin. So this was nothing against what he had tried before. If he had to say it, he would say he actually liked this. At least Lord Knott was nowhere to be seen. Harry planned on going home as soon as possible without seeming rude. Even more so when he realized who the round professor had tried to dress as. Had Salazar Slytherin been living, he would have killed the man, cursed him, or had run away crying. He was not sure which one it would be. Harry faked a yawn before Professor Slughorn was close enough to see his grin. Unlike the other costumes, Professor Slughorn's seemed homemade in a lack of better words. Good evening, Professor. It is good to see you. Good evening, my dear Evan. Well, I have to say that it is a surprise to see you. Not that I mind, but it is a surprise nonetheless. I could hardly recognize you like this. Harry felt the blush make a comeback. Thankfully it was not to be seen due to the glitter in his face and the shadows around him. Thank you, Professor. And if I may say it, I quite like your costume. Something only a true Slytherin would be able to do. Harry wanted to gag, but at the same time he felt proud of himself. Maybe Tom and the Sorting Hat had been right. Maybe he really should have been placed into the Slytherin house. You think so? Of course, as the head of the Slytherin house it seemed like a perfect idea and a good way to honor a great man. Harry only nodded and listening half while his eyes scanned the crowd. Many of them had already started to drink, and more than just a few of them seemed to have gotten a little too much. Could you tell me how Tom is doing? He writes to me and we sometimes see each other on Hogsmeade weekends, but it would be nice to know from the head of his house how he is doing. Harry took the goblet Professor Slughorn offered him and took a sip of the wine. He found it too sweet for his taste but said nothing. The potion professor did not need much time to figure out what he thought of Tom. Young Mr. Riddle is a well-mannered boy who always turns his assignment in on time. He helps his fellow students. I can say we are proud of having him in our house. I dare to say we can await big things from Mr. Riddle. Harry smiled softly. It seemed like Tom had not changed since he last had talked with Professor Slughorn. Or at least the man's view on Tom had not changed. He had no doubt that Tom could charm anyone to believe what he wanted them to. Mr. Riddle told me you are working as a ward maker. Professor Slughorn said. Yes, I started this summer. I am working together with Gringotts. They sort through the orders and send those we take to me. And we share what profit we make. Catching a glimpse of the head of a lord he had not intention of getting anywhere near, Harry drank from the goblet and returned his attention to Professor Slughorn. It was actually how I ended coming here. What about you? I thought the professors were supposed to stay at Hogwarts. No, it is just something most of us usually do. But we are free to leave if we want to. I am here because I am a friend of the family. I helped one of his cousins to become an apprentice of a charm master. Such a thing is not just forgotten. Harry was sure that if Professor Slughorn looked more proud, his head would explode. Sign, you are such a god friend of the family, you may be able to tell me if Lord Nott is in some kind of a relationship. Professor Slughorn frowned. Harry was not sure if it was the change of subject or if he did not know the family as well as he had claimed. I know the dear Lord Nott is married. After all, I was invited to the wedding. If I remember right, Lady Nott is supposed to be in Italy for the time being. She is also awaiting their first child. So far it seemed like Tom had been right. It made Harry wonder if the other things he had been told was true. Evan, I was beginning to worry that I would never find you. If the house elf had not told me it had seen you arrive, I would have thought you had decided to stay away. Harry bit back a scowl. He had hoped he would have been able to end the ball with Professor Slughorn and then head home. It seemed like he would need a change of plans. As he said he would, Lord Nott was dressed in a knight in armor. Harry would have been impressed if not he already had seen 3 others walk around in the exact same costume. Good afternoon, Lord Nott. Is your wife enjoying her stay in Italy? For some reason or another, Lord Nott paled. She is doing well. Good. Is it true she is pregnant? The Lord nodded slowly. Yes, but let us not worry about her. She is not here tonight. What a shame, I would have loved to meet her. Harry nodded to himself. Since Tom had mentioned that Lord Nott was married, he could not help but wonder what kind of woman the wife might be like. After all, it felt weird to have met the man so many times but never having seen the wife. Anyway, it is a lovely costume, Evan. Though I would rather see you as a princess, I guess this is good enough. It surely leaves a very little to imagination. Harry shivered when Lord Nott leaned closer. The man's breath smelled of alcohol. Apparently the man had gotten too much already. Actually, some kind of a mix-up happened. I guess someone is walking around as pirate instead of me. If it was not for magic, I would not have any costume to wear. He shut his mouth when he felt a knee force his legs apart. Lord Nott, what are you doing? Harry tried to keep his voice steady, but the Lord only grinned and leaned closer. When he pressed against his body, Harry started to panic. Though he was wearing an armor, Harry knew Lord Nott had an. Harry placed his hand on the man's chest while he cursed the Dursleys in his mind. If it were not for his so-called loving relatives, he was sure he would be able to push the man away from him. Lord Nott was so close that he could feel the warmth from the man's skin against his own. Unlike those times he had been close to Tom, Harry felt disgusted. He wanted the man away from him. The feeling of being the smaller one made him aware of how weak he really was against the older and bigger wizard. A glance around him told him that either people did not see what was going on or they did not care about it. Evan, I was wondering if you could accompany me outside. Those wards you talked about sounded interesting and I would like to hear more about them. Harry let out a deep sigh when Lord Nott let go of him and stepped away from him. Both of them had forgotten all about Professor Slughorn being there. Of course. I will leave the 2 of you to each other. Before he left, Lord Nott looked directly at him over his shoulder. Hopefully, I will be able to catch up with you later on, Evan. First, when he no longer could see anything of the Lord, Harry's body started shaking. It felt like someone had just emptied a bucket filled with cold water over his head. Staring down at the floor, Harry realized he had let go of the goblet and now the wine was spreading, looking much like blood. His focus on the red wine was broken when he felt a hand on his shoulder and Harry could not stop himself from flinching. Looking up, he found Professor Slughorn looking down on him with concern in his eyes. Are you all right, Mr. James? Harry nodded, not trusting his voice enough to try talking. Professor Slughorn helped him with standing. While Harry leaned against the wall, the professor made sure nothing was wrong with his costume. I think some fresh air will do us good. Have you seen the gardens? They are an impressive sight. It reminds me of one of my old students I helped to get his mastery in herbology. As they walked around in the garden, Harry allowed himself to slowly relax. He listened to Professor Slughorn's stories about how he had people to success with one ear. Through work, Harry had visited the main house a lot. Most of those times he had been in the garden. The beautiful surroundings helped his to relax and concentrate on the task he had to do. They were not the only ones in the garden. Harry spotted couples, some were married, though most of them was not, walking into the darkness. One could only guess what they would be doing there. Soon Harry realized his costume was not meant to be used outdoors. Too much of his skin were exposed to the cold night air. Shivering, Harry wrapped his arms around his body, trying to keep himself warm. He felt cold but did not want to leave Professor Slughorn's side. Professor Slughorn seemed to sense his discomfort and started heading inside. Silently, Harry wondered if he would be seen as impolite if he headed home now. Perhaps, but he doubted anyone would miss him. Well, anyone who meant anything to him. When they stepped inside again, Harry felt his body tense. The air smelled of a mix of sweat and perfume. Laughter and loud voices bombarded his ears. Deciding he had had enough for tonight, Harry turned around to ask Professor Slughorn to accompany him to the study so he could flow home. He stared at the spot where the professor was supposed to be. Professor Slughorn was nowhere to be seen, and Harry realized he was on his own. Looking around one last time, Harry decided to leave. He had been in the main house enough times to be able to find his way around. At least he supposed he could find his way to the study where he knew a fireplace was. Harry crossed the floor to get to the doors while he tried to avoid the other guests. Every time he thought he caught a glimpse of something which might be an amour, he hid behind some of the other guests. He did not care about the looks the purebloods sent him. Right now Harry was more focused on getting out without any more accidents. The dark corridors were harder going through without getting lost than he had thought it would be. Normally the sun would be out, but now he only had candlelight in the corridor. Harry made sure to stay away from the shadows. He arrived to the study without getting lost or meeting anyone. He relaxed when he saw the fireplace. Soon he would be home and would be able to forget about what had happened. Harry bended down to take a handful of flow powder and heard something move behind him. Before he could turn around, something slammed into him and he fell to the floor. He rolled around and got up on all four and tried to figure out what had happened. Harry blinked sleepily. What little alcohol he had gotten had already clouded his brain, making it hard for him to think. Do you not know it is considered impolite to leave without saying goodbye to the host? The voice sounded close to his ear and sent shivers down his spine. He lashed out where the voice had sounded. He swore he would do something as soon as possible about his eyes. He did not want to be nearly blind as he was right now just because he had lost his glasses in the fall. A hand grabbed his wrist and tugged so he fell and landed flat on his stomach. Harry struggled when he felt a weight settle down on his back. What the hell do you think you are? His words ended in a yelp when he felt the person bite down on his shoulder, drawing blood before a hot tongue licked it up. Growling, Harry twisted and turned, trying to get free. The only reaction he got was a low chuckle. You look so lovely. It is hard to believe you dressed up like that just to please me. Growling, Harry turned his head and glared at the knot. Unless you want to get hurt, I advise you to get off of my back. He had realized that Knot was not wearing the amour any longer. That had to be the reason to why the man had managed to sneak up on him without him hearing anything. Instead of listening to his warning, Lord Knot grabbed both his wrists harder and forced them up over his head in a painful position. Do not worry, love. I will make sure you will come to enjoy this. You should consider yourself lucky that I, a pureblood lord, will even think at using my time on a lowly half-blood like you. It is all because of that lovely body of you. Harry's struggles stopped when he felt a slap on his bum. Blood flew to his head and his eyes widened when he realized his struggles had caused his clothes to slit up so his ass no longer was protected by anything than his underpants. Tell me, dear Evan, are you a pure? The question made him start struggling again. Let go of me now, you sick bastard. The Nod just laughed. It was the charming laugh he had heard until now, but one which could rival Voldemort's. Just leave it to me and I will make sure this will be pleasant. When he felt the weight move from his back, Harry kicked and his one foot hit something behind him. Harry heard Lord Nod curse and felt him let go of his hands. Not wanting to miss the chance, Harry scrambled away and over to the fireplace. If he just could get away, he would be safe. Halfway towards the fireplace, Harry was tackled from behind. He fell and hit his chin against the floor. A metallic taste filled his mouth. A low spell was mumbled and he felt ropes bind his wrists together, nearly cutting off his blood circulation. Hands forced his legs apart and pushed his costume up. He heard Nod move behind him and clothes hit the floor while the man had on hand placed on his back to make sure he stayed where he was. I wanted to make this good for both of us, but now we have to jump right to the act. Do not worry. I know you will enjoy it. It is the only useful thing your kind can. Tears filled his eyes and made his sight worse than it already was. This was not what he wanted. Hell, he was not even sure he liked men or not. And even if he did, he would choose who it should be with. He did not want anyone to make that choice for him. When he felt something hard poke against his entrance, Harry's eyes widened. It was too big to be a finger, and he had no idea of how something like that would ever be able to fit inside him. Cursing out loud, Harry kicked out again and tried to kick Lord Nod as hard as possible. At the same time, Harry tried to free himself by twisting his body in a painful way. Glaring at the half-BPD Nod, Harry forced his magic forth, urging it to do something to save him from this situation. Harry felt a tug in his body and closed his eyes hard. He did not want to know what happened. He landed on hard floor and curled into a ball to protect himself from any attacks. His body shook so much it hurt. Tears rolled down his cheeks and he felt cold air touch his lower body, making him aware of the pain where he had been grabbed too hard. Evan, what happened to you? Were you attacked by Grindelwald's follower? Were the wards not supposed to hold those ones out? The sound of Hubert's voice made Harry sob and wrap his arms around his stomach, hugging himself. He could not believe he was home and safe. He had gotten away before anything could happen to him. Evan, shall I call someone? I cannot help you if you do not tell me what is wrong. Harry just shook his head. He did not trust his voice enough to say anything. After what felt like hours, the tears finally stopped and the shivers had lessened but did still not stop. He felt empty, cold and tired, and he just wanted to go to sleep and never wake up again. His body hurt and he knew he would have some nasty bruises tomorrow. With a weak smile, Harry opened his eyes and uncurled himself. Hubert was hovering over him, looking worried. I am fine, just tired. Hubert snorted. Fine my ass. You look like you have been in hell and back again. So, are you going to tell me who did this, or should I call someone? Not. Do you want him to come here? No. Harry sat up, ignoring the pain in his body, and felt the tears start falling again. No. If possible, I would never see that monster again. Oh my God. He actually tried to beat me. Saying it made it feel more real. Like he would not be able to deny it anymore. Hubert sat down next to him and looked him over carefully. Right now, Harry did not care. As long as he was safe, he did not care. He knew the wards around the cottage would keep unwanted people out. He had made sure of that. Finally, he stood from the floor and slowly made his way upstairs to the bathroom. He would take a long, hot bath to wash the feeling of Not's hands on his body away. Afterwards, he would head to bed and not get out of it before he no longer felt tired. Hubert followed him all the way. Harry could not even get the ghost to stay out of the bathroom. Hubert watched him and made sure to note every little bruise. He knew Tom would want to hear about it. And if Evan would not tell him about it, then he would. Okay. I considered ending the story here. But then I thought, what actually happened to Harry's costume? Well, there is only one way to find out. Horace returned to Hogwarts a few hours past midnight. He had stayed longer than he had originally planned. Instead of spending time with former students and people he had helped, he had been looking for Mr. James. He had thought the little wizard had been following him when he had turned around just to find that he was nowhere to be seen. Fearing that something might have happened, he had started looking around. It was then he realized that neither Mr. James nor Lord Knott was in the wrong. Having a growing feeling of what might have happened, he convinced a few other wizards he knew to follow with him. Trying to keep the truth hidden, he had told them Mr. James had not felt good and had decided to head home, but he was worried that the wizard might feel worse than he had been told. Horace and the other wizards had spread out to search in pairs. That way they should be able to find him sooner. They had headed towards the study. From what Horace knew, it had the only fireplace open to Flow Network tonight. If Mr. James had wanted to go home, he had to go that way. And that was something Lord Knott had also known. Normally Horace would have kept his nose out of such things. It did not have anything to do with him. But Mr. James was Riddle's guardian. And Horace knew Riddle someday would do something great. And being adopted by another wizard instead of living at the Muggle orphanage would only open more doors for the boy. As the head of Riddle's house, it was his duty to make sure that his students got as far in life as possible. Mainly because it could do him good later in life. They arrived to the study just in time to hear the sound of someone apparating. Horace frowned. He knew that with the wards Evan had placed around the main house, no one should be able to apparate. Pushing the door open, Horace hid a smirk when he saw who was in there. Lord Knott lay alone on the floor. He was BPD from his waist and down and had his ass in the air. The Lord mumbled confused to himself as if he had no idea of what was going on. Looking around, he found that no one else was in there. It seemed like Mr. James had managed to get away on his own. Horace, I did not think you would be back this late. Horace looked up and his eyes widened. Standing at the stairs was the Deputy Headmaster Dumbledore, dressed in a black pirate costume. It was not something he had thought the other professor would wear willingly. Hello. Yes, it got a little later than I originally had planned. But a lot of my older students were there and I simply forgot about the time. He saw no need for Professor Dumbledore to be informed about what had happened. After all, a Slytherin did not give up any information unless it did him good. If you do not mind me asking, I did not think you were one to wear black. At his words, the deputy headmaster frowned. Yes, I fear that a mix-up happened. I was supposed to wear a Greek costume with doe ears and a tail. Instead I got this. Horace hid a shudder. He found it best not to mention where the costume had ended. At least one good thing came out of Evan getting the wrong costume. Fewer children were traumatized. He was sure their brain would have melted if they had seen their professor dressed like that. Well, I will head to bed now. As you said yourself, it is getting late and we are not getting any younger. Horace headed towards the dungeons where he had his chambers. He would catch Tom tomorrow and tell the boy about what had happened tonight. Since it was Hogsmeade weekend, the boy could make sure that Mr. James got home safe and no harm was done. Otherwise, Horace had a student whom he had helped getting into the lawyer studies. The boy would probably not mind helping his old professor as a payback for his help. His cloak billowed behind him as Tom walked with long strides through Hogsmeade. He came straight from a meeting with the head of his house. Professor Slughorn had stopped him before he had been able to leave with his followers. Wondering what the head of Slytherin had wanted him, he had followed Professor Slughorn to his chambers. It reminded him a little too much of last time he had been invited into there without any visible reason. Worry filled him. Had Evan gone and done something stupid? Had something happened while he was at work? He knew Evan's work could be dangerous. When he had heard what Evan wanted to work with, he had taken his time to sit down and study what he could about the subject. Unlike what he had hoped, he had not been calmed down by what he had read. Being a ward maker was not an easy job. And it was dangerous too. One mistake could cost one's life. It did not matter how good one was, one mistake was more than enough no matter how strong one was. But he let Evan do as he wanted. He knew he would not be able to keep the wizard from doing what he wanted to do. And if he tried, he might risk losing him. But once he was out of school, he would make sure that Evan would have to work again. The wizard deserved far better than what they had now. His mind returned to the real world when he saw Professor lean forth in the chair in front of him. The professor had a worried look in his eyes. As a Slytherin, the professor rarely showed any feelings, and it made Tom more worried than he already was. It did not help that the last time he saw this look, Evan had been ambushed by a Muggle and was at St. Mungo's. Mr. Riddle, I am sure you know that I attended a ball last night at the Knott's household. Tom did not do anything but waited for his professor to continue. He knew the man would get to the point when he was ready and not a moment before. Had Tom not been the Slytherin he would have jumped and tried to force the professor to speak. As you might be aware of it, your guardian, Mr. James, also attended the ball. Tom felt his stomach protest. Something told him he would not like what Professor Slughorn would tell him. The head of his house shifted in his chair as if he was unsure of how to go on. Since it is Hogsmeade weekend, I would like you to go home and check up on Mr. James. I know you probably have other plans, but I would be calmer if I knew he managed to get home safe. What happened at the ball, Professor? Tom's voice was low and hissing, almost like a snake would do before it attacked someone. Professor Slughorn gulped but forced himself to meet his student's gaze. At the ball, Lord Nott decided to pay attention, more than a host is supposed to Mr. James. He was being forceful against Mr. James when I was standing right next to them, and it was clear for me to see that Mr. James was not interested in him in that kind of way. If his mask had not been as good as it was, Professor Slughorn might have understood just why the deputy headmaster felt the need to keep a watchful eye at Tom. Later that night I found Lord Nott in his study. He was alone and half BPD. Before I opened the door I heard the sound of someone apparating. At Tom's disbelieving face, Professor Slughorn continued. I know with the wards Mr. James has placed around the main house it should not be possible. But I have heard that sound enough times to know if someone apparated. Tom was fighting to keep his mask in place and hide his feelings from view. Every time he seemed to reach the wizard's level, Evan did something amazing or something which should not be possible. At the same time he feared what might have happened to Evan. Tom knew the other wizard was strong, but even the strongest ones had their weak moments. I will make sure to check up on him. I will fire call you if your help should be needed. Professor Slughorn pushed a small bag towards him. Take this with you and be careful with the vials inside the bag. Hopefully you will not have any need for them, but better be safe than sorry. It was the reason to why he was hurrying through Hogsmeade. He ignored those who called out his name, followers and other students alike. He would have to deal with them on another time. Right now he had far more important things to do. Though no one would be able to see it, rage flamed inside him. Tom wanted nothing more than to find the man whom had dared to hurt what was his and kill the Lord. But first he would put the man through such a torture that death would seem like a blessing when it was finally granted. But right now he had to focus on Evan. Tom frowned. What if Evan had not managed to get away before it had been too late? No matter how much he longed to head straight for the Knot, he knew Evan needed him more. His revenge would have to wait until he was sure that Evan was okay. When he was out of Hogsmeade and sure that no one would see him, Tom started running. Normally he would never think about doing such a thing. After all, there were only a few years before he no longer was a minor in the wizarding world. And grown-ups never ran unless it was an emergency. Tom ran with his robes billowing behind him all the way to the cottage. Though he had no interest in Quidditch, it was no excuse for him to not be in shape. He would have to do something about it. Too many relied only on their magic. A better shape could give him an advantage in a duel. He arrived to the cottage feeling breathless. Tom leaned against the doorframe and tried to calm his breathing. He would not risk making a fool out of himself. There was always the chance that Evan was fine. The wards around the place alerted Evan about whenever someone arrived or left. That meant his guardian should know someone was outside the door. Tom waited, but no one opened the door, and he started to feel more worried than he already was. While still living at the Muggle orphanage, Tom had spent a lot of time in the library. Since no one had been watching him, he had been able to read whatever he wanted to read. One of the subjects he had taken interest in was human mind and how one reacted in an extreme situation such as Beep. All the information he had gotten through the years made him realize he could not just stand outside the door. If not really had BPD Evan, the wizard should not be left on his own. The risk of him doing something stupid, such as attempt suicide, was way too great. While he was waiting, Evan could be about to end his life. He had to make sure that such a thing would never happen. Tom blasted the door open and ran inside. He did no longer care for what he might look like. All he wanted to know was if Evan was all right or not. The door he could repair later on. He met Hubert just as he stepped inside. Where is he? The words came out as a low growl, and he was sure that if Hubert had still been alive he would have fallen dead. Where is Evan? Upstairs. In his room. He came home late last night and said something had happened. Something about someone having tried to beep him. I think it was the knot. You know, the one who always wants some new wards. After calming down a little he went and took a bath. When he came out his skin was red, and instead of doing something about it he just went to bed. I have not been able to get him out of bed and he refuses to eat or drink anything. Scowling, Tom went up the stairs. You just stay here while I take care of this. He did not need to look back to know that Hubert would do as he was told. Tom's feet took him to Evan's room faster than he had anticipated. The door was closed and he could hear nothing from the other side of it. The possibility of Evan having cast a silencing spell nagged in the back of his mind, and Tom's brain went on overdrive with the thoughts of what Evan could do to himself and no one would hear it. Without hesitating anymore, he blasted the door open in the same manner as he had done it to the front door. He strode into the room with his wand in hand while his eyes searched for any sign of where Evan was. You know, none of the doors were locked. The silent voice sounded from the bed where he could see a small figure curling into a tight ball. Evan's body was hiding under the blanket, and if not he had spoken, Tom would easily have overlooked him. Tom let out a relieved sigh. At least Evan had not slit his throat or wrist, but the knot still had to get his punishment. But first he had to make sure that Evan really was okay and would not do anything stupid anytime soon. He crossed the floor and sat down at the edge of the bed. Evan, can you move the blanket so I can see you? Normally Tom would never even consider of talking to anybody with such a soft voice, but Evan was specially. Evan was his equal and someone very dear to him. If it meant he had to show some of his weak sides he would do so. All for Evan. The only answer he got was a shake from where he assumed Evan's head was. Tom sighed. Sometimes he wondered which one of them was the older. Professor Slughorn called me to his private chambers today. Normally, when he does such a thing, it is because he wants to talk about my studies. But one time it was because he had to inform me about the muggle who attacked you. When he still got no reaction, Tom decided to continue. This time he told me what happened at the ball last night. Why did you not listen to me when I told you that man was dangerous? Are you even aware of what he could have done to you? Did he do anything to you? Answer me. The last part was yelled out and the words seemed to being cast around between the walls. Ever so slowly the lump under the blanket moved, and after a little while Evan's face came in sight. To say Tom was shocked by what he saw was an understatement. Evan had dark bags under his eyes and he was sickly pale. His eyes were red and evidences from tears were still on his cheeks. It was not often he saw Evan vulnerable. Normally the wizard seemed calm and not much could make him lose his coolness. I am sorry. Though Evan only whispered, Tom heard the words clearly as if they were yelled into his ears. He had thought of how Evan would react. How both of them would let their temperament loose at each other and they would yell and probably say some hurtful things to each other. The rent he had prepared for this died out. Tom felt the anger disappear and instead the worry returned, but this time it was 10 times worse than before. I am so sorry. I did not want him. I tried to make him understand it. I just wanted to go home. But before I could flow away he attacked me and tried to force me. Evan started clawing his arm, which already had dark red marks and bruises on them. Some of them had Evan made with his nails while others came from being held down with a great force. To stop Evan from harming himself any further, Tom gently grabbed the wizard's wrists and moved them around until Evan was safely seated in his lap. At first Evan struggled to get free. He kicked and threw his body around, but Tom did not let go of him. He used his weight against the other wizard to hold him down. There was no way in hell he would just stand and watch while Evan was harming himself. Finally Evan started to calm down. Or maybe it was because he did simply not have much energy to keep up his struggles. Tom did not know. He figured that since Evan had not eaten or drunk anything, and with those things he had gone through, the other wizard would have to be tired. He knew he would be if he had been in Evan's place. Even after Evan had calmed down, Tom did not let go of him. He told himself it was because he would not risk Evan would start clawing himself. But, truth to be told, he enjoyed the feeling of having Evan's body against his own like this. It made him wonder what it would be like to have the wizard under him willingly. Following this thought, he started licking and placing gentle kisses at the wizard's neck. At first he felt Evan's body tense. It was clear he remembered last night, and Tom wondered what exactly had happened. He would make sure to make Evan tell him on a later time. Slowly Evan's body started to relax against his own, and Tom could have sworn he actually felt the other lean into the touches. He knew Evan had had a hard childhood, growing up with relatives whom hated him. Though he did not know all the details, he knew it had to have been hell for Evan. Tom himself had not had an easy childhood. The other orphans had hated him because he was different from the rest of them. It had often led to beatings like the ones Evan had rescued him from when they first had met. Sure, his life had been bad, but Evan had been mistreated by the very same people who were supposed to take care of him. He sometimes wondered how far their mistreating of Evan had gone. Though the wizard did not know it, he sometimes mumbled things when he had a nightmare. Until now, Tom had learned that Evan had lived in a cupboard and had suffered for something called Harry hunting, whatever that was. He knew Evan would not answer if he asked. The wizard was very vague about his past. If he wanted to know more, he had to use the Slytherin method. If not, he already knew that Evan's relatives were murdered. He would have searched those out himself and have ended their miserable lives. Tom was forced out of his thoughts when he felt Evan move. Without knowing it, the other boy's movement made him more and more aroused. If it did not stop soon, Tom would not be able to take responsibility for what he did. He doubted that now would not be a good time for such actions. Evan, tell me, did that thing do anything to you? Tom feared the answer more than anything else. He was ready to storm out and kill the man. It did not matter that the Knott family was a pureblood family. No one touched what was his. The world would come to learn that soon enough. Slowly Evan shook his head and Tom relaxed, but still not enough for Evan to be able to get away from away. Do you mind letting go of my? Tom smirked and made sure his grip around Evan's body was tight but not uncomfortable. Why should I? I happen to like it as we are right now. Tom did not need to look to know that Evan was blushing. The wizard sometimes seemed as a stranger to touches. Even Tom himself could handle himself better in situations which involved touching another person's skin. Not that he had that kind of troubles when he was near Evan. Tom had to admit he enjoyed being as close as possible to Evan. Hopefully the other wizard would soon come to see it as he did. It may be. But if someone walked in on us, they might get the wrong kind of thoughts. Tom could not help but chuckle. And just who should walk in on us? The only other here is Hubert and Aries, and none of them walk. Oh. They sat in a comfortable silence looking out of the window. It was possible for them to see Hogsmeade from where they sat in the bed. Tom could see people move around. Since it was lunchtime, he guessed that most of the other students either had headed back to the school or had found somewhere to eat. He was starting to feel slightly hungry but saw no reason to move from where he was. Who knew when he would get such an opportunity to be this close to Evan again? Tom started nuzzling Evan's neck, and soon Evan was meowing and pressing his body against his own. You know, Evan, I love you. He did not dare to breathe as he waited for Evan's answer. Tom knew there was a great risk that Evan did not feel the same about him. I like you too, Tom. After all, you are my family. Tom frowned. He had forgotten how thick Evan's skull could be. This was one of the times he wished Evan was a little less innocent. I meant I do not love you like someone related by blood. Instead, I love you like. Tom stopped trying to find a way to say it so that even Evan would be able to understand what he meant. I love you like I have loved no one else before. I want to be with you, and I want you to be a part of my life which will never leave me. I want you to be by my side for the rest of our life. And, when I have graduated from Hogwarts, I want us to be bound to each other. For a long time silence filled the room. Tom was sure his heartbeat could be heard by how fast it was beating right now. Normally Tom would hate it when people had control over something in his life. Too many had had that position and afterwards misused it. But now he found Evan having the power over the big part of his life. With just one word, the other wizard could decide how the relationship between them should form. Even if Evan should say no, Tom would not stop trying to woo the wizard. Harry felt his throat clench and it felt like he had to force air into his lungs. Sure, Tom had not said what Harry thought he had said. As long as Harry could remember, he had wished for a family. Not one like the Dursleys, mind you. It should be a real family with people whom he loved. When he adopted Tom, he had thought he had gotten his wish fulfilled. Tom was the brother he had never had, but he was also so much more. Harry was not afraid of admitting that he had feelings for the boy, which were not something someone should feel for another member of the same family. But why should Tom be interested to be with anyone like him? From Harry's point of view, Tom was everything one could wish for. Smart, charming, and not to forget his looks. He did not know how someone like Tom could end up looking like the snake-like appearance Voldemort had had after the ritual in Harry's 4th year. The treatment he had received from the Dursleys in his childhood had done far more damage on Harry than he would ever had thought possible. They had always told him he was a good-for-nothing freak who should have died together with his parent. After hearing about it every single day from before he was old enough to know what the words meant, they had managed to stay in the back of his mind. Harry worried his lower lip between his teeth. Though he did not understand why Tom would want him, he still had to give the other boy an answer. Could he actually date Tom when he knew what he would be in the future? Then Harry realized that nothing was sure. He had probably already changed the future by coming here. It was not to predict what would happen. All he could do was acting like a Gryffindor and do as his told him to. Slowly Harry turned without breaking Tom's grip around him. I love you too, Tom. And it is not just as a friend or a family member. Tom smirked and leaned forward, until their lips were so close that Harry could feel the heat from them, but they were not actually touching. Then Tom's soft lips were against his own and Harry's eyes closed while he enjoyed the key. Tom's lips were soft and gentle. The other acted as if he did something harsh Harry would break. Though Harry did not like to be viewed as the weaker one, it was not to be the one whom had to take care of everything. When he felt something press against his lips, Harry parted his lips and let Tom's tongue in. He groaned into Tom's mouth when the tongue explored his mouth with a hunger he had never felt from anyone before. Harry was glad that Tom was still holding him. He was sure he would have fallen if it were not for the arms around his waist. The hands which were slowly caressing his back were just a bonus. Somehow this felt very familiar, thought he could not explain why. It was not like they had Ed before. Right. Well, Mr. James. I did not think I would see anytime soon. Did something happen? Harry nodded to the goblin, Ragnarok. Good evening. Yes, I have come to discuss something. He could not stop his voice from shaking a little and knew the goblin noted it. But still he kept his face calm. There was no reason to let others see how nervous he really was. At Ragnarok's permission, Harry sat down in one of the chairs in front of the big table. He straightened his back and folded his hands in his lap. That way he kept them from shaking. Actually, it is good you came. I have some things which we need to talk about. Harry nodded. Yes, but if you do not mind, I would like to start. He took a deep breath. It is about Lord Nott. I would like it if we could arrange so I would no longer have to do any of his wards any longer. Would you mind telling me what it is about? You see, I had some unfortunately experiences with the Lord a few days ago and I would like not to have anything to do with him again. I fear what would happen if I was left alone with him. Harry shuddered by the thought of what could have happened if he had not gotten away when he did get away. Ragnarok frowned, leaning forward and looked him into the eyes. If not because he knew that goblins could not use legilimens, he would have broken away already. He tried to beat me. And if he gets anyway near me, I cannot promise I will not do anything to him. Harry felt his hand twist. Since he had calmed down, he had wanted to seek out the Nott and take revenge for what he had done to him. Unfortunately, he would not be able to be there for Tom if he ended in Azkaban. He would not end up being a guardian who never was there when needed. Besides, he was far more than a guardian now. The goblin looked shocked. A look he had not seen before, and Harry suddenly felt unsure if this had been such a good idea. Perhaps he should have just dealt with this on his own. But he knew the goblins would wonder if he did not take any assignments which had anything to do with the Nott family. When did that happen? If he had not seen Tom's reaction to the news about what had happened, he would probably have been more afraid than he was. But if he was fired, Harry knew he could continue work on his own. He would probably lose a few contacts, but he would survive it. At the Halloween party I attended at the House of Nott. And no matter what any of you say, I will not go back to that place or have anything to do with that family. If you try to force me, I will end all cooperation between us. Do not think I will not go through it. The thought of the risk of losing money made the goblin pale, and, for a short moment, Harry wondered if the goblin was going to faint. Harry stood and looked shortly at Ragnarok, who was staring out in the air. I will give you some time to think about it. Contact me in a few days when you have come to a conclusion. I will continue working until I have gotten an answer. With that, he left the office without looking back. He had done what he had come for. Not the rest was up to the goblins. No matter what, he would have nothing to do with the Nott family. Harry walked the way back to the front hall without having anyone to lead him. He had been there enough times to know when to turn and which corridor to follow. He wondered if Bill, who had been a curse breaker working with Gringotts, would be walking the same way as he did in around 50 years. Arriving to the front hall where wizards and witches waited for goblins to lead them to their account, Harry stopped dead in his tracks. His body reacted before his brain caught up with what he saw. He hid behind a sculpture he had seen a dozen of times before and had heard about history of magic. From what he could remember, the sculptor was to honor those who had fallen in one of the Goblin Wars. Which one it was he could not remember. As he was sure no one was noting him, Harry looked around the sculptor. He had to make sure he had seen what he thought he had seen. A little away from him he saw colorful robes which he knew all too well, both from his own time and from this time. Harry frowned while he wondered what Professor Dumbledore was doing out of Hogwash on a workday. He hid behind a couple as he moved closer to the deputy headmaster. Chances that he was there because of school were great, but it did not mean it had to be the case. The deputy headmaster was clad in the usually colorful robes. This time he had decided to mix orange with a bright purple nuance. It made him stand out from the crowd more than he already would do. Harry emerged behind another small sculpture when Dumbledore turned around. He feared the wizard had seen him until he heard the professor greet someone sincerely. It was clear that whoever the professor talked to was someone he knew really well. On the other hand, Harry had thought he knew Dumbledore, and suddenly he had found the man pointing a wand at him. So much for having family-like feelings to someone. The person Professor Dumbledore talked to was dressed in black robes which reminded him of Professor Snape's own robes. But from where Harry was hiding he could not see if it was a man or a woman Dumbledore was meeting with. The two started arguing with each other, making big movements with their arms. They had probably placed a private charm around them to make sure that no one would be able to hear them, but it did not mean they not attract attention. The other man held up a hand and Dumbledore stopped talking. They both looked around and Harry made sure he was hidden before they caught sight of him. When he looked up from his hiding place, both men was already on their way out of the big door. Having nothing better to do, Harry decided to follow. Nothing bad could happen by doing so, right? He hurried out of Gringotts and apologized to those he ran into before he continued his way. It was not hard to follow the pair down Diagon Alley. They walked slowly and stopped more than once to look at something. Harry followed behind them, making sure to stay out of sight. Every time they stopped, he either hid behind something or pretended he was looking at something. Out of the corner of his eyes he looked at them. Harry had a feeling he should recognize the one Dumbledore was with. The man looked to be around the same age as Dumbledore, but because of the hood he had no chance of seeing the man's face. When he saw where they were heading, Harry hesitated. He had been in Knockturn Alley before. When he first arrived to this time he had spent some time lounging in there. He had seen what kind of people which were there. But Dumbledore was supposed to be from the light side, so what would he be doing there? There was only one way to find out. Before the pair could disappear out of sight, Harry stepped into Knockturn Alley and hurried after Dumbledore and the unknown man. Since it was still day, not many was out in Knockturn Alley. It made it easier for Harry to follow the pair, but at the same time he had to be more careful so that he would not be seen. More than once he thought he had been spotted. Either Dumbledore or the other person, which he was sure was a man, would suddenly look over their shoulder. Sometimes was closer than other, and only because of Harry's seeker reflex did he manage to hide before he was seen. They walked deeper into Knockturn Alley than Harry had ever been. Not because he had seen much of the alley. In the time Harry had been there, Harry had kept himself in the room he had hired. He had seen no reason to seek out troubles when he had had other things to worry about. Harry started to wonder if he should just give up. He should just turn around and go home. Not because he had much else to do once he was home. Tom was at school and Hubert was most likely to avoid him. And Harry had learned that Aries was not one who wanted to play. He kept his wand in his pocket. Harry would not show them how nervous he was. At the same time, he felt excitement. This reminded him of the James Bond films he had sneaked out from his cupboard to take a look at. The further they walked, the more uneasy Harry started to feel. He could not see any reason to why they should walk this far. It was clear that Dumbledore was not out on an errand for the school. He decided to continue following the two men. That way he could find out what they were doing there. And maybe he could find a way to use it against Dumbledore. The glee he felt made Harry snicker. No one reacted to it. Maybe it was because it was a normal behavior for those who walked there. Harry followed when Dumbledore and the man turned around a corner, and he followed with them as close as possible. He would not risk losing sight of them. He needed them to find his way back to Diagon Alley. Harry doubted he would be able to ask anyone how to get out of Knockturn Alley. He had seen a few of the looks he got from some of the shoppers. It reminded him a little too much of the looks he had received in the ball. He closed his robe closer around him and walked faster, the same way as the pair had gone. He deemed it was best to get away before something happened. It was Knockturn Alley. There was no Hagrid to help him if something happened. On the other hand, he was no longer just a little boy who had gotten lost. He could take care of himself. When he turned around the corner, Harry knew he had just walked right into a trap. Where he got the feeling from, he was not sure. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that he had two wands pointing towards him. Harry gulped and stepped one step backwards. His hand moved towards his pocket with his wand, but then he stopped. A look on the two men told him he would be cursed before he would even get a chance of taking his wand out. But he did not need it. "Why are you following us?" It was the stranger who talked. Harry tilted his head to the side and glared at them. He made sure to look at both of them. He did not know what the stranger could do, and he did not trust Dumbledore the slightest bit. "Just out for a walk. What about you?" His voice was carefree, and Harry made sure his body was relaxed. He did not seem like a threat. "It is Evan James. He has adopted Tom Riddle, the boy I told you about." Harry turned his attention towards Dumbledore and glared at the old wizard. "You stay away from Tom, or I will make sure you are going to regret it." The hate in his voice made the strange laugh. "Well, it seems like another one has seen through your facade, Albus." Harry's eyes narrowed when he turned his attention towards the stranger who still had his hood up. "Did your mother never teach you to introduce yourself?" "Little boy, my mother is dead." Harry crossed his arms and still kept his muscles relaxed while he was ready to jump. He knew Dumbledore was a powerful wizard. The other one was unknown, and he had no idea what his power level was. He did not even know if the man was a wizard, or something else. "I like your courage, boy. Not many dares to talk to me like that. But on the other hand, you do not know who I am, do you?" The man's voice sent shivers down his spine. Something about this man reminded him of Voldemort. So what? It is not like it matter. Harry sounded a braver than he felt. H knew it had been a bad idea to follow Dumbledore and an unknown stranger, and here was his proof. "Gellert, I do not think it is worth wasting time on this boy. He is nothing more than a plague." Harry frowned. He knew one Gellert. It was the one who had been the Dark Lord before Voldemort's regime. "You are Grindelwald." It was not a question but simply a statement. The man at Dumbledore's side chuckled. "Oh, he is smart." Harry stepped backwards. He needed to get away from there before something happened. While he was sure he could away if it had only been one of them, he knew he could not take both of them. Instead of trying to run away as he probably should have done, Harry stood his ground and glared at the two men. "You are the Dark Lord. I take my words back, you do not seem as smart as I thought you would be. Albus, I am disappointed." Is this the one who has given you so much trouble? Dumbledore nodded, though he looked like he regretted every movement. He looked from one wizard to the other. What is a light wizard doing together with a dark lord? From what he knew from history, Dumbledore had taken out Grindelwald and ended the war. If that was the case, then why were they acting as if the two of them were best friends? If it was not because we know you will not be able to get away, I would not tell you anything at all. But, until now, none of you have told me anything. Harry was not sure what got him to open his mouth. He knew it was most likely to get him cursed sooner or later. Gellert, I do not think we should waste our time on the boy. Believe me, he is nothing more the troubles. If you just go on, I will gladly take care of him. Dumbledore's voice sent shivers down his spine, and Harry glared at the man who once had been like a grandfather for him. And to think I thought you was a hero. Harry tried to figure out how far away he was from Knockturn Alley. Would he be able to run without getting cursed? But even if he managed to get out among people, there would not be enough out for him to hide between them. And he knew none of them would help him. They were more likely to help Grindelwald and Dumbledore than him. So why are the two of you together? Again it was Grindelwald who answered him. It seemed like he was the leader of the two of them. Because we finds we have some similar wishes for what should be changed in the wizarding world. Harry frowned, trying to figure out what the wizard meant. Does most of the world not think that the two of you are enemies? Yes, and therefore no one will ever think of the possibility of having a spy in their midst. Looking over at Dumbledore, he saw that the wizard could not even look the slightest bit shameful. Actually, he looked rather proud of himself. Harry felt anger shimmer inside him. His magic reacted to his feeling and reached out for something. Harry knew he had to calm down or he would blow something up. Now, what should we do with you? It is not like we can just let you go now. You know who we are. Harry felt his heart stop for a short moment. He had not thought about what would happen. Of course he knew they would not just let him go. Not even Dumbledore was this stupid. I do not see why not. It is not like I am going to tell everybody about the two of you working together. Hoping they believed his words, Harry took another step backwards. He could feel the magic hum under his skin and knew he would have to let it out. Until he knew what he should do, he would just have to hold it back. Harry dodged when a red beam headed his way. He fell and rolled around and got on his feet again in the matter of a few seconds. The beam hit where he had just been standing. Harry looked back and knew who had cast the curse. Dumbledore swore out loudly before he cast another curse. Again Harry dodged. A quick glance at Grindelwald told him the wizard had no thoughts about joining the duel. It was only a good thing for him. He could concentrate on the professor. Mr. James, hopefully you did not think we would fall for such a thing. Maybe you will not tell it to everybody, but it does not mean you will not let it out to someone. Harry smiled his most innocent smile. Me? What should I be able to do? After all, I am just a simply wizard. Harry avoided being hit by another beam by twisting his body in a nearly impossible way. No normal wizard should be able to avoid an attack like that. Harry grinned and made a quick bow before he once again was forced to duck to not get hit by a curse. Maybe I have had better teachers than a general wizard has. It was starting to get annoying only avoiding. He knew he had to think of something to get away before he got hit by some of the cruises Dumbledore was trying to hit him with. Harry wondered why no one was coming to his aid. Sure, they were in Knockturn Alley, but it was not light spells Dumbledore was throwing at him. Then he remembered something he had read in one of his books about wards. When the alleys had been built, someone had warded Knockturn Alley so only the unforgivable would be recorded. This meant he could not count on anyone to come to his help. Sometimes life just beeped. Deciding to take the matters in his own hand, Harry took hold of his wand. He was not ready to let them know about his wandless abilities. It was something he would not use unless it was his last possibility to get out of this alive. Stepping on something, Harry lost his balance and landed flat on his chest on the ground. Pain jolted through his body and he nearly cried out loud. To keep the sound back, he bit his lower lip so hard he was able to taste blood. I trust you to take care of him, Albus. Harry looked up in time to see Dumbledore nod before Grindelwald disappeared through a door he had not seen before now. Do you know how much of an annoyance you have been, Mr. James? You refused to put Riddle back at the orphanage when I asked you to do so. You have pulled countless pranks on me and made me look like a fool in others' eyes. Harry rolled his eyes at the man's words. Tom is family and therefore he belongs together with me. I adopted him legally. And you did not need me to make you look like a fool. That, you are managing to do just fine on your own. He knew he had stepped over the line when he saw the anger in Dumbledore's eyes but could not bring himself to care. This was the man who had destroyed his life. Granted, he had gotten Tom, but the man had still done so much to harm him and his beloved ones. I will be more than happy to make sure you will never be able to get in the way of our plans, boy. Harry could only stare as a beam of green light headed straight against him. My lord. Tom looked up from his defense against the dark arts homework and glanced shortly at the first year who seemed nervous about being this close to him and the rest of his group. Tell me, what news do you have? Knowing the boy would only get more nervous if he acted intimidating, Tom tried to make his voice as gentle as possible without making himself seem soft. It would not do to let the others think he was starting to act like a Hufflepuff. You ordered us to inform you when Lord Nott was at the school. The boy did not stumbled over his words. He would probably make a good follower one day. Until then he was just one among many. Good. You may leave. Abraxas and Orion, you follow with me. Tom ignored Walburga's protest as her boyfriend followed with him and Abraxas out of the Slytherin common room. It was close to curfew, so they had to hurry. It would not do to lose Slytherin House Point when they were leading. Though they were Slytherins and therefore never ran, it did not mean they could not walk fast. Tom let his feet lead him to where he knew the Lord Nott would be. It was not uncommon that different purebloods' families would visit the headmaster from time to time. Other students who were still out of their common rooms at the late time jumped to not be in his way. They had learned what happened if they crossed his way. And it was a mistake no one did 2 times. His wand was in his hand as soon as he caught a glance of Lord Nott. Though it did not slip through his mask, Tom felt rage grown inside of him. This was the man whom had dared to try and take what was his. He would make sure that no one would ever make such a mistake again. And if they did, they would get a far more unpleasant punishment than the one he had thought for this one. He had searched through half the library before he found a curse he found suitable. The best of it all was that no one would know who had cast it. He could decide whenever he wanted it to start working. But once the curse had been activated, there was no way back. There was no cure for this curse. Hiding behind an Amur, Tom and the 2 other Slytherins waited. They hid in one of the shadows to make sure they were not seen. It would not do to let anyone know what he was about to do. He only brought to witnesses so anyone would know not to mess with him and what was his. As Lord Nott passed them, Tom muttered a curse in Parseltongue and watched as the curse hit the Lord in the middle of his back. Neither the Lord nor the headmaster seemed to note anything and just continued down the corridor. Feeling much better than he had done since he had found Evan at home, Tom turned around to face his 2 followers. Spread the words. Touch what is mine, and no matter who they are going to suffer the consequences. Abraxas and Orion bowed. Their respect for their lord had grown by seeing how he was able to curse another lord without anyone noting it. Tom walked back the way they came from. May I ask what the curse did, my lord? Let us just say Lord Nott should be happy his wife is already pregnant, or else he would never be able to get an heir to his family. He had never said what library he got the curse from. Last time. I will be more than happy to make sure you will never be able to get in the way of our plans, boy. Harry could only stare as a beam of green light headed straight against him. Present. As he watched the green beam head straight towards him, Harry could not help but wonder. How many times had this particularly curse been thrown at him? Maybe they should think about renaming it. He could come up with a few suggestions. Such as a curse for everyone whom wants to kill Harry Bloody Potter. Several people had tried to curse him with the Avada Kedavra curse. Maybe it was not so many, but definitely more than he liked. So far it had been Voldemort, a handful of Death Eaters, and now also Dumbledore. If they kept up this way, perhaps Dumbledore would get as many tries as Voldemort had had. Not feeling any need to die just yet, Harry rolled away from his spot and watched as the curse hit where he had been just a moment ago. Watching how the twinkle disappeared from Dumbledore's eyes and replaced by rage made him feeling even better. Harry got on his feet and jumped to avoid another curse. Now where Dumbledore had used one of the unforgivable, this place would soon swam with oars. Though he wanted to see Dumbledore end in Azkaban, he knew it was not very likely. The professor was even better than a Slytherin to get out of this kind of situations. It was more likely Harry would end up taking all the blame and then be the one who ended in prison. Since seeing Azkaban from the inside and being anywhere near the Dementors were not on his list of things he wanted to do before he died, he knew he had to get out of there soon. Grabbing his wand from his pocket, Harry threw the first curse he could think of. Stupefy. Though Dumbledore already was an old man, at least in Harry's eyes, the deputy headmaster moved with far more grace than he had thought the wizard would be able to. But the Dumbledore he had known had been older than he was in this time and had not been nearly as fit as he was now. Dueling against Dumbledore made Harry realize how little he actually knew. Harry sent another Stupefy after Dumbledore. Though he did not like the man, he did not like the thought of willingly doing anything too harmful to him. Stand still so I can curse you. Harry scowled while he dodged from a curse. Do you really think so little of me? I thought you knew me better, Dumbledore. After all, it was you who placed me there at the first place. Right now, Harry did not see the deputy headmaster in front of him. Instead, he saw the man he had seen as his grandfather and whom he had thought had cared about him. Instead, the man had cursed him without giving him any warning, and now he was on it again. Getting tired of this, Harry made a move with his free hand and used pure magic to push Dumbledore against a wall. He stood still and tried to regain his breath while he glared at the old man. Do you have any idea of how much you kept up my life? If it was not because I still saw you like something close to a family, I would already have killed you myself. When Dumbledore tried to interrupt him, Harry used a wandless and wordless silencing charm to keep the man silent. He was not interested in hearing anything the man might have to say to him. Listen, and listen well, because I will only say this one time. I will let you go for now, mainly because I do not want to end in Azkaban just for killing something like you. The glare Dumbledore sent him could not have been more far away from the twinkling, proud look the old man often had given him back in his own time. Though Harry hid it well, it hurt more than he liked to think about. But I warn you. If you try to go after Tom or I or anybody else I might care about, you will find that no one will be able to protect you from my wrath. No matter where you hide or who you seek protection from, I will find you and I will make sure you go through pain your tiny brain will not be able to imagine before I finally let you die. Hearing people run towards them, Harry stepped away from Dumbledore, who was still pressed against the wall and standing in some dirt he decided not to look at. The man looked angrier than Harry had ever seen him. I will let you stay as you are. You can hope the oars gets to you before anything else finds you. I know which one I prefer. Try to explain to them why you used one of the unforgivable, and if you try to blame me or get revenge on me through Tom, you will find yourself regretting that decision more than anyone else you have ever taken. Looking around, Harry stepped away from the Transfiguration Professor. He knew Dumbledore would not be able to do him anything as he was right now. But there still was a risk that Grindelwald would be around and willing to help his friend. He would have to look into what kind of relationship the two of them shared on a later time. Turning around, he made an exit which were Snape-worthy. Harry left the side alley they had been in and did not stop. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw the Auror's red robes. Instead of starting runner like his brain was screaming of him to do, Harry stood across the alley and leaned into the shadows. Unless someone was looking directly at him, he strongly doubted they would be able to see him. He watched as the three Aurors headed into the side alley with their wands in their hands. At least they did not think they could take whatever was in there. What had happened from this time to his own, since the standards for the Aurors seemed to have fallen in the years between? Shaking his head, he heard them find Dumbledore. It seemed like the wizard was already trying to get them to chase after him. Even if they believed Dumbledore was innocent, they would probably let him stay overnight, like they did in some movies. Watching Dumbledore being manhandled by the Aurors was some of the best he had ever seen. Dumbledore had yet to earn the glory from defeating Grindelwald. Right now he was just another wizard who had possibly violated the law. When the Aurors had disappeared from sight with Dumbledore between them, Harry let out a sigh. He knew he should have headed home right away, but he had wanted to know what happened to Dumbledore. It would be one of the better memories, and he thought about showing it to Tom next time he saw the boy. But with the way Tom would react, it was probably not a very good idea. Just as he was about to leave his hiding place, someone else moved out from the side alley the fight had been in. Harry did not need to take a second look to know who it was that came out from there. After having followed the man through Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley, he would probably be able to recognize the person anywhere. Why Grindelwald had not helped Dumbledore in the fight he did not understand. What kind of relationship did the two men have? Was Dumbledore a follower just as the Death Eaters had been Voldemort's? If that was the case, then why had Dumbledore looked like he was willing to do anything for a man whom was known as a Dark Lord? The hood was up, but Harry knew Grindelwald was looking directly at him. How the man knew where he was, Harry had no idea about. All he knew was that he was in deep shit should the man decide to do him anything. Even from where he was standing, Harry could feel the man's magic. It was not as much as Voldemort's, but it was still enough to send shivers down his spine. Right now he was not sure if he could take out Grindelwald. Harry knew there had to be a reason to why the man had been proclaimed a Dark Lord. He had to be powerful. Though Dumbledore was not weak, he was not as strong as this man. So how had he managed to defeat him like it was told in the history books he had done? They broke the eye contract when Grindelwald turned around and walked down the alley. The opposite way of where Dumbledore had been led. It seemed like Dumbledore would have to do on his own. Though Harry doubted he would be that lucky, he could not help but hope they would keep Dumbledore so he would no longer have to deal with the man. He knew he better get home so he could be ready if Dumbledore should decide to go against his warning. While he walked through Knockturn Alley, Harry felt eyes on him. He did not have to turn around to know he was being watched. But it felt like it came from everywhere instead just one person. It made him wonder how many had seen the encounter between him and Dumbledore. Hopefully it would make them understand he was not one to be messed with. Harry walked slowly towards where he thought he would find Diagon Alley. Having only been in Knockturn Alley this few times, he was not sure he would be able to find his way without troubles. While he walked, Harry silently swore he would avoid ever stepping into Knockturn Alley again. It seemed like every time he was there something happened. The only time he could think of where it had not been the case was when he first had arrived to this time. On the other hand, he had kept himself inside all the time, so there had not been much of a chance for something to happen. Harry stumbled forward and grasped when pain exploded in his chest. He clutched a hand to his chest and tried to take some deep breaths. The pain did not still, but instead seemed to increase. Groaning out in pain, he leaned against a wall in a try to keep himself on his feet. It had been so long since he last felt the pain that he had thought it would not happen again. His lungs had often felt uncomfortable, but nothing like the pain he felt whenever he was having one of those attacks, in the lack of better words. Tears streamed down his cheeks, trying to keep his thought calm. It would do him no good to start panicking. If he panicked while being in Knockturn Alley, he was not sure what would happen. He only knew for sure it would be unpleasant. He gasped for air, trying to fill his lungs, but it did not seem to be enough. Instead, it seemed like whenever he got a little air in, even more was forced out of his lungs. His knees hit the ground. Harry did not care about the dirt around him, he just wanted the pain to stop. Harry hugged himself and rocked slowly back and forth. Sweat came forth on his skin and slowly rolled down. Weak groans fought the way over his lips, though he tried to keep his mouth closed. He did not want to attract attention. It was not to know what kind of people which might hear him. The pain slowly stopped and Harry forced himself to take deep breaths. It felt wonderful to have air in his aching lungs. He became aware of the smell around him. If he thought what Dumbledore had been standing was bad, it was nothing against what was against him. Harry retched and closed his eyes so he would not have to have a reunion with his lunch. When he opened his eyes, Harry's eyes widened. He was pretty sure vomit was not supposed to be mixed with blood. He closed his eyes again and let out a weak groan. It was no wonder he felt like his inside had been wrecked around with. Though all he wanted to do was to curl into a ball and forget everything around him, Harry knew he could not stay where he was. Before he could rest, he would have to get out of there. If he could not get home, he should at least reach the leaky cauldron. There he would be able to get a room where he would be able to rest. The thought of resting in his own bed sounded far more tempting than he had ever thought it could. Perhaps it was because it was his bed, and the fact that he shared it with Tom. Harry got on his feet and staggered through Knockturn Alley, avoiding running into someone. Right now he was not sure he could take another fight. He managed going all the way to the leaky cauldron without attacking attention from anyone. He got a few curious glances, but Harry guessed it was because he did not look as good as when he had arrived. He knew his clothes were a mess and his hair was messier than it normally was. He guessed he was pale and sweated. Both things came from the fight and from when he had been vomiting. Luckily, Tom was alone behind the counter today. Harry was not sure what he would have done if the boy's mother had been the one who was there. Tom looked up from where he was cleaning glasses and spotted him right at the moment. Since it was well after lunch and therefore there was not many people in there, Tom could take his sweet time to look at him. When Harry smiled weakly and nodded to the other boy, Tom left his place behind the counter and walked over to him. "Sweet Merlin, James. What happened to you? You look like you have been run over by a herd of centaurs." Harry managed to laugh while he looked longing at the fireplaces. Though he wanted to head straight towards them, he knew he could not just left Tom standing alone. The boy would probably just be worried. And if he was worried, he would probably talk to his mother about it. And sooner or later it would reach his Tom, and then Harry would have to deal with him. It would be far better if he could stop it before anything happened. "It is not anything. I had a run-in with someone I had not seen in a long time. Let us just say we did not part at the best circumstances when I last saw him. But please, do not worry, he got worse out of than I did." Harry could see it had not calmed the boy, but for now it would have to do for now. Reluctant Tom nodded. "What about something to eat? You look like you could use something." The thought of eating anything this soon after having been sick made his stomach protest. Harry worried for a short moment that he would be sick again until his stomach settled down again. "Thanks, but no thank you. If you do not mind, I think I will just go home. Say hello to you mother from me." Before the boy could protest, Harry stepped around him and headed for the fireplace. He took a handful of flow powder and stepped into the flames. As he felt his body being thrown around, Harry closed his eyes. He would have to make some search once he reached home. Hogwarts. Deputy Headmaster arrested by Aurors. Yesterday the Aurors were called to Knockturn Alley after it had been registered that one of the Unforgivable had been used. Arriving to the scene of crime, the Aurors found Hogwarts Deputy Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who claimed to have been attacked by an unknown wizard whom had tried to kill him. The so-called attacker was nowhere to be found, though the Aurors searched through Knockturn Alley in hope of finding the guilty. An examination showed that the Unforgivable was the Avada Kedavra curse. For those who do not know what the curse does, it is also named the Killing Curse. No one hit with the curse have ever lived. Who was the stranger whom attacked the Transfiguration Professor for apparently no reason? Is it a new player, or is it one of Grindelwald's followers we have not even heard before? The Aurors promises the investigation will not stop until they have caught the guilty. Hopefully people will soon be able to sleep peacefully again. Deputy Headmaster Dumbledore was kept at the Aurors headquarters for the night for further investigation. One can only wonder what a light wizard was doing in Knockturn Alley, which is known for housing dark beings and objects. We have yet to get any comments from the involved, but hopefully, this reporter will be able to get a private talk with the Deputy Headmaster Dumbledore, so we will be able to get an answer. If this is one of the Dark Lord's new followers, no one can be sure what to expect. We can only ask people to be careful. Make sure your wards are updated, keep your children in sight, do not invite strangers inside your homes, and keep your wands close. This reporter can only wonder if this means Grindelwald has decided to turn his focus on Great Britain. Until now, the Dark Lord has mostly attacked Germany and other countries. The rest of the article kept going on how Grindelwald had risen and what he had done ever since he had been proclaimed a Dark Lord. What do you think about it, my lord? Do you think it is one of Grindelwald's followers, as the reporter says? Tom lowered the Daily Prophet that Abraxas had given him. It is too early to say. We need to know more about this attacker before I can say if it will be good for us to let him join our case. The Slytherins around him leaned closer to make sure they heard every word he said. Orion, who sat to his left, looked at the article. It says nothing about which it was whom used an unforgivable. It could be the stranger, but it is just as likely it was Professor Dumbledore. And no one was hit by the curse. Unless it was our professor and he then abolished the corpse. But it does not explain why he did not leave the crime scene before the Aurors arrived. Tom's eyes narrowed. What Orion had said was true. They had no idea about who had used the curse. It was true Dumbledore was a light wizard, but then what was he doing in Knockturn Alley? It was a place most light wizards would avoid ever stepping into. I think it will be best if we wait and see. If the attacks continue, we can consider what to do from there. If he does not shows up again, we will continue as planned. His followers nodded. Not because they had much of a choice, and Tom knew only a few of them would ever dare to discuss with them, and even fewer of them had a position where they would be able to discuss with him. Walburga looked up from her breakfast. Professor Dumbledore has probably not come back yet, so we have no one to teach us today. What shall we do in our free lesson? As if having heard her ask, Headmaster Dippet stood and waited until silence filled the hall. It took longer than usual. Tom had no doubt that most of the students had heard about the attack by now. Those who did not read the Daily Prophet heard it from family or friends. All of them probably wondered what really had happened. It was no doubt Dumbledore would be the subject of today for most talks. I am sure most of you have heard about the accident our deputy headmaster has been involved in. The headmaster waited until it was silent enough for him to continue. Since we were not prepared for such a situation, it has been decided that today's Transfiguration lessons has been cancelled. If Professor Dumbledore has not returned in a few days, we will start looking for a substitute until he returns. Murmurs filled the hall. Those who had Transfiguration were happy about getting a free lesson and were already planning of what to do. Tom finished his breakfast. Though it was good, it was not the same as Evan's. He had never thought he would say someone would be able to make better food than a house elf, but Evan was more than good being in a kitchen. Perhaps it came from being forced to cook for his relatives in an early age. Without waiting for the others to get ready, Tom took his bag and walked out of the Great Hall. Normally he would have gone to the library or his dorm to study. But instead he headed outside. The weather outside was good, the sky was just as blue as it had been in the Great Hall. It was probably one of the last days he would be able to get outside without having to use any charms to keep him warm and dry. Besides, people was less likely to come looking for him since he usually sat somewhere inside with his nose in a book. Right now he needed to think, and he did best so without having any noisy followers around him. Tom sat down with his back against a tree at the lake. Other students were already out, but most of them knew better than to bug him. And those who did not yet know were stopped by other students before they could get too close to him. This new player worried him. Tom already knew what he wanted with his life. He had to make sure he got in some powerful position. By doing so, not much would be able to stand in his way to stop him from forming the world in the way he wanted it to be like. But get so far, he needed allies. Someone with power whom would be able to get him farther than he would have been able to if he had been on his own. He needed to know his enemies just as well as his allies. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald was a danger to his case. He had to know if whoever had attacked Professor Dumbledore would side with Grindelwald, be on his own, or, if possible, help his case. To do so, he would have to find a way to arrange a meeting between the two of them. Before he could meet the attacker, he would have to find out how to find the man. Though it was just as like it was a woman, Tom doubted it. Not many women had what was needed to attack someone. All those thoughts were starting to give him a headache. Would it be too much to ask for a little rest? It was not like he did not have enough to worry about already. Not only would OWLs come up next year, but he also had to keep his position as the leader of the Slytherins and keep his image as a good student. Add Evan into the mix and Tom was wondering how he was ever going to graduate from Hogwarts sane. His thoughts were disturbed by the sound of something moving to his left. Tom turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and frowned when he saw what was going on. Something small and black was heading directly towards him. Its small legs moved so fast they seemed to become invisible. Tom looked away from the black thing and looked to was following behind it. It seemed like the black kitten had been around the castle, and by doing so it had gotten the attention of a surprising big part of the female population. The kitten's ears were flat on its head and it looked like it was regretting the idea of ever getting born. Tom's amusement stopped when the kitten got close enough and jumped. For such a little body, it could jump quite far. The little kitten landed in his lap and hit its head against his stomach. Before the animal could get away, Tom grabbed hold of the skin of its neck and lifted it so they were face to face. Familiar green eyes meet his blue, and Tom could only think of one person whom had this eye color and had a kitten as an animagus form. Beleza, what are you doing here? Tom found it better to call the kitten by the name he had given it. People would only wonder why he called the animal by the same name as his guardian and boyfriend had. And with the girls this close, he would not take any risks. Evan just meowed and glared at him. It seemed like he did not like being held like this and tried to hit him with his paw. You better be good or I will hand you over to those girls. Evan looked terrified. It seemed like he had finally found something the other wizard feared. Riddle, do you mind letting go of the kitten? We saw him first. Tom raised an eyebrow while he looked at the girl. He recognized her as a Ravenclaw. They had transfiguration together, but he had never really spoken to her other than just a few words. Actually, I keep him with me. After all, I think Beleza will be more happy being with his owner rather than being with someone who will, with no doubt, play dress up with him. Tom flashed Evan a quick smirk. The thought of Evan being dressed up was interesting. But it would be when he was human, and it would different from what the girls would try to dress him in. As if Evan knew what he was thinking about, the kitten growled. Perhaps it was meant as a warning so he would not leave the kitten alone with those girls. And what right do you have to do so? He is mine. He added a hiss to his voice, making more than just a few of them flinching. Only the Ravenclaw seemed to not to be affected by it. How come none of us have ever seen him before then? I do not see what it is to you. But Beleza is supposed to be at home. Perhaps he found a way out and decided to explore a little. As if to prove his words, Evan attacked Tom's tie. While several of the girls cooed at the sight, Tom silently swore to make Evan pay for this. Deciding to get the best out of the situation, Tom petted the kitten that started purring loudly and pushed its head against his hand. Of course, I will have to talk to Evan about warding the ground so he will not be able to wander off again. We cannot have that something happens to him. Now, if you will please excuse me, I have to contact Evan before he gets too worried. With that, Tom pushed him up while he made sure Evan was safe in his arms. It would not do if he got a chance to get lost. Feeling the little heart beat fast, Tom petted the soft coat with his free thumb to calm him down. Since he had entered the wizarding world, he had faced a lot of scary things. A troll, Voldemort, a werewolf without a wolfbane, Dementors, Dumbledore with twinkling eyes, and Lemo Drops, Professor Snape, and Hagrid's creatures. And now he had found the scariest thing of them all. Girls. Or to more precise, girls who saw something cute and wanted to get hold of it. He did not dare to think what they would have done to him if they had gotten their hands at him. The only reason to why he had come to Hogwarts was because he needed to speak to Tom. Since the next Hogsmeade weekend was still far away, Harry had figured he needed to come to Tom's school to speak with the other boy. Since no one was allowed to come at the school unless they had the permission from the headmaster, Harry had decided to sneak in. No one would suspect a kitten walking around on its own. Harry had arrived in time to hear about Transfiguration being cancelled. As students came out of the Great Hall, he had caught a glimpse of Tom, but before he could do anything to get to the other boy, they had seen him. Harry had thought at least the Slytherin girls would have had some sense in them, but no. After meeting Walburga in this form, he should have known better. They were all downright crazy. He recognized the wall which behind the Slytherin dungeon was located. Tom spoke the password, but even with his improved hearing, Harry was not able to hear what the boy said. Tom stepped inside the common room with Harry in his arms. Harry looked around from his place in Tom's arm. The Slytherin common room looked much like it had done in his time when he had entered it together with Ron disguised as Grab and Goyle in an attempt to figure out if Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. The common room was a low-ceilinged, dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. Students which had a free lesson were seated in the low-backed black and dark green leather sofas with buttons and skulls. The common room missed the cozy feeling which the Gryffindor gave when one entered it. Somehow he found this suited the Slytherins. He had no doubt they would be uncomfortable if they were placed in something like the Gryffindor common room. Tom walked past the other students without glancing at them a single time and headed towards what Harry thought was the boys' dormitory. Once inside the room where Tom slept when he was at school, Harry found it was much like the Gryffindor's dormitory. The beds were placed along the walls, but the room seemed much bigger than the one he used to share with the other boys from his year when he went to school. Perhaps it was because the Slytherins came from pureblood families and therefore demanded more place. They were not the only ones in the dormitory. At one of the beds a boy from Tom's year sat and was reading a letter. His face was grave and it looked like whatever was in the letter it was not something pleasant. Or perhaps he just looked like that all the time. Leave. The boy looked to be ready to protest, but when he looked up and saw who he had been about to talk back to, he paled and hurried out of the door. Harry watched as Tom locked the door with his magic and put up a silencing charm. It was clear he did not want to be disturbed. If not it because he trusted Tom, Harry would probably have been nervous. As it was right now, he decided to wait and see what would happen. When everything was as Tom wanted it to be, Harry was placed at one of the beds. Harry guessed it was Tom's, before the boy stepped back without taking his eyes off of him. Knowing what Tom wanted him to do, Harry transformed himself back to as he was before. It only took a few seconds before he sat at the bed in his human form. It felt better than being there as a kitten. The bed had been too unstable under his paws and he doubted he would have been able to keep standing should he have walked around. Only a moment after he had transformed back, Harry found Tom's lips pressed against his own. Shocked, he opened his mouth to let Tom's tongue in. Harry Mo.Ned as he felt Tom's tongue exploring his mouth as if it was the first time they had not taken their relationship far. They had until shared some and touched each other when they were alone. Tom placed one hand behind his neck and the other on his back. His Harry's cheek before planting small, feathery along his jawbone, ears, neck and collarbone before he returned to the mouth. He felt hands travel over his body and slid under his shirt. Cold fingers twisted his nipples and made him arch into the It felt so good that he nearly forgot about the reason to why he had come. Harry placed his hands on Tom's chest and broke of the "I need to tell you something." Tom blinked and Harry knew the way he had formed it made it sound wrong. Smiling, he gently hit the boy on the top of his head. It annoyed him that Tom was taller than him. It is not something like that. Without letting go of each other, they sat down at the bed. When they had stood, Harry had no idea about all he had been able to focus on was the fact that Tom had ed him. "I guess you read the Daily Prophet today." Tom nodded. "Yes. Professor Dumbledore has been arrested by the Aurors. It is a shame that they are not able to prove he is the one who used the unforgivable." It took a few seconds before Tom understood what he meant. "He tried to kill you." Harry had to place both of his hands on Tom's shoulders to keep the boy from running out and end Dumbledore's life right then and there. "He tried, but he did not manage. Calm down, Tom. I do not want to see you end in Azkaban just because you let your temperament get away with you." He encircled the other boy with his arms and held Tom close to him. "Do not even think about doing something to him, Tom. I have taken my revenge for now. And if he does anything to you, I will make sure he regrets it. He will never know what hit him. But there is something more important which I have yet to tell you." Harry was not sure if Tom really would stay if he let go of the boy. "I saw Dumbledore in Gringotts that day and he was not alone. Because I wanted to know what he was doing in Diagonal Alley on a workday, I decided to follow him. You can imagine my surprise when I found him going into Knockturn Alley." Pausing, Harry wondered how much he should tell Tom. If he held back too much, Dumbledore would have easier hurting him by hurting the other boy. But if he told much, he risked Tom would do something stupid to get revenge. Perhaps he would just have to trust Tom. The boy had been able to take care of himself before Harry came into his life. Hopefully he would still be able to do so. The man Dumbledore was with was Grindelwald. He felt Tom stiffen and knew he was listening now. Since I had seen them together, they decided to make sure I would not be able to go around and tell others what I had seen. I guess it would ruin Dumbledore's reputation. At that, Tom snorted. It was quite clear what Tom and the other Slytherins thought about Dumbledore, and Harry found himself smiling at his reaction. After he tried to kill me with the Avada Kedavra, I got him with a spell so he would not be able to leave before the Aurors arrived and took him away with them. Harry smirked at the memory. He had no doubt that Dumbledore would be more than angry when he once got back. But the man deserved everything he could get. And if Harry had anything to say in that matter, he would make sure Dumbledore would get more than just his fair share. After the Aurors was gone, but before I could leave, Grindelwald showed up again. He did not do anything, but he looked directly at me as if he knew where I was, even though I was hiding in the shadows. Remembering his encounter with this time's Dark Lord made Harry shiver. There was something about Grindelwald which scared him, no matter how much he hated to admit it. Until now, the Dark Lord had done nothing against him, but still Harry had a feeling that he should be more wary of him than he had been of Voldemort. Perhaps it was because when he had looked into Grindelwald's eyes, he had not seen the same madness which had been in Voldemort's eyes. This man was sane and totally aware of what he was doing to other people. Harry had yet to figure out if it made him less dangerous than Voldemort or not. Hopefully he would not have a chance to find out. I swear if he did anything to you, I will make sure he. Harry placed a finger on the other's lips to silence Tom. Nothing happened. He left without saying or doing anything. But I thought I would warn you. I am not sure what Dumbledore will do. I warned him against doing anything, but I want you to be careful. That man is dangerous and crazy. One can never know what he has planned. They said no more but stared dotting each other again. Feeling daring, Harry copied the moves Tom had used on him when he had just turned back to his human form. It was no surprise when Tom decided to take the letting. The other boy seemed far confident about this, and it made Harry wonder if Tom had been in a relationship before this. Mentally shrugging, Harry decided to ignore the thought and went back on feeling as much as Tom's skin as possible with his hands. It would take some time before he would be able to see Tom again and be together with him this way. Harry's back hit the bed as Tom pushed him. The boy straddled him and used his weight to hold him down, though Harry did not protest. Unlike what Lord Nott had tried to do to him, this felt kind of nice. Tom opened his shirt, determined on leaving marks on every single inch of his skin. Harry let hand fingers roam over Tom's back and through his hair, trying to remember everything he felt. When Tom's lips returned to his, Harry willingly let the other tongue into his mouth, where the two tongues danced with each other and tasted each other's mouths. They grinded their groins against each other, feeling how aroused the other part were. But none of them moved any more clothes. When they were going to get any further in their relationship, Harry wanted it to be right. He did not want to lose his purity in a hurry. Perhaps he was an idealist, but he wanted it to be done right. After all, it was not like he would get a second first try. In the form of Beleza, Harry slipped out of the Slytherin common room and parted with Tom. Harry was glad for his thick, black coat. Had he been in his human form, others would have been able to see just what kind of attention Tom's mouth had paid to his body. Harry wondered what kind of explanation he should come up, but then he decided to not worry. If people wanted to talk, then who was he to try and stop them? He had nothing to hide. As long as they did not do anything, it was not like they broke any law or anything like that. The free lesson was over and Tom had to go to potion. Harry, meanwhile, had to get home. Hopefully, he would this time be able to avoid getting into troubles. As long as no girl caught sight of him, Harry believed he would be okay. But since when had luck ever been siding with him? While Tom was working in his potion class, Harry was running from some first-year's Hufflepuff girls. Taking a wrong turn, Harry found himself caught in a corner. When the girls caught up with him, they took him to their common room, where Harry had to face horrors unlike anything else he had ever tried. Several hours later, Harry managed to sneak out of Hogwarts, as he swore not to go anywhere near the school in any near future. His sensitive nose was irritated by the perfume the girls had bathed him in and small, pink bows were in his coat. This was one of the things he would never let anyone else know about. If Tom ever caught wind of this, Harry knew he was never going to hear the end of it. Even for a Slytherin, Tom could be cruel when he wanted to be so. He hid behind an armoire as the footstep came closer. His ears perched forward and he listened to the low, mumbling voices. It seemed like something had happened. This was the first night he had seen the professors walk in the corridors 2 and 2. The only other time he could remember it had been like this was when. Shaking his head, he decided not to think more about it. It was not like it was going to happen again. But when he thought about it, he realized that none of it had happened just yet. When the two professors turned around a corner and out of sight, Harry left his hiding place. The stone floor felt cold under his paws and made him shudder. Right now he regretted leaving the cottage and his warm bed. But without Tom being at his side, it was not like he was going to get any sleep anyway. It felt weird walking around in Hogwarts corridors at night time again. In his own time he had done this without a second thought several times. But there he had used his invisible cloak and the Marauder's map. He still had both things in his trunk but had not used them ever since he first arrived. Until now he had had no reason to say the cloak, and he feared trying to use the map just to find out it would not work because it, technically, had not been made yet. Besides, he did not have to worry about being caught as he was right now. As with the cloak he was able to move around freely, but this was in a whole different way. Here he did not have to worry about being seen or heard, but he still had to be careful. Harry had no idea if Peeves had died yet, but he felt no need to find out what the ghost might do to small kitten that were on their own. Harry hurried towards where the Slytherin common room was. He had to slow down a few times where he was unsure of where to go. Last time Tom had carried him the last time he had been there. And in his second year it was more luck than anything else which had gotten him and Ron into the Slytherin common room. It had helped that they had used Grab and Goyle and not someone else. Some might have gotten suspicious of how clueless they had looked. Had he been able to, Harry would have been smirking wishfully. For some time he had gone with the idea of telling Tom he was from the future and his real name. He wanted to know what his name sounded like when Tom said it. Of course he had heard Voldemort say it a lot of times, thought it had mostly been his last name and the man had been trying to kill him. But he had never heard Tom saying it and could not help but long for hearing it. He had several reasons to not tell Tom the truth about him. Tom would feel betrayed and Harry could understand it. He too would feel so if he had lived so long with someone he thought he knew only to find out they were an entirely different person. And, if Tom accepted he was from the future and not just crazy, then the questions would start. Questions he would not be able to answer in fear of changing the future more than he already had just by coming there. He would not risk losing Tom because of something which seemed so unimportant. It was not like he would be able to return to his own time anyway. Nodding to himself, Harry continued down towards the dungeons where the entrance to the Slytherin common room was hidden. It slowly became colder and he was thankful for his form's thick fur. Since fall had come, it was getting colder down here. Harry took the stairs one step at a time. This was one of the reasons to why he sometimes wished he had gotten another animagus form than the one he had. It was small, fluffy and too adorable. But one of the positive things was that he could cuddle up in Tom's lap. Who knew it could be so comfortable to sleep in someone's lap? Tail waving, Harry jumped the last step and landed safely on all four at the bottom of the stairs. Only a few torches were down here. It left a lot of shadows where nearly anything would be able to hide in. He slowly crept forward. Harry was ready to jump if anything suddenly should attack him, but at the same time he wanted to hurry forward. He knew Tom was waiting for him, and if he did not want wait all night outside the secret entrance, he would have to hurry up. The thought of being seen by someone, especially some girls, made Harry shudder and glare around. If anyone tried to pull the same stunt as the last time, he would make sure they would not live to regret it. He was a male for Merlin's sake. Not some teddy they could cuddle with as they wanted to. Tom was the only one whom was allowed to do so. A sound of several feet moving over the floor made him froze at the spot. His ears turned towards the sound which seemed to come closer to him. He stared into the darkness. Where he was one of the darkest spots in the corridors. The torches were put out. Since he knew they were magically, they would not have done so on their own. As the thing in the darkness moved closer to him, Harry slowly backed away from it. Until he was sure he was seen, he would not do anything which could reveal his existence. It could just be a student on a walk or a teacher on their round, but right now both opportunities seemed unlikely. Had Harry been in his human form, he would probably have been nearly blind in the darkness. As it was right now, he was able to see a shape, which clearly not belonged to a human, moving directly towards him. It did not even look human-like. Harry froze when he felt his behind hit a wall behind him. Because he had not wanted to let go of the creature with his eyes, he had managed to get himself captured in a corner with no way to run. The creature seemed familiar, and Harry knew he had seen it before. He could not remember where, but he knew it would soon come to him. If he lived long enough to remember, that was. As the creature came closer, Harry frowned. There was no light to help him to see. Since they were underground, there was no windows, and even if there had been, he would not have gotten much light. Dark clouds hid whatever light the moon and stars might have provided him with. Right now, Harry knew he was not able to do much. The creature blocked every possibility he had with its big form. In his animagus form, the creature reminded him of the troll Ron and Hermione had faced in his first year. If he turned back to human, it would probably reach his thigh. Harry hissed as the creature moved closer to him. It made a weird clicking sound, and its breath smelled of rotten meat. It made Harry more uncomfortable than he already was. He was caught between wanting to transform and run and hide his secret. It was not to know how close the nearest person was. And did he run, he would only have two possibilities. Either he could make a run to the stairs, where he would have to transform to be able to get upstairs without getting caught. Or he would have to continue down the corridor and thereby lead the creature to the Slytherin entrance. Deciding the second choice was not an opportunity, Harry decided to take a chance with the stairs. He would rather risk being caught by a teacher than being eaten by some unknown creature. He would have to warn somebody about a dangerous creature being inside Hogwarts walls before it harmed someone. It would probably be a Slytherin student, which he would not risk. With his luck, the creature's prey would be Tom or some of the boy's friends. Before he could try and do something, another big being moved out from the shadows, and a hand swept under his stomach and lifted him up from floor. Harry meowed in shock and struggled to get free. The hand was much bigger than Tom's, but at least it was a human's. It did not mean Harry would just let anyone pick him up, even though they might have saved him from the creature. Easy there, little one. Aragog just wants to play a bit. He has never harmed anyone, so you do not have to fear him. The well-known voice and the name, he remembered one particular creature having made Harry realize just who was holding him. Stopping his struggles and turning his head to get a better look, Harry found himself looking directly into black, kind eyes. It felt weird to see Hagrid without beard. It just seemed wrong. Though the half-giant was not little by any means, he was still smaller than he would be as an adult. Hearing the giant spider move towards them, Harry flattened his ears against his head and hissed. Though he felt safe in Hagrid's hands, the one encounter he had had with the spider and its enormous family was enough to make him weary. He knew it would not eat Hagrid, but it had no problems with killing friends of Hagrid. The half-giant's thumb gently petted him, and Harry started purring. It was weird to think of how gentle Hagrid could be. Especially when he knew how scaring the man could be when he was angry, as he had been when he brought Harry with him on his 11th birthday. What are such a fine little boy as you doing out on your own? Hunting mice. Does your owner know you are gone? I bet they are worried. The half-giant continued mumbling with his loud, rumbling voice, which made Harry relax. He trusted Hagrid, and the man had never done him anything. I guess I better let you go, little one. Run back to your owner and be careful that Peeves does not get hold of you. That ghost likes to pull a prank, and sometimes he gets a little too far. And be careful with the Slytherin. A fine one like you should not be together with the snakes. Harry had to hold back a growl. He did not like the way his old friend was talking about Tom as the other boys' friends. Before Hagrid placed him on the floor, Harry gave him a quick lick, something he would never dream about doing to anyone. But Hagrid was special. He was the one whom had introduced him to the wizarding world and taken him away from the Dursleys. Even though he had had to return to them every summer, it had been better than he would ever have dreamt about. As soon as his paws touched the solid ground, Harry sat up and ran down the corridor. He would not risk getting caught of Aragog. Harry doubted there was other like that in Hogwarts, but this one time he was not the one to take the risk. First, when he was in front of the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Harry stopped running. He lay flat on the floor and listening after something which may be a danger to him, but the only sound he could hear was the sound of his own breathing. His eyes darted around, but nothing was to be seen. It seemed like he was safe, for the time being. His small body shook, and though Harry wanted it to stop, his muscles would not listen to him. He hissed lowly when he forced himself at his paws. He was not in a danger for the time being, but no one knew if and when it would change. He did better find a way to come into Tom before something happened. Harry sat down and glared at the wall, silently willingly it to open. Just how did Tom expect him to get inside? It was not like he could say the password in this form. Hell, he did not even have an idea of what the password would be. It could be anything, and, knowing the Slytherins, it would be anything. How did the familiars do when they existed and entered when they were without their owners? The owls flew through the windows. But here they would not be able to. Since he had never seen animals around the dungeon, Harry guessed it was because there was a special entrance just for them. Harry meowed and glared at the wall. Next time he would not visit at night time. Not unless Tom had informed him of the password before that. He could almost see for him how someone would be watching right now. They were probably having a good laugh right now. Feeling frustrated, Harry jumped towards the wall, intending to hit it with his whole weight, thought it was not much. Suddenly the wall opened and Harry tumbled forward. Getting back on his feet, Harry shook his head to clear his thoughts. If possible, he would avoid doing so anytime soon. Looking up, Harry found he had ended up in the Slytherin common room. It was empty save for one. Tom was occupying one of the armchairs in front of the fireplace. Even though the fireplace was lit, it was not overly warm. Harry wondered if it was because of they were underground or if it was because of an entirely different reason. Perhaps Tom would know the answer. With his tail high, Harry walked over to Tom, whom had yet to even look at him. When Harry sat at the boy's feet and looked up, he realized Tom was fast asleep. It seemed like he had gotten tired of waiting for him. Not being able to withstand the temptation, Harry transformed back to human. For once he was taller than TM, but it did not say much since the boy was sitting while he himself was standing. Harry leaned closer to Tom and stabilized himself by placing a hand at either side of Tom's head. The boy did not wake but mumbled something unintelligent in his sleep. It was not often he saw Tom like this. The boy knew how to guard his feelings, and Harry sometimes had a hard time with guessing what Tom was thinking about. But it was just a part of Tom's charm. It was what made Tom to Tom. For once the Slytherin tie was missing and the top few buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, baring his neck in a casual fashion. Without waking the boy, Harry moved so their faces were less than an inch from each other. He could feel the boy's breath against his skin and shuddered from the pleasant feeling he got from it. Tom looked so innocent when he was asleep. He was a fascinating look, and Harry could never get enough of watching him. It was not like he was stalking him or anything like that. And he knew Tom had been watching him, though the other boy did not admit it when he asked him about it. Closing the last bit of distance between them, Harry pressed his lips lightly against Tom in a brief key. A squeal escaped him when a hand grabbed his neck and stopped him from moving away. Another hand on his lower back pressed slowly, so he had to sit down. When he was seated in Tom's lap, the hand moved and the arm encircled his waist in a strong grip he would not be able to move out of unless he wanted to fight with Tom. Accepting the fact that he was not able to get away, Harry broke of the key and mock glared at Tom. "You did not have to fake your sleep." The boy smirked while his hand rubbed his back in slow, circular movements. "Why not? Besides, had I really been asleep, you would have been hexed before you were close enough to do me anything." Harry rolled his eyes and smacked the back of the boy's head. "Distance does not mean much when you have such a thing as magic." He let his hand move over Tom's chest and felt something under his shirt. Harry did not need to look to know what it was. Like himself, Tom wore the necklace every day. They both hid it under their clothes so others would not be able to see it. They did not want any unwanted questions. Their silent argument stopped as they keyed at each other again. Harry let his hands run through Tom's hair, enjoying how soft it felt. "Tell, what took you so long?" Tom managed to get out between the keys. "Nothing. I was found by one of the students and had to wait before I was able to get away." The growl from Tom startled Harry, and only the arm around his waist stopped him from falling. Did they hurt you? Had Harry not been aware of the fact that Tom would not hurt him, he would probably have started to be nervous. It was at times like this he caught a brief glimpse of Voldemort. Evan, tell me if they hurt you. Tom's hands move over his body. This time it was to make sure nothing was missing or hurt. When he felt a touch at his groin, Harry blushed and tried to push the hand away. Honestly, Tom, I am fine. Nothing happened. He just petted me a little before he let me go. He felt Tom smirk against his neck. So you let another one touch you? Perhaps you need a reminder of just whom you are together with. Before Harry could protest, Tom slipped a hand under his waistband and closed his fingers around his arousal. Tom, anyone can come down and see us. Harry tried to protest while Tom started stroking his arousal and attacked his neck with his mouth. His body reacted by thrusting into Tom's hand while Harry threw his head back and breathed heavily through his mouth. When they their tongues danced. They did not fight for dominance, instead they just wanted to taste and feel as much of each other as possible. Harry shifted and moved his nether region, moving against Tom. The boy answered with a similar move and let go of his arousal. Harry Ned regretful at the loss but thrust harder against Tom. They let their hands wander over each other's bodies. Harry's hands slid under Tom's shirt and moved up and down the boy's sides. He had already leaned where the boy was more sensitive. He was not ticklish, at least that was what Tom said, but still Harry knew he could get a reaction out of him by doing this. Tom groaned and sunk his teeth down through the skin of Evan's shoulder. F.K.U., Tom. The words were followed with yet another thrust, both of them climaxed. Tom felt his legs become sticky. This was one of the downsides he had not bothered to think about. Evan waved his hand and the sticky feeling disappeared, and Tom knew, if he had looked down, there would be nothing to see neither. The other wizard closed his eyes and rested his head against him. Tom rested his chin on Evan's shoulder, making sure he did not touch the bite. He could imagine Evan would be sore there. After all, Tom had not held back and he could still taste a little blood, though it had not been much. That was fantastic. Yeah, then think about how it will be when we are really together. He would not press Evan, but the thought of going all the way was tempting. He felt Evan shake his head without moving away from him. No, not before you are old enough. If words gets out I am King a minor, I will get in troubles. Tom let his arms encircle Evan, holding him as close as possible. Just so you know it, I will be the one who will be King you and not the other way around. Without looking, he knew Evan was blushing. Sometimes he knew too well how the other wizard would react. But he still managed to pull stunts which surprised him and made sure he kept his interest. Like the one which had ended with Evan being attacked by Professor Dumbledore. Tom still had every intention to make the professor pay for it once the deputy headmaster was let out. It seemed like the Aurors were not willing to let the professor leave before they knew what had happened. If he was lucky, they would keep Professor Dumbledore until the old goat died, but Tom knew he would never be so lucky. When he heard Evan chuckled, Tom frowned. What is it there is so funny? Evan leaned back so his head no longer was resting against his chest. You know it is not fair that I have a nickname and you do not. Tom frowned. What nickname are you talking about? Oh, you mean like Beleza? Evan nodded and looked at him with grave eyes. I know your friends calls you Lord, but it does not seem right. Just give me a moment. They sat in silence as Evan seemed to be in deep thoughts. Tom used the time to watch Evan without the other boy noting it. It was clear to see Evan did not get as much sleep as he needed. He still had dark bags under his eyes, but at least he was not as pale or thin as he used to be. But something told Tom that not all was right about Evan. Though for the time being he had no idea about what it was and therefore he could do nothing about it. Now I know it. Evan's voice was loud and clear, and if it was not for the silencing spells he had placed in the room before Evan's arrival, he was sure people would have awoken. If not now, then by their Ns. I am Lord Voldemort. Last time I checked you were Evan James and not a lord. Evan scowled and crossed his arms with a huff. It was a cute sight which Tom enjoyed. Idiot. I meant that would be your nickname. Of course it is a little too long, so we will just go with Voldemort. Tom nuzzled Evan's neck, trying to make the wizard in a better mood. And please tell me how you got such a bright idea. Your followers already call you Lord. So I just moved around on the rest of the letters in your name and out of that came I am Voldemort. Evan looked proud of himself while Tom let the name roll over his tongue trying to figure out if he liked it or not. Finally he reached a decision and nodded. I like it. This way no one from the outside will be able to know who I am. And it sounds more like a pureblood name than Tom. Evan frowned but placed a key at his chin. Well, I happen to like the name Tom. And do not expect me to call you Lord or Voldemort. To me you will always be Tom. Tom's irritation disappeared when Evan shared a key with him before standing. Though he wanted to stay, Harry knew he had to go. After all, Tom had lessons to attend and he did not want the boy to fall asleep in the middle of a class. Good night, Tom. I guess we will see each other soon again. Are you coming home from Christmas or will you rather stay another place? He stumbled over the words, nearly fearing the boy's words. Tom grinned and led him to the entrance. Believe me, I am coming home. It will be easier to be together with you at the cottage where we do not have to worry about being seen by others. Harry stepped out at the corridor and turned around to look at Tom. Yeah, I guess you are right. As the entrance started closing, Tom smirked at him. Just as you know it, Evan. This is a lot better when you are actually conscious. You reacts a lot more to my touches than I thought you would. Gaping, Harry stared at the wall where Tom's face had been just a few moments ago. How? When? Tom. Harry was pretty sure he could hear Tom's laughter from the other side of the wall. When the coughing fit finally stopped, Harry leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. His head was pounding and his lungs were aching. He knew that if he opened his eyes he would see blood at his hand. As it was right now, he could only feel something warm and wet on his skin. Mr. James. Are you all right in there? The sound of Ragnarok's voice made Harry open his eyes even though he would rather just go to sleep where he was. It did not matter, he was in a bathroom. Right now anywhere was good enough for him. He felt the two well-known cramps which told him another fit was coming while he was in a meeting with Ragnarok. Making a hurried excuse to the goblin, he had left the office and run through the door. He had run into a rarely used bathroom. It had its own upsides, coming often in Gringotts. Even though he never used the trolleys, he knew the place fairly well by now. Mr. James, has something happened? Harry grunted and got on his feet. When he swayed, Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath, waiting for the pain to lessen. It seemed like it took a little longer each time. It was not much, but in the long run it was more than enough. Mr. James. If you do not answer, I will use force to open the door and you will pay for the damage done with interest. Ragnarok's dry voice and words made him smile. It seemed like even when worried about something or someone, the goblins seemed to find a way to get money out of the deal. He knew there had been a reason to why they were guarding the wizards' and witches' money. I am all right. In the following silence, Harry started to doubt Ragnarok had heard him. Open the door so I can see it myself, Mr. James. Harry sighed. His plan about making Ragnarok go back to the office did not seem to be working. He had hoped he would be able to get a little time to fresh himself up, but it did not seem like it was going to happen. Wiping the blood away and making sure none of it had gotten at his clothes, Harry moved away from the wall and opened the door with a wave with his hand. Ragnarok looked at him worried, or at least as worried as a goblin could be, and Harry had to force himself not to fidget under the goblin's gaze. Why did you leave? Harry smiled and opened his mouth to talk. After all this coughing, his throat felt raw and sore. Sorry, I think I ate something this morning my stomach did not agree with. The goblin did not move when he tried to step out of the bathroom. I would like it if you did not try and lie to me. It usually does not work with my kind. Harry nodded and tried to smile, reassuring to Ragnarok, though he was not sure how well it worked. It is nothing to worry about. It has not affected my work until now, and I promise it will not do so in the future. Whatever was going to say was stopped by another, younger goblin arrival. Mr. James. Just the wizard I have been looking for. Lord Malfoy has just fire called. He wants Mr. James to come and talk about what kind of wards which can be used to improve the protection around the Malfoy Manor. Ragnarok scowled at the goblin, which seemed to get smaller under his gaze. Tell Lord Malfoy that Mr. James will not be able to visit him. I will go in a few minutes. The nameless goblin seemed confused about whom to follow. Ragnarok was his superior, but Mr. James's business let them earn money without having to do anything. It was one of the best ways they knew to get money. Ragnarok turned towards him looking grave. Mr. James, your health is suffering, and even I, who am no healer, know that something is wrong. And I do not want to waste money on a healer just because you are too stubborn to take care of yourself. Harry waved his hand as if trying to wave the two goblins' concern away. Believe me, I am fine. At their disbelieving looks, Harry sighed. How about this? I go to the Malfoy and see what they want, and then I will rest for the rest of the day. That way we will not risk of losing a rich customer. He knew he had won the argument. If there was something goblins cared about, it was money and how to get more of it. One of the worst things which could happen would be the thought of losing money instead of earning any. You do have a point, Mr. James. Ragnarok mumbled, and Harry smiled. But then you will have to rest for at least the next 2 days. When Harry opened his mouth to argue, he was cut off by Ragnarok. Try to protest and I will add 1 day. And if you try to work behind my back, I will get you locked in St. Mungo's for a week. The goblin's words made Harry pale. He wondered if it was because Ragnarok was worried about him or because of the risk of losing money if he suddenly died or anything. Something told him it was the latter of the two. Then I will flow to them. It was nice meeting you, Ragnarok. They nodded to each other, and Harry followed the young goblin to Ragnarok's office, from where he would be able to take the flow. He was staring at him again. Though Tom was concentrating on the book in front of him, he could feel the eyes drill into his skull. Tom ignored it, as only a Slytherin would be able to do, and continued reading the text about advanced transfiguration. He had dealt with those stares ever since he came to Hogwarts. When Professor Dumbledore first came to the orphanage, Tom had been too anxious to remember if the professor had looked at him like that. Other than the Slytherins, Tom knew no one else saw this. Everyone believed Professor Dumbledore was a light wizard, just like they would only see Tom's masks. Professor Dumbledore had been let out after spending 2 weeks in the Aurors headquarters. Tom was willing to bet that the Aurors would have liked to keep the deputy headmaster for a longer time. It was likely that someone had paid to get him back. The possibilities were many. The Dumbledores were an old pureblood family, and they had connections to families which would be able to pay enough money to get him out. But the Dumbledore family was not as powerful as they had once been. Rumors told that they had lost a lot when Professor Dumbledore's father had been placed in prison. Unfortunately, the name still had power on its own. A chance was that Grindelwald had paid for getting his lover free. Though Evan had not said anything like that, Tom figured it was the reason to why the two of them had been together at that day. Tom knew of the past the two wizards were rumored to have shared. They had been closed before Professor Dumbledore's sister had been killed. They had yet to figure out who the murderer had been. All that was just rumors he had seen, but Tom knew there was a little truth in every rumor. One just had to figure out how to find the truth from the lies. The lesson ended, and Tom let out a sigh of relief. Though he did not let anyone see it, he could not relax in Professor Dumbledore's lessons. Before this, he had felt less need to be on guard around the man, though he had never been able to relax when he was near. Now, where he knew that the deputy headmaster had connections with Grindelwald, he needed to be more careful. Did the professor report to Grindelwald? If that was the case, had the professor told him about Tom? The thought of Evan having faced the Dark Lord sent shivers down his spine. So much could have gone wrong at that time. What if Evan had not been fast enough to avoid the killing curse? What if Grindelwald had decided to stay instead of leaving it to Professor Dumbledore to finish Evan? While walking towards the library, Tom wondered what the meeting between Evan and Grindelwald could turn into. He knew, without doubt, that Grindelwald would hear about Evan getting away. Even if the Dark Lord did not read newspapers, his followers would mention it. Perhaps he already knew it and was trying to figure out what to do about it. In his mind, Tom swore to protect Evan. The wizard was his, and not even a Dark Lord would be able to take him away from him. Not after he finally had gotten Evan to say yes to him. Tom knew he was too young to think about this kind of things. But already now he knew he wanted Evan to stay by his side. The wizard was so unlike others he had met. He was his equal and, though he hated to admit it, his superior. Tom swore he one day would be the strongest of them. It would not do for a lord to be weak, and Evan would make sure he never got the chance to be so. Lord Voldemort. He liked the name. It felt powerful and right. It sounded more like something a pureblood would be named rather than plain, Old Tom. Using this name, he should be able to get more followers to his case. It was easier when they did not understand that the one they were working under actually was just another halfblood. As soon he had learned about how Muggleborn and halfbloods was viewing up on Tom had made his best to hide his heritage from the Muggle world. He knew he could not be a pureblood. Had that been the case, his mother would have gone to someone from her family instead of turning up on the orphanage when he was being born. Tom frowned while he sat down at his usually table in the library, and his followers started to seat themselves around him. Before Evan had showed up, he had believed his mother was a Muggle or Muggleborn whom had been having an affair with his father. Through Evan he had learned the truth. His mother had been a witch whom had fallen in love with a simple Muggle. More did Evan not know, or so he claimed. Something told Tom the wizard knew more but refused to tell him. Perhaps Evan wanted him to search himself so he had a chance to improve. Tom had taken up the challenge. He had searched at his mother's line. It had taken some time, but finally it had paid off. He had found an old article about what had to be his grandfather and mother's brother. How his mother's brother had been in Azkaban after killing a Muggle. To know more, he would need to search out the two men. Hopefully, they had not died before he would be able to find them. He would wait until he was out of school. That way he would be able to travel around as he wanted to. He had not yet decided if he would take Evan with him on the first visit. Perhaps it would be better if he visited alone. Just to make sure they would not do anything stupid that would hurt Evan. It seems like my old man has decided to invite your guardian home for a talk, my lord. Tom raised an eyebrow as he watched Abraxas, who was seated across the table. What reason did he have to do so? The cold relationship between Abraxas and the Lord Malfoy was known all around. If not for the fact that Abraxas was the heir to the Malfoy line, they both knew Lord Malfoy would not have paid any attention to his son. He wants a better protection of the manor. It seems like the current activity of Grindelwald has worried him more than he is willing to let out, my lord. Tom nodded and looked back at his homework, and thereby also dismissing Abraxas. He was less worried with Evan being in the Malfoy manor. It was not as good as home, but Tom knew Lord Malfoy would not be able to do Evan anything. The man was head of one of the most powerful families in Great Britain. But Tom was not sure what to think about the Lord. Not only was the Lord old and crazy, but he also had shown what he thought about homos. Uility. At least he knew the Malfoy honor would not allow a gust of them to get harmed. So Evan would be safe. But it did not help with his worry. After all, Tom was only too aware of the fact that Lord not often visited the Malfoy manor. I considered ending the story here. But then again, it seemed a little too short. Harry bit back a curse as he stumbled out of the fireplace. The ash made him want to sneeze, but he bit back the need. This time he had ended in a library. By the size of it, Harry would say this was not where guests usually ended. He was sure it was a flow for the kind of guests they did not want others to see. The official and important guests probably came through a fireplace near the entrance. It was also meant as a quick escape in case something happened. Harry stood in his full height, though it was not much, it did make him feel better, and looked around. Since he already knew the Malfoys would never be considered a light family, Harry was not surprised by the objects placed among the books. Some of them were definitely dark, but most of them could be categorized as gray. Compared to Grimmauld Place, he would say the room had a certain light aurora to it. As many other pureblood houses at this size, the room did not feel homely. Again, Harry found he would rather live in the cottage than in a place like this. Dusting dust of his robes, Harry started to search for a door or a person, whichever came first. He did not like the thought of leaving the room without some company. Judging by the size of the library, Harry would say he needed a guide if he should not get lost in the manor. His eyes lingered at the books. Though Harry was no Hermione, he felt the urge to reach out and find out what the books contained. Some of them looked so old he did not even dare to breathe near them in case he would destroy them by doing so. How long time he spent in the library, Harry had no idea about. He walked slowly past the shelves, Once in a while he stopped to take a closer look at some of the books, but he did not touch them. While he was walking, Harry got the feeling of someone watching him. Pretending wanting to take a closer look at one of the books, Harry used the opportunity to glance around. There was nothing to see, which actually worried him. This was supposed to be a pureblood home. Therefore there had to be something to see. Harry knew there were wards which could alert the owner of any visitors. He had them around the cottage and had sold them to several people. A more advanced kind of the wards would tell the owner how many there entered, and Harry was currently working on making it possible to know if the visitor had any ill intents about any in the household. Harry caught a sudden movement out of the corner of his eyes as he leaned forward to take a closer look at one of the books. It was too big to be a house elf and seemed too solid to be a ghost. Harry knew Abraxas was an only child. It meant he was not as alone as he had thought, but there was something unknown in there together with him. Continuing to wander around while still looking for a door, Harry wondered what he should do. He did not like the thought of being alone with something unknown, but he would not risk letting it out when he finally found a way out of this place. Harry dodged a curse which hit the spot where he had been mere seconds ago. He let himself fell to the floor and rolled away to hide behind a bookshelf. Taking deep breaths to calm his fast-beating heart, Harry was already preparing a list of curses he could use to defend himself within his mind. Just as he was about to take the chance with an attack, the sound of a deep, rumbling laughter filled the library. "You can come out now, young wizard. It is not like I am going to bite you hard." The last part was said with so low a voice that Harry for a short moment wondered if he really had heard it. "And just how can I be sure you will not curse me as soon as I get out of here?" The laughter sounded again. The man, because it was a man's voice, sounded close, but at least it did not sound like he was getting closer. "Such a good question, Mr. James. If it will make you feel better, then I will promise I will not let anyone harm you, since you are here as my guest." Harry thought about it. He did not trust the man. After all, who would try to curse one they had invited to their home? Perhaps the man was crazy. He was, after all, a Malfoy. Nothing good came from them. And still he thought of Abraxas as a good friend to Tom, as long as the boy understood how far to go. Taking a deep breath, Harry moved out from his hiding place. His wand was hiding in his pocket. He figured it would be better if he was not seen as a danger. If the man did not stay true to his words, he figured he could always use wandless magic and then make a run for the fireplace. That was, if he could find it. Stepping out from his hiding place behind the bookshelf, Harry came face to face to a man who looked like a strange combination between Mad-Eye Moody and a Malfoy. Scars littered his face, and he had the same gray eyes as Harry had seen every Malfoy seemed to have. He had the same slick, blonde hair as a Malfoy, but had a patch for his eye. In the other one, Harry saw true madness. But whether it was the good kind or not, he could not say. While Harry was looking at the man, he was aware of the fact that the man was looking at him the same way. The man was old, that much was for sure. But how old he really was, Harry did not know. The man was half a head taller than him and wider built. "Are you Evan James, the ward maker?" Harry nodded, and to his surprise the man grinned. "Good to meet you. I am Lord Malfoy. You might know me as Abraxas' father. Of course I have already heard about you. After all, I have heard plenty about you. Both from my so-called heir, but also about your warding work." Harry realized he was gaping and quickly closed his mouth. He would never have thought that Malfoy would be able to act like this. He had always thought that they acted like the perfect purebloods. It seemed like he had been wrong. "Well, what are you standing there for? Hurry up or we will be late." Harry blinked and tilted his head to the side. "Late for what?" "The meeting, of course, you idiot. We are supposed to meet and talk about warding this damn place. I cannot risk some mad wizard onto my properties. I do not think Abraxas will like it if I lost his entire legacy before he is able to get his hand on it." Making sure to keep an eye at the old man, Harry followed Lord Malfoy out of the library. He was surprised to find he had been so close to the exit. A few more turns and he would have been out. Malfoy Manor was impressive. Harry could find no other way to describe it. Portraits lined the walls and the stone floor was mostly covered by a carpet. Looking out of the windows they passed, he could see gardens, including a fountain and roving albino peacocks. They arrived to what looked to be the drawing room, which had purple walls and a large chandelier. Sit down, or do I have to use my wand to make you? Harry was not sure if the man was serious or not, so he hurriedly sat down in the nearest chair, which was right in front of the Lord Malfoy. Not sure what to expect from the man, Harry sat stiff in the chair. He was ready to jump away in case Lord Malfoy should try to curse him again. The man had already tried once, and Harry had no doubt he would do it again. He was not sure why he was not already gone, but something stopped him from leaving just yet. Lord Malfoy watched as Evan James took seat in front of him and chuckled silently. The boy had gut, so much he could say. Not many had been to avoid an attack sent from him. Of course he was not as young as he once had been, but he was still a decent dueler. He had heard much about this Wardmaker, both from other purebloods whom he had visited, but his own son had talked highly about this man who was a mere boy in his eyes. The thought of his son and heir made him snort. Abraxas was nothing like he wanted him to be. Sure, the boy was good at Quidditch and a ladies' man, but he was far too grave. He needed to learn how to relax and enjoy his childhood. Since they were in a war, he knew it would end soon enough. But every time he tried to talk with his son about it, Abraxas looked at him as if he was crazy. Lord Malfoy's attention returned to the Wardmaker as the boy shifted in the chair. Even though he was starting to get old, even Lord Malfoy had to admit that this Mr. James was a rather good-looking male. Had he been younger, he would have tried to court, especially since his late wife had died when she gave birth to his heir. Lord Malfoy shook his head to clear it from thoughts. He doubted very much that Abraxas would accept it if he brought another person to his bed. And he was not really fond of males. It was the wrong gender for him. He decided the boy had been tortured by his silence long enough and finally met his eyes. Lord Malfoy frowned as his eyes strayed to the wizard's forehead. Mr. James had grown his hair long, so it now reached the middle of his shoulders. But through the bangs he could see something interesting. Where did you get that scar from? Instinctively Harry smoothed his bangs to hide his scar from view. He had grown accustomed to people not paying attention to his scar. At least not the same way as they had in his own time. Therefore he was not prepared for it when Lord Malfoy asked the question. I got it on the same day as both of my parents died. How did they die? He could see he had the Lord's interest by now. Harry had yet to decide if it was a good thing or not. They were killed by the Dark Lord. None of them said something for a long time. Harry just turned his head and stared out of the window. He had not thought about his parents for a long time, and his eyes widened when he realized he had not thought of Sirius either. There just had been so much to do that he had not had the time to give them much of though. And years had already passed since their deaths. Was the mad at him because he did not mourn over their death as he perhaps should have done? On the other hand, Harry believed they all wanted him to continue and make his own life. After all, one should not live in the past. Though, technically, it was exactly what he was doing. The silence between them was disturbed when the door to the drawing room. Harry turned his head and frowned when he saw who had arrived. It seemed like fate had not listened when he had begged to not see that man again. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.